Chapter 13 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 13. Meno. The days went by, and she received no sign. Was he going to ignore her? Was he going to take no further notice of her secret? A dreary weight of anxiety and acrid bitterness settled on her. And yet Ursula knew she was only deceiving herself, and that he would proceed. She said no word to anybody. Then, sure enough, there came a note from him, asking if she would come to tea with Gudrun, to his rooms in town. "Why does he ask Gudrun as well?" she asked herself at once. "Does he want to protect himself, or does he think I would not go alone?" She was tormented by the thought that he wanted to protect himself, but at the end of all she only said to herself, "I don't want Gudrun to be there, because I want him to say something more to me. So I shan't tell Gudrun anything about it, and I shall go alone. Then I shall know." She found herself sitting on the tram-car, mounting up the hill going out of the town, to the place where he had his lodging. She seemed to have passed into a kind of dream world, absolved from the conditions of actuality. She watched the sordid streets of the town go by beneath her, as if she were a spirit disconnected from the material universe. What had it all to do with her? She was palpitating and formless within the flux of the ghost life. She could not consider any more what anybody would say of her or think about her. People had passed out of her range. She was absolved. She had fallen strange and dim out of the sheath of the material life, as a berry falls from the only world it has ever known, down out of the sheath onto the real unknown. Birkin was standing in the middle of the room when she was shown in by the landlady. He too was moved outside himself. She saw him agitated and shaken, a frail, unsubstantial body, silent like the node of some violent force that came out from him and shook her almost into a swoon. "You are alone?" he said. "Yes, Gudrun could not come." He instantly guessed why. And they were both seated in silence, in the terrible tension of the room. She was aware that it was a pleasant room, full of light and very restful in its form, aware also of a fuchsia tree with dangling scarlet and purple flowers. "How nice the fuchsias are," she said, to break the silence. "Aren't they? Did you think I had forgotten what I said?" A swoon went over Ursula's mind. "I don't want you to remember it, if you don't want to," she struggled to say through the dark mist that covered her. There was silence for some moments. "No," he said, "it isn't that. Only, if we are going to know each other, we must pledge ourselves for ever. If we are going to make a relationship, even of friendship, there must be something final and infallible about it." There was a clang of mistrust and almost anger in his voice. She did not answer. Her heart was too much contracted. She could not have spoken. Seeing she was not going to reply, he continued almost bitterly, giving himself away. "I can't say it is love I have to offer, and it isn't love I want. It is something much more impersonal and harder and rarer." There was a silence, out of which she said, "You mean you don't love me?" She suffered furiously, saying that. Yes, if you like to put it like that. Though perhaps that isn't true. I don't know. At any rate, I don't feel the emotion of love for you, no. And I don't want to, because it gives out in the last issues. Love gives out in the last issues? She asked, feeling numb to the lips. Yes, it does. At the very last, one is alone, beyond the influence of love. There is a real impersonal me that is beyond love, beyond any emotional relationship. So it is with you. But we want to delude ourselves that love is the root. It isn't. It is only the branches. The root is beyond love, a naked kind of isolation, an isolated me that does not meet and mingle, and never can. She watched him with wide, troubled eyes. His face was incandescent in its abstract earnestness. "And you mean you can't love?" she asked in trepidation. "Yes, if you like. I have loved. But there is a beyond, where there is not love." She could not submit to this. She felt it swooning over her, but she could not submit. "But how do you know, if you have never really loved?" she asked. "It is true what I say. There is a beyond in you, in me, which is further than love, beyond the scope, as stars are beyond the scope of vision, some of them." "Then there is no love!" cried Ursula. "Ultimately, no. There is something else. But ultimately there is no love." Ursula was given over to this statement for some moments. Then she half rose from her chair, saying, in a final, repellent voice, "Then let me go home. What am I doing here?" "There is the door," he said. "You are a free agent." He was suspended finely and perfectly in this extremity. She hung motionless for some seconds. Then she sat down again. "If there is no love, what is there?" she cried, almost jeering. "Something," he said, looking at her, battling with his soul with all his might. "What?" He was silent for a long time, unable to be in communication with her while she was in this state of opposition. "There is," he said in a voice of pure abstraction, "a final me which is stark and impersonal and beyond responsibility. So there is a final you. And it is there I would want to meet you. Not in the emotional loving plane, but there, beyond, where there is no speech and no terms of agreement. There we are two stark, unknown beings, two utterly strange creatures. I would want to approach you, and you me. And there could be no obligation, because there is no standard for action there. Because no understanding has been reaped from that plane. It is quite inhuman. So there can be no calling to book in any form whatsoever, because one is outside the pale of all that is accepted, and nothing known applies. One can only follow the impulse, taking that which lies in front, and responsible for nothing, asked for nothing, giving nothing, only each taking according to the primal desire. Ursula listened to this speech, her mind dumb and almost senseless. What he said was so unexpected and so untoward. "It is just purely selfish," she said. "If it is pure, yes. But it isn't selfish at all. because I don't know what I want of you. I deliver myself over to the unknown in coming to you. I am without reserves or defences, stripped entirely into the unknown. Only there needs the pledge between us that we will both cast off everything, cast off ourselves even, and cease to be, so that that which is perfectly ourselves can take place in us. She pondered along her own line of thought. "But it is because you love me that you want me?" she persisted. "No, it isn't. It is because I believe in you, if I do believe in you." "Aren't you sure?" she laughed, suddenly hurt. He was looking at her steadfastly, scarcely heeding what she said. "Yes, I must believe in you, or else I shouldn't be here saying this," he replied. "But that is all the proof I have. I don't feel any very strong belief at this particular moment." She disliked him for this sudden relapse into weariness and faithlessness. "But don't you think me good-looking?" she persisted in a mocking voice. He looked at her to see if he felt that she was good-looking. "I don't feel that you're good-looking," he said. "Not even attractive?" she mocked bitingly. He knitted his brows in sudden exasperation. "Don't you see that it's not a question of visual appreciation in the least?" he cried. "I don't want to see you. I've seen plenty of women. I'm sick and weary of seeing them. I want a woman I don't see." "I'm sorry I can't oblige you by being invisible," she laughed. "Yes," he said, "you are invisible to me if you don't force me to be visually aware of you. But I don't want to see you or hear you." "What did you ask me to tea for, then?" she mocked. But he would take no notice of her. He was talking to himself. "I want to find you, where you don't know your own existence, the you that your common self denies utterly. But I don't want your good looks, and I don't want your womanly feelings, and I don't want your thoughts nor opinions, nor your ideas. They are all bagatelles to me." "You are very conceited, monsieur," she mocked. "How do you know what my womanly feelings are, or my thoughts, or my ideas? You don't even know what I think of you now." "Nor do I care in the slightest." "I think you are very silly. I think you want to tell me you love me, and you go all this way round to do it." "All right," he said, looking up with sudden exasperation. "Now go away then, and leave me alone. I don't want any more of your meretricious persiflage." "Is it really persiflage?" she mocked, her face really relaxing into laughter. She interpreted it that he had made a deep confession of love to her. But he was so absurd in his words also. They were silent for many minutes. She was pleased and elated like a child. His concentration broke. He began to look at her simply and naturally. "What I want is a strange conjunction with you," he said quietly. "Not meeting and mingling, you are quite right, but an equilibrium, a pure balance of two single beings, as the stars balance each other." She looked at him. He was very earnest, and earnestness was always rather ridiculous, commonplace to her. It made her feel unfree and uncomfortable. Yet she liked him so much. But why drag in the stars? "Isn't this rather sudden?" she mocked. He began to laugh. "Best to read the terms of the contract before we sign," he said. A young grey cat that had been sleeping on the sofa jumped down and stretched, rising on its long legs and arching its slim back. Then it sat considering for a moment, erect and kingly, and then, like a dart, it had shot out of the room, through the open window doors and into the garden. "What's he after?" said Birkin, rising. The young cat trotted lordly down the path, waving his tail. He was an ordinary tabby with white paws, a slender young gentleman. A crouching, fluffy, brownish grey cat was stealing up the side of the fence. The minnow walked statelily up to her with manly nonchalance. She crouched before him, and pressed herself on the ground in humility, a fluffy, soft outcast, looking up at him with wild eyes that were green and lovely as great jewels. He looked casually down on her, so she crept a few inches further, proceeding on her way to the back door, crouching in a wonderful, soft, self-obliterating manner, and moving like a shadow. He, going statelily on his slim legs, walked after her, then suddenly, for pure excess, he gave her a light cuff with his paw on the side of her face. She ran off a few steps, like a blown leaf along the ground, then crouched unobtrusively, in submissive, wild patience. The minnow pretended to take no notice of her. He blinked his eyes superbly at the landscape. In a minute she drew herself together, and moved softly, a fleecy brown-grey shadow, a few paces forward. She began to quicken her pace. In a moment she would be gone like a dream, when the young grey lord sprang before her, and gave her a light, handsome cuff. She subsided at once, submissively. "She is a wild cat," said Birkin. "She has come in from the woods." The eyes of the stray cat flared round for a moment, like great green fires, staring at Birkin. Then she had rushed in a soft, swift rush, half-way down the garden. There she paused to look round. The minnow turned his face in pure superiority to his master, and slowly closed his eyes, standing in statuesque young perfection. The wild cat's round, green, wondering eyes were staring all the while, like uncanny fires. Then, again, like a shadow, she slid towards the kitchen. In a lovely springing leap, like a wind, the minnow was upon her, and had boxed her twice very definitely, with a white, delicate fist. She sank and slid back, unquestioning. He walked after her, and cuffed her once or twice, leisurely, with sudden little blows of his magic white paws. "Now why does he do that?" cried Ursula in indignation. "They are on intimate terms," said Birkin. "And is that why he hits her?" "Yes," laughed Birkin. "I think he wants to make it quite obvious to her." "Isn't it horrid of him?" she cried, and going out into the garden she called to the minnow, "Stop it! Don't bully! Stop hitting her!" The stray cat vanished, like a swift, invisible shadow. The minnow glanced at Ursula, then looked from her disdainfully to his master. "Are you a bully, Minnow?" Birkin asked. The young, slim cat looked at him, and slowly narrowed its eyes. Then it glanced away at the landscape, looking into the distance as if completely oblivious of the two human beings. "Minnow," said Ursula, "I don't like you. You are a bully, like all males." "No," said Birkin, "he is justified. He is not a bully. He is only insisting to the poor stray that she shall acknowledge him as a sort of fate, her own fate. Because you can see she is fluffy and promiscuous as the wind. I am with him entirely. He wants superfine stability." "Yes, I know," cried Ursula. "He wants his own way. I know what your fine words work down to. Bossiness, I call it. Bossiness." The young cat again glanced at Birkin in disdain of the noisy woman. "I quite agree with you, Michotto," said Birkin to the cat. "Keep your male dignity and your higher understanding." Again the Mino narrowed his eyes as if he were looking at the sun. Then, suddenly affecting to have no connection at all with the two people, he went trotting off with assumed spontaneity and gaiety, his tail erect, his white feet blithe. "Now he will find the Belle Sauvage once more, and entertain her with his superior wisdom," laughed Birkin. Ursula looked at the man who stood in the garden with his hair blowing and his eyes smiling ironically, and she cried, "Oh, it makes me so cross, this assumption of male superiority. And it is such a lie. One wouldn't mind if there were any justification for it." "The wild cat," said Birkin, "doesn't mind. She perceives that it is justified." "Does she?" cried Ursula. "And tell it to the horse marines." "To them also." "It is just like Gerald Crich with his horse. A lust for bullying. A real Wille zur Macht. So base, so petty." "I agree that the Wille zur Macht is a base and petty thing. But with the Mino it is the desire to bring this female cat into a pure, stable equilibrium, a transcendent and abiding rapport with the single male. Whereas without him, as you see, she is a mere stray, a fluffy, sporadic bit of chaos. It is a volonté de pouvoir, if you like, a will to ability, taking pouvoir as a verb." "Ah, sophistries! It's the old Adam." "Oh yes, Adam kept Eve in the indestructible paradise when he kept her single with himself, like a star in its orbit." "Yes, yes!" cried Ursula, pointing her finger at him. "There you are! A star in its orbit, a satellite of Mars. That's what she is to be. There, there, you've given yourself away. You want a satellite, Mars and his satellite. You've said it, you've said it, you've dished yourself." He stood smiling in frustration and amusement and irritation and admiration and love. She was so quick and so lambent, like discernible fire, and so vindictive, and so rich in her dangerous, flamy sensitiveness. "I've not said it at all," he replied, "if you will give me a chance to speak." "No, no," she cried. "I won't let you speak. You've said it, a satellite. You're not going to wriggle out of it. You've said it." "You'll never believe now that I haven't said it," he answered. "I neither implied, nor indicated, nor mentioned a satellite, nor intended a satellite. Never." "You prevaricator!" she cried in real indignation. "Tea is ready, sir," said the landlady from the doorway. They both looked at her, very much as the cats had looked at them a little while before. "Thank you, Mrs Dakin." An interrupted silence fell over the two of them, a moment of breach. "Come and have tea," he said. "Yes, I should love it," she replied, gathering herself together. They sat facing each other across the tea table. "I did not say, nor imply, a satellite. I meant two single, equal stars, balanced in conjunction." "You gave yourself away. You gave away your little game completely," she cried, beginning at once to eat. He saw that she would take no further heed of his expostulation, so he began to pour the tea. "What good things to eat!" she cried. "Take your own sugar," he said. He handed her her cup. He had everything so nice, such pretty cups and plates, painted with mauve lustre and green, also shapely bowls and glass plates, and old spoons, on a woven cloth of pale grey and black and purple. It was very rich and fine, but Ursula could see Hermione's influence. "Your things are so lovely," she said, almost angrily. "I like them. It gives me real pleasure to use things that are attractive in themselves, pleasant things. And Mrs. Dakin is good. She thinks everything is wonderful, for my sake." "Really," said Ursula, "landladies are better than wives nowadays. They certainly care a great deal more. It is much more beautiful and complete here now than if you were married." "But think of the emptiness within," he laughed. "No," she said, "I am jealous that men have such perfect landladies and such beautiful lodgings. There is nothing left them to desire." "In the housekeeping way, we'll hope not. It is disgusting, people marrying for a home." "Still," said Ursula, "a man has very little need for a woman now, has he?" "In outer things, maybe, except to share his bed and bear his children. But essentially there is just the same need as there ever was, only nobody takes the trouble to be essential." "How essential?" she said. "I do think," he said, "that the world is only held together by the mystic conjunction, the ultimate unison between people, a bond, and the immediate bond is between man and woman." "But it's such old hat," said Ursula. "Why should love be a bond? No, I'm not having any." "If you are walking westward," he said, "you forfeit the northern and eastward and southern direction. If you admit a unison, you forfeit all the possibilities of chaos." "But love is freedom," she declared. "Don't cant to me," he replied. "Love is a direction which excludes all other directions. It's a freedom together, if you like." "No," she said, "love includes everything." "Sentimental cant," he replied. "You want the state of chaos, that's all. It is ultimate nihilism, this freedom in love business, this freedom which is love and love which is freedom. As a matter of fact, if you enter into a pure unison, it is irrevocable, and it is never pure until it is irrevocable. And when it is irrevocable, it is one way, like the path of a star." "Ha!" she cried bitterly. "It is the old dead morality." "No," he said, "it is the law of creation. One is committed. One must commit oneself to a conjunction with the other for ever. But it is not selfless. It is a maintaining of the self in mystic balance and integrity, like a star balanced with another star." "I don't trust you when you drag in the stars," she said. "If you were quite true, it wouldn't be necessary to be so far-fetched." "Don't trust me then," he said, angry. "It is enough that I trust myself." "And that is where you make another mistake," she replied. "You don't trust yourself. You don't fully believe yourself what you are saying. You don't really want this conjunction. Otherwise you wouldn't talk so much about it. You'd get it." He was suspended for a moment, arrested. "How?" he said. "By just loving," she retorted in defiance. He was still a moment, in anger. Then he said, "I tell you, I don't believe in love like that. I tell you, you want love to administer to your egoism, to subserve you. Love is a process of subservience with you, and with everybody. I hate it." "No," she cried, pressing back her head like a cobra, her eyes flashing. "It is a process of pride. I want to be proud." "Proud and subservient, proud and subservient. I know you," he retorted dryly. "Proud and subservient, then subservient to the proud. I know you and your love. It is a tic-tac, tic-tac, a dance of opposites." "Are you sure," she mocked wickedly, "what my love is?" "Yes, I am," he retorted. "So cocksure," she said. "How can anybody ever be right who is so cocksure? It shows you are wrong." He was silent in chagrin. They had talked and struggled till they were both wearied out. "Tell me about yourself and your people," he said. And she told him about the Brangwens, and about her mother, and about Skrebensky, her first love, and about her later experiences. He sat very still, watching her as she talked. And he seemed to listen with reverence. Her face was beautiful, and full of baffled light, as she told him all the things that had hurt her, or perplexed her so deeply. He seemed to warm and comfort his soul at the beautiful light of her nature. If she really could pledge herself, he thought to himself, with passionate insistence, but hardly any hope. Yet a curious little irresponsible laughter appeared in his heart. "We have all suffered so much," he mocked ironically. She looked up at him, and a flash of wild gaiety went over her face, a strange flash of yellow light coming from her eyes. "Haven't we?" she cried in a high, reckless cry. "It is almost absurd, isn't it?" "Quite absurd," he said. "Suffering bores me any more." "So it does me." He was almost afraid of the mocking recklessness of her splendid face. Here was one who would go to the whole lengths of heaven or hell, whichever she had to go. And he mistrusted her. He was afraid of a woman capable of such abandon, such dangerous thoroughness of destructivity. Yet he chuckled within himself also. She came over to him and put her hand on his shoulder, looking down at him with strange golden-lighted eyes, very tender, but with a curious devilish look lurking underneath. "Say you love me. Say my love to me," she pleaded. He looked back into her eyes and saw. His face flickered with sardonic comprehension. "I love you right enough," he said grimly, "but I want it to be something else." "But why? But why?" she insisted, bending her wonderful, luminous face to him. "Why isn't it enough?" "Because we can go one better," he said, putting his arms round her. "No, we can't," she said, in a strong, voluptuous voice of yielding. "We can only love each other. Say my love to me. Say it. Say it." She put her arms round his neck. He enfolded her and kissed her subtly, murmuring in a subtle voice of love and irony and submission, "Yes, my love, yes, my love. Let love be enough then. I love you then. I love you. I'm bored by the rest." "Yes," she murmured, nestling, very sweet and close to him. End of chapter 13. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 14 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 14. Water Party. Every year, Mr. Crich gave a more or less public water party on the lake. There was a little pleasure launch on Willey Water and several rowing boats, and guests could take tea either in the marquee that was set up in the grounds of the house, or they could picnic in the shade of the great walnut tree at the boat-house by the lake. This year the staff of the grammar school was invited, along with the chief officials of the firm. Gerald and the younger Criches did not care for this party, but it had become customary now, and it pleased the father, as being the only occasion when he could gather some people of the district together in festivity with him. For he loved to give pleasures to his dependents and to those poorer than himself. But his children preferred the company of their own equals in wealth. They hated their inferiors' humility, or gratitude, or awkwardness. Nevertheless, they were willing to attend at this festival, as they had done almost since they were children, the more so as they all felt a little guilty now, and unwilling to thwart their father any more, since he was so ill in health. Therefore, quite cheerfully, Laura prepared to take her mother's place as hostess, and Gerald assumed responsibility for the amusements on the water. Birkin had written to Ursula saying he expected to see her at the party, and Gudrun, although she scorned the patronage of the Criches, would nevertheless accompany her mother and father if the weather were fine. The day came blue and full of sunshine, with little wafts of wind. The sisters both wore dresses of white crape and hats of soft grass. But Gudrun had a sash of brilliant black and pink and yellow colour wound broadly round her waist, and she had pink silk stockings and black and pink and yellow decoration on the brim of her hat, weighing it down a little. She carried also a yellow silk coat over her arm, so that she looked remarkable, like a painting from the salon. Her appearance was a sore trial to her father, who said angrily, "Don't you think you might as well get yourself up for a Christmas cracker and ha' done with it?" But Gudrun looked handsome and brilliant, and she wore her clothes in pure defiance. When people stared at her and giggled after her, she made a point of saying loudly to Ursula, "Regarde, regarde ces gens-là, ne sont-ils pas des hiboux incroyables?" And with the words of French in her mouth, she would look over her shoulder at the giggling party. "No, really, it's impossible," Ursula would reply distinctly. And so the two girls took it out of their universal enemy. But their father became more and more enraged. Ursula was all snowy white, save that her hat was pink and entirely without trimming, and her shoes were dark red, and she carried an orange-coloured coat. And in this guise they were walking all the way to Shortlands, their father and mother going in front. They were laughing at their mother, who, dressed in a summer material of black and purple stripes, and wearing a hat of purple straw, was setting forth with much more of the shyness and trepidation of a young girl than her daughters ever felt, walking demurely beside her husband, who, as usual, looked rather crumpled in his best suit, as if he were the father of a young family and had been holding the baby whilst his wife got dressed. "Look at the young couple in front," said Gudrun calmly. Ursula looked at her mother and father, and was suddenly seized with uncontrollable laughter. The two girls stood in the road and laughed till the tears ran down their faces as they caught sight again of the shy, unworldly couple of their parents going on ahead. "We're roaring at you, mother," called Ursula, helplessly following after her parents. Mrs. Brangwen turned round with a slightly puzzled, exasperated look. "Oh, indeed," she said. "What is there so very funny about me, I should like to know?" She could not understand that there could be anything amiss with her appearance. She had a perfect calm sufficiency, an easy indifference to any criticism whatsoever, as if she were beyond it. Her clothes were always rather odd, and as a rule slipshod, yet she wore them with a perfect ease and satisfaction. Whatever she had on, so long as she was barely tidy, she was right, beyond remark. Such an aristocrat she was by instinct. "You look so stately, like a country baroness," said Ursula, laughing with a little tenderness at her mother's naïve, puzzled air. "Just like a country baroness," chimed in Gudrun. Now the mother's natural hauteur became self-conscious, and the girls shrieked again. "Go home, you pair of idiots! Great giggling idiots!" cried the father, inflamed with irritation. "Meuh!" booed Ursula, pulling a face at his crossness. The yellow light danced in his eyes. He leaned forward in real rage. "Don't be so silly as to take any notice of the great gabies," said Mrs. Brangwen, turning on her way. "I'll see if I'm going to be followed by a pair of giggling, yelling jackanapes!" he cried vengefully. The girls stood still, laughing helplessly at his fury, upon the path beside the hedge. "Why, you're as silly as they are to take any notice," said Mrs. Brangwen, also becoming angry, now he was really enraged. "There are some people coming, father," cried Ursula, with mocking warning. He glanced round quickly, and went on to join his wife, walking stiff with rage, and the girls followed, weak with laughter. When the people had passed by, Brangwen cried in a loud, stupid voice: "I'm going back home if there's any more of this. I'm damned if I'm going to be made a fool of in this fashion, in the public road." He was really out of temper. At the sound of his blind, vindictive voice, the laughter suddenly left the girls, and their hearts contracted with contempt. They hated his words, "in the public road." What did they care for the public road? But Gudrun was conciliatory. "But we weren't laughing to hurt you," she cried, with an uncouth gentleness which made her parents uncomfortable. "We were laughing because we're fond of you." "We'll walk on in front if they are so touchy," said Ursula, angry. And in this wise they arrived at Willey Water. The lake was blue and fair. The meadows sloped down in sunshine on one side, the thick dark woods dropped steeply on the other. The little pleasure launch was fussing out from the shore, twanging its music, crowded with people, flapping its paddles. Near the boat-house was a throng of gaily dressed persons, small in the distance. And on the high road some of the common people were standing along the hedge, looking at the festivity beyond, enviously, like souls not admitted to paradise. "My eye," said Gudrun sotto voce, looking at the motley of guests. "There's a pretty crowd, if you like. Imagine yourself in the midst of that, my dear." Gudrun's apprehensive horror of people in the mass unnerved Ursula. "It looks rather awful," she said anxiously. "And imagine what they'll be like. Imagine," said Gudrun, still in that unnerving, subdued voice. Yet she advanced determinedly. "I suppose we can get away from them?" said Ursula anxiously. "We're in a pretty fix if we can't," said Gudrun. Her extreme ironic loathing and apprehension was very trying to Ursula. "We needn't stay," she said. "I certainly shan't stay 5 minutes among that little lot," said Gudrun. They advanced nearer, till they saw policemen at the gates. "Policemen to keep you in, too," said Gudrun. "My word, this is a beautiful affair." "We'd better look after father and mother," said Ursula anxiously. "Mother's perfectly capable of getting through this little celebration," said Gudrun with some contempt. But Ursula knew that her father felt uncouth and angry and unhappy, so she was far from her ease. They waited outside the gate till their parents came up. The tall, thin man in his crumpled clothes was unnerved and irritable as a boy, finding himself on the brink of this social function. He did not feel a gentleman. He did not feel anything except pure exasperation. Ursula took her place at his side. They gave their tickets to the policeman and passed in onto the grass, four abreast. The tall, hot, ruddy dark man with his narrow, boyish brow drawn with irritation. The fresh-faced, easy woman, perfectly collected, though her hair was slipping on one side. Then Gudrun, her eyes round and dark and staring, her full, soft face impassive, almost sulky, so that she seemed to be backing away in antagonism, even whilst she was advancing. And then Ursula, with the odd, brilliant, dazzled look on her face, that always came when she was in some false situation. Birkin was the good angel. He came smiling to them with his affected social grace, that somehow was never quite right. But he took off his hat and smiled at them with a real smile in his eyes, so that Brangwen cried out heartily in relief: "How do you do? You're better, are you?" "Yes, I'm better. How do you do, Mrs. Brangwen? I know Gudrun and Ursula very well." His eyes smiled full of natural warmth. He had a soft, flattering manner with women, particularly with women who were not young. "Yes," said Mrs. Brangwen, cool but yet gratified. "I have heard them speak of you often enough." He laughed. Gudrun looked aside, feeling she was being belittled. People were standing about in groups. Some women were sitting in the shade of the walnut tree with cups of tea in their hands. A waiter in evening dress was hurrying round. Some girls were simpering with parasols. Some young men, who had just come in from rowing, were sitting cross-legged on the grass, coatless, their shirt-sleeves rolled up in manly fashion, their hands resting on their white flannel trousers, their gaudy ties floating about, as they laughed and tried to be witty with the young damsels. "Why," thought Gudrun churlishly, "don't they have the manners to put their coats on, and not to assume such intimacy in their appearance?" She abhorred the ordinary young man with his hair plastered back, and his easy-going chumminess. Hermione Roddice came up, in a handsome gown of white lace, trailing an enormous silk shawl blotched with great embroidered flowers, and balancing an enormous plain hat on her head. She looked striking, astonishing, almost macabre, so tall, with the fringe of her great cream-coloured, vividly blotched shawl trailing on the ground after her, her thick hair coming low over her eyes, her face strange and long and pale, and the blotches of brilliant colour drawn round her. "Doesn't she look weird?" Gudrun heard some girls titter behind her, and she could have killed them. "How do you do?" sang Hermione, coming up very kindly, and glancing slowly over Gudrun's father and mother. It was a trying moment, exasperating for Gudrun. Hermione was really so strongly entrenched in her class superiority, she could come up and know people out of simple curiosity, as if they were creatures on exhibition. Gudrun would do the same herself, but she resented being in the position when somebody might do it to her. Hermione, very remarkable and distinguishing the Brangwens very much, led them along to where Laura Crich stood receiving the guests. "This is Mrs. Brangwen," sang Hermione, and Laura, who wore a stiff, embroidered linen dress, shook hands and said she was glad to see her. Then Gerald came up, dressed in white, with a black and brown blazer, and looking handsome. He too was introduced to the Brangwen parents, and immediately he spoke to Mrs. Brangwen as if she were a lady, and to Brangwen as if he were not a gentleman. Gerald was so obvious in his demeanour. He had to shake hands with his left hand, because he had hurt his right, and carried it bandaged up in the pocket of his jacket. Gudrun was very thankful that none of her party asked him what was the matter with the hand. The steam launch was fussing in, with all its music jingling, people calling excitedly from on board. Gerald went to see to the debarkation. Birkin was getting tea for Mrs. Brangwen. Brangwen had joined a grammar school group. Hermione was sitting down by their mother. The girls went to the landing stage to watch the launch come in. She hooted and tooted gaily, then her paddles were silent. The ropes were thrown ashore. She drifted in with a little bump. Immediately the passengers crowded excitedly to come ashore. "Wait a minute! Wait a minute!" shouted Gerald in sharp command. They must wait till the boat was tight on the ropes, till the small gangway was put out. Then they streamed ashore, clamouring as if they had come from America. "Oh, it's so nice!" the young girls were crying. "It's quite lovely!" The waiters from on board ran out to the boathouse with baskets. The captain lounged on the little bridge. Seeing all safe, Gerald came to Gudrun and Ursula. "You wouldn't care to go on board for the next trip, and have tea there?" he asked. "No, thanks," said Gudrun coldly. "You don't care for the water?" "For the water? Yes, I like it very much." He looked at her, his eyes searching. "You don't care for going on a launch, then?" She was slow in answering, and then she spoke slowly. "No," she said, "I can't say that I do." Her colour was high. She seemed angry about something. "Un peu trop de monde," said Ursula, explaining. "Eh? Trop de monde?" He laughed shortly. "Yes, there's a fair number of 'em." Gudrun turned on him brilliantly. "Have you ever been from Westminster Bridge to Richmond on one of the Thames steamers?" she cried. "No," he said, "I can't say I have." "Well, it's one of the most vile experiences I've ever had." She spoke rapidly and excitedly, the colour high in her cheeks. "There was absolutely nowhere to sit down, nowhere. A man just above sang 'Rocked in the Cradle of the Deep' the whole way. He was blind, and he had a small organ, one of those portable organs, and he expected money, so you can imagine what that was like. There came a constant smell of luncheon from below, and puffs of hot oily machinery. The journey took hours and hours and hours. And for miles, literally for miles, dreadful boys ran with us on the shore, in that awful Thames mud, going in up to the waist. They had their trousers turned back, and they went up to their hips, in that indescribable Thames mud, their faces always turned to us, and screaming, exactly like carrion creatures, screaming, 'Here you are, sir! Here you are, sir! Here you are, sir!' Exactly like some foul carrion objects, perfectly obscene. And paterfamilias on board laughing when the boys went right down in that awful mud, occasionally throwing them a halfpenny. And if you'd seen the intent look on the faces of these boys, and the way they darted in the filth when a coin was flung, really no vulture or jackal could dream of approaching them for foulness. I never would go on a pleasure boat again, never." Gerald watched her all the time she spoke, his eyes glittering with faint rousedness. It was not so much what she said, it was she herself who roused him with a small, vivid pricking. "Of course," he said, "every civilised body is bound to have its vermin." "Why?" cried Ursula. "I don't have vermin." "And it's not that. It's the quality of the whole thing.
paterfamilias laughing and thinking it's sport and throwing the halfpennies, and materfamilias spreading her fat little knees and eating, continually eating," replied Gudrun. "Yes," said Ursula. "It isn't the boys so much who are vermin, it's the people themselves, the whole body politic, as you call it." Gerald laughed. "Never mind," he said. "You shan't go on the launch." Gudrun flushed quickly at his rebuke. There were a few moments of silence. Gerald, like a sentinel, was watching the people who were going on to the boat. He was very good-looking and self-contained, but his air of soldierly alertness was rather irritating. "Will you have tea here, then? Or go across to the house, where there's a tent on the lawn?" he asked. "Can't we have a rowing boat and get out?" asked Ursula, who was always rushing in too fast. "To get out?" smiled Gerald. "You see," cried Gudrun, flushing at Ursula's outspoken rudeness, "we don't know the people. We are almost complete strangers here." "Oh, I can soon set you up with a few acquaintances," he said easily. Gudrun looked at him, to see if it were ill meant. Then she smiled at him. "Ah," she said, "you know what we mean. Can't we go up there and explore that coast?" She pointed to a grove on the hillock of the meadow side, near the shore, halfway down the lake. "That looks perfectly lovely. We might even bathe. Isn't it beautiful in this light? Really, it's like one of the reaches of the Nile, as one imagines the Nile." Gerald smiled at her factitious enthusiasm for the distant spot. "You're sure it's far enough off?" he asked ironically, adding at once, "Yes, you might go there, if we could get a boat. They seem to be all out." He looked round the lake and counted the rowing boats on its surface. "How lovely it would be!" cried Ursula wistfully. "And don't you want tea?" he said. "Oh," said Gudrun, "we could just drink a cup and be off." He looked from one to the other, smiling. He was somewhat offended, yet sporting. "Can you manage a boat pretty well?" he asked. "Yes," replied Gudrun coldly, "pretty well." "Oh yes," cried Ursula, "we can both of us row like water spiders." "You can? There's a light little canoe of mine, that I didn't take out for fear somebody should drown themselves. Do you think you'd be safe in that?" "Oh, perfectly," said Gudrun. "What an angel!" cried Ursula. "Don't, for my sake, have an accident, because I'm responsible for the water." "Sure," pledged Gudrun. "Besides, we can both swim quite well," said Ursula. "Well, then I'll get them to put you up a tea basket, and you can picnic all to yourselves. That's the idea, isn't it?" "How fearfully good, how frightfully nice if you could," cried Gudrun warmly, her colour flushing up again. It made the blood stir in his veins, the subtle way she turned to him and infused her gratitude into his body. "Where's Birkin?" he said, his eyes twinkling. "He might help me to get it down." "But what about your hand? Isn't it hurt?" asked Gudrun, rather muted, as if avoiding the intimacy. This was the first time the hurt had been mentioned. The curious way she skirted round the subject sent a new, subtle caress through his veins. He took his hand out of his pocket. It was bandaged. He looked at it, then put it in his pocket again. Gudrun quivered at the sight of the wrapped-up paw. "Oh, I can manage with one hand. The canoe is as light as a feather," he said. "There's Rupert. Rupert!" Birkin turned from his social duties and came towards them. "What have you done to it?" asked Ursula, who had been aching to put the question for the last half hour. "To my hand?" said Gerald. "I trapped it in some machinery." "Ugh!" said Ursula. "And did it hurt much?" "Yes," he said, "it did at the time. It's getting better now. It crushed the fingers."
"Oh!" cried Ursula, as if in pain.
"I hate people who hurt themselves. I can feel it." And she shook her hand.
"What do you want?" said Birkin. The two men carried down the slim brown boat and set it on the water.
"You're quite sure you'll be safe in it?" Gerald asked.
"Quite sure," said Gudrun. "I wouldn't be so mean as to take it, if there were the slightest doubt. But I've had a canoe at Arundel, and I assure you I'm perfectly safe." So saying, having given her word like a man, she and Ursula entered the frail craft, and pushed gently off. The two men stood watching them. Gudrun was paddling. She knew the men were watching her, and it made her slow and rather clumsy. The colour flew in her face like a flag. "Thanks awfully," she called back to him from the water, as the boat slid away. "It's lovely, like sitting in a leaf." He laughed at the fancy. Her voice was shrill and strange, calling from the distance. He watched her as she paddled away. There was something childlike about her, trustful and deferential, like a child. He watched her all the while as she rowed. And to Gudrun it was a real delight, in make-belief, to be the childlike, clinging woman to the man who stood there on the quay, so good-looking and efficient in his white clothes, and moreover, the most important man she knew at the moment. She did not take any notice of the wavering, indistinct, lambent Birkin, who stood at his side. One figure at a time occupied the field of her attention. The boat rustled lightly along the water. They passed the bathers, whose striped tents stood between the willows of the meadow's edge, and drew along the open shore, past the meadows that sloped golden in the light of the already late afternoon. Other boats were stealing under the wooded shore opposite. They could hear people's laughter and voices. But Gudrun rowed on towards the clump of trees that balanced perfect in the distance, in the golden light. The sisters found a little place where a tiny stream flowed into the lake, with reeds and flowery marsh of pink willow herb, and a gravelly bank to the side. Here they ran delicately ashore with their frail boat. The two girls took off their shoes and stockings, and went through the water's edge to the grass. The tiny ripples of the lake were warm and clear. They lifted their boat onto the bank, and looked round with joy. They were quite alone in a forsaken little stream mouth, and on the knoll just behind was the clump of trees.
"We will bathe just for a moment," said Ursula, "and then we'll have tea."
They looked round. Nobody could notice them, or could come up in time to see them. In less than a minute, Ursula had thrown off her clothes, and had slipped naked into the water, and was swimming out. Quickly Gudrun joined her. They swam silently and blissfully for a few minutes, circling round their little stream mouth. Then they slipped ashore and ran into the grove again, like nymphs.
"How lovely it is to be free," said Ursula, running swiftly here and there between the tree trunks, quite naked, her hair blowing loose.
The grove was of beech trees, big and splendid, a steel grey scaffolding of trunks and boughs, with level sprays of strong green here and there, whilst through the northern side the distance glimmered open as through a window. When they had run and danced themselves dry, the girls quickly dressed and sat down to the fragrant tea. They sat on the northern side of the grove, in the yellow sunshine, facing the slope of the grassy hill, alone in a little wild world of their own. The tea was hot and aromatic. There were delicious little sandwiches of cucumber and of caviar, and winy cakes.
"Are you happy, Prune?" cried Ursula in delight, looking at her sister.
"Ursula, I'm perfectly happy," replied Gudrun gravely, looking at the westering sun.
"So am I."
When they were together, doing the things they enjoyed, the two sisters were quite complete in a perfect world of their own. And this was one of the perfect moments of freedom and delight, such as children alone know, when all seems a perfect and blissful adventure. When they had finished tea, the two girls sat on, silent and serene. Then Ursula, who had a beautiful, strong voice, began to sing to herself softly, Entchen von Tachau. Gudrun listened as she sat beneath the trees, and the yearning came into her heart. Ursula seemed so peaceful and sufficient unto herself, sitting there unconsciously crooning her song, strong and unquestioned at the centre of her own universe. And Gudrun felt herself outside, always this desolating, agonised feeling that she was outside of life, an onlooker, whilst Ursula was a partaker, caused Gudrun to suffer from a sense of her own negation, and made her that she must always demand the other to be aware of her, to be in connection with her. "Do you mind if I do Dalcroze to that tune, Hertler?" she asked, in a curious muted tone, scarce moving her lips. "What did you say?" asked Ursula, looking up in peaceful surprise. "Will you sing while I do Dalcroze?" said Gudrun, suffering at having to repeat herself. Ursula thought a moment, gathering her straying wits together. "While you do?" she asked vaguely. "Dalcroze movements," said Gudrun, suffering tortures of self-consciousness, even because of her sister. "Oh, Dalcroze! I couldn't catch the name. Do! I should love to see you," cried Ursula, with childish, surprised brightness. "What shall I sing?" "Sing anything you like, and I'll take the rhythm from it." But Ursula could not for her life think of anything to sing. However, she suddenly began in a laughing, teasing voice: "My love is a high-born lady." Gudrun, looking as if some invisible chain weighed on her hands and feet, began slowly to dance in the eurythmic manner, pulsing and fluttering rhythmically with her feet, making slower, regular gestures with her hands and arms, now spreading her arms wide, now raising them above her head, now flinging them softly apart, and lifting her face, her feet all the time beating and running to the measure of the song, as if it were some strange incantation, her white, rapt form drifting here and there in a strange impulsive rhapsody, seeming to be lifted on a breeze of incantation, shuddering with strange little runs. Ursula sat on the grass, her mouth open in her singing, her eyes laughing as if she thought it was a great joke, but a yellow light flashing up in them as she caught some of the unconscious, ritualistic suggestion of the complex shuddering and waving and drifting of her sister's white form, that was clutched in pure, mindless, tossing rhythm, and a will set powerful in a kind of hypnotic influence. "My love is a high-born lady, she is rather dark than shady," rang out Ursula's laughing satiric song, and quicker, fiercer went Gudrun in the dance, stamping as if she were trying to throw off some bond, flinging her hands suddenly and stamping again, then rushing with face uplifted and throat full and beautiful, and eyes half closed, sightless. The sun was low and yellow, sinking down, and in the sky floated a thin, ineffectual moon. Ursula was quite absorbed in her song, when suddenly Gudrun stopped and said mildly, ironically: "Ursula?" "Yes?" said Ursula, opening her eyes out of the trance. Gudrun was standing still and pointing, a mocking smile on her face, towards the side. "Ugh!" cried Ursula in sudden panic, starting to her feet. "They're quite all right," rang out Gudrun's sardonic voice. On the left stood a little cluster of Highland cattle, vividly coloured and fleecy in the evening light, their horns branching into the sky, pushing forward their muzzles inquisitively to know what it was all about. Their eyes glittered through their tangle of hair, their naked nostrils were full of shadow. "Won't they do anything?" cried Ursula in fear. Gudrun, who was usually frightened of cattle, now shook her head in a queer, half doubtful, half sardonic motion, a faint smile round her mouth. "Don't they look charming, Ursula?" cried Gudrun, in a high, strident voice, something like the scream of a seagull. "Charming," cried Ursula in trepidation. "But won't they do anything to us?" Again Gudrun looked back at her sister with an enigmatic smile, and shook her head. "I'm sure they won't," she said, as if she had to convince herself also, and yet as if she were confident of some secret power in herself, and had to put it to the test. "Sit down and sing again," she called in her high, strident voice. "I'm frightened," cried Ursula in a pathetic voice, watching the group of sturdy, short cattle that stood with their knees planted and watched with their dark, wicked eyes through the matted fringe of their hair. Nevertheless, she sank down again in her former posture. "They're quite safe," came Gudrun's high call. "Sing something! You've only to sing something!" It was evident she had a strange passion to dance before the sturdy, handsome cattle. Ursula began to sing in a false, quavering voice. "Way down in Tennessee." She sounded purely anxious. Nevertheless Gudrun, with her arms outspread and her face uplifted, went in a strange, palpitating dance towards the cattle, lifting her body towards them as if in a spell, her feet pulsing as if in some little frenzy of unconscious sensation, her arms, her wrists, her hands stretching and heaving and falling and reaching and falling, her breasts lifted and shaken towards the cattle, her throat exposed as in some voluptuous ecstasy towards them, whilst she drifted imperceptibly nearer, an uncanny white figure, towards them, carried away in its own rapt trance, ebbing in strange fluctuations upon the cattle, that waited and ducked their heads a little in sudden contraction from her, watching all the time as if hypnotised, their bare horns branching in the clear light, as the white figure of the woman ebbed upon them in the slow, hypnotising convulsion of the dance. She could feel them just in front of her. It was as if she had the electric pulse from their breasts running into her hands. Soon she would touch them, actually touch them. A terrible shiver of fear and pleasure went through her. And all the while Ursula, spellbound, kept up her high-pitched, thin, irrelevant song, which pierced the fading evening like an incantation. Gudrun could hear the cattle breathing heavily, with helpless fear and fascination. Oh, they were brave little beasts, these wild Scotch bullocks, wild and fleecy. Suddenly one of them snorted, ducked its head and backed. "Hey! Hi-ee!" came a sudden loud shout from the edge of the grove. The cattle broke and fell back quite spontaneously, went running up the hill, their fleece waving like fire to their motion. Gudrun stood suspended out on the grass. Ursula rose to her feet. It was Gerald and Birkin come to find them, and Gerald had cried out to frighten off the cattle. "What do you think you're doing?" he now called, in a high, wondering, vexed tone. "Why have you come?" came back Gudrun's strident cry of anger. "What do you think you are doing?" Gerald repeated automatically. "We were doing eurythmics," laughed Ursula in a shaken voice. Gudrun stood aloof, looking at them with large dark eyes of resentment, suspended for a few moments. Then she walked away up the hill, after the cattle, which had gathered in a little spellbound cluster higher up. "Where are you going?" Gerald called after her. And he followed her up the hillside. The sun had gone behind the hill, and shadows were clinging to the earth. The sky above was full of travelling light. "A poor song for a dance," said Birkin to Ursula, standing before her with a sardonic, flickering laugh on his face. And in another second he was singing softly to himself, and dancing a grotesque step dance in front of her, his limbs and body shaking loose, his face flickering palely, a constant thing, whilst his feet beat a rapid mocking tattoo, and his body seemed to hang all loose and quaking in between, like a shadow. "I think we've all gone mad," she said, laughing, rather frightened. "Pity we aren't madder," he answered, as he kept up the incessant shaking dance. Then suddenly he leaned up to her and kissed her fingers lightly, putting his face to hers and looking into her eyes with a pale grin. She stepped back, affronted. "Offended?" he asked ironically, suddenly going quite still and reserved again. "I thought you liked the light fantastic." "Not like that," she said, confused and bewildered, almost affronted. Yet somewhere inside her she was fascinated by the sight of his loose vibrating body, perfectly abandoned to its own dropping and swinging, and by the pallid, sardonic, smiling face above. Yet automatically she stiffened herself away, and disapproved. It seemed almost an obscenity in a man who talked, as a rule, so very seriously. "Why not like that?" he mocked. And immediately he dropped again into the incredibly rapid, slack-waggling dance, watching her malevolently. And moving in the rapid stationary dance, he came a little nearer, and reached forward with an incredibly mocking, satiric gleam on his face, and would have kissed her again, had she not started back. "No, don't!" she cried, really afraid. "Cordelia after all," he said satirically. She was stung, as if this were an insult. She knew he intended it as such, and it bewildered her. "And you," she cried in retort, "why do you always take your soul in your mouth so frightfully full?" "So that I can spit it out the more readily," he said, pleased by his own retort. Gerald Crich, his face narrowing to an intent gleam, followed up the hill with quick strides, straight after Gudrun. The cattle stood with their noses together on the brow of a slope, watching the scene below, the men in white hovering about the white forms of the women, watching above all Gudrun, who was advancing slowly towards them. She stood a moment, glancing back at Gerald, and then at the cattle. Then, in a sudden motion, she lifted her arms and rushed sheer upon the long-horned bullocks, in shuddering, irregular runs, pausing for a second and looking at them, then lifting her hands and running forward with a flash, till they ceased pawing the ground and gave way, snorting with terror, lifting their heads from the ground and flinging themselves away, galloping off into the evening, becoming tiny in the distance, and still not stopping. Gudrun remained staring after them, with a mask-like, defiant face. "Why do you want to drive them mad?" asked Gerald, coming up with her. She took no notice of him, only averted her face from him. "It's not safe, you know," he persisted. "They're nasty when they do turn." "Turn where? Turn away?" she mocked loudly. "No," he said, "turn against you." "Turn against me?" she mocked. He could make nothing of this. "Anyway, they gored one of the farmer's cows to death the other day," he said.
"What do I care?" she said. "I cared, though," he replied, "seeing that they're my cattle." "How are they yours? You haven't swallowed them. Give me one of them now," she said, holding out her hand. "You know where they are," he said, pointing over the hill. "You can have one, if you'd like it sent to you later on." She looked at him inscrutably. "You think I'm afraid of you and your cattle, don't you?" she asked. His eyes narrowed dangerously. There was a faint, domineering smile on his face. "Why should I think that?" he said. She was watching him all the time with her dark, dilated, inchoate eyes. She leaned forward and swung round her arm, catching him a light blow on the face with the back of her hand. "That's why," she said, mocking. And she felt in her soul an unconquerable desire for deep violence against him. She shut off the fear and dismay that filled her conscious mind. She wanted to do as she did. She was not going to be afraid. He recoiled from the slight blow on his face. He became deadly pale, and a dangerous flame darkened his eyes. For some seconds he could not speak, his lungs were so suffused with blood, his heart stretched almost to bursting with a great gush of ungovernable emotion. It was as if some reservoir of black emotion had burst within him and swamped him. "You have struck the first blow," he said at last, forcing the words from his lungs, in a voice so soft and low it sounded like a dream within her, not spoken in the outer air. "And I shall strike the last," she retorted involuntarily, with confident assurance. He was silent. He did not contradict her. She stood negligently staring away from him into the distance. On the edge of her consciousness the question was asking itself automatically, "Why are you behaving in this impossible and ridiculous fashion?" But she was sullen. She half shoved the question out of herself. She could not get it clean away, so she felt self-conscious. Gerald, very pale, was watching her closely. His eyes were lit up with intent lights, absorbed and gleaming. She turned suddenly on him. "It's you who make me behave like this, you know," she said, almost suggestive. "I? How?" he said. But she turned away and set off towards the lake. Below, on the water, lanterns were coming alight, faint ghosts of warm flame floating in the pallor of the first twilight. The earth was spread with darkness like lacquer. Overhead was a pale sky, all primrose, and the lake was pale as milk in one part. Away at the landing stage, tiniest points of coloured rays were stringing themselves in the dusk. The launch was being illuminated. All round, shadow was gathering from the trees. Gerald, white like a presence in his summer clothes, was following down the open grassy slope. Gudrun waited for him to come up. Then she softly put out her hand and touched him, saying softly, "Don't be angry with me." A flame flew over him, and he was unconscious. Yet he stammered, "I'm not angry with you. I'm in love with you." His mind was gone. He grasped for sufficient mechanical control to save himself. She laughed a silvery little mockery, yet intolerably caressive. "That's one way of putting it," she said. The terrible swooning burden on his mind, the awful swooning, the loss of all his control, was too much for him. He grasped her arm in his one hand, as if his hand were iron. "It's all right then, is it?" he said, holding her arrested. She looked at the face with the fixed eyes set before her, and her blood ran cold. "Yes, it's all right," she said softly, as if drugged, her voice crooning and witch-like. He walked on beside her, a striding, mindless body. But he recovered a little as he went. He suffered badly. He had killed his brother when a boy, and was set apart, like Cain. They found Birkin and Ursula sitting together by the boats, talking and laughing. Birkin had been teasing Ursula. "Do you smell this little marsh?" he said, sniffing the air. He was very sensitive to scents, and quick in understanding them. "It's rather nice," she said. "No," he replied. "Alarming." "Why alarming?" she laughed. "It seethes and seethes, a river of darkness," he said, "putting forth lilies and snakes, and the ignis fatuus, and rolling all the time onward. That's what we never take into count, that it rolls onwards." "What does?" "The other river, the black river. We always consider the silver river of life, rolling on and quickening all the world to a brightness, on and on to heaven, flowing into a bright eternal sea, a heaven of angels thronging. But the other is our real reality." "But what other? I don't see any other," said Ursula. "It is your reality nevertheless," he said, "that dark river of dissolution. You see, it rolls in us just as the other rolls, the black river of corruption. And our flowers are of this, our sea-born Aphrodite, all our white phosphorescent flowers of sensuous perfection, all our reality nowadays." "You mean that Aphrodite is really deathly?" asked Ursula. "I mean she is the flowering mystery of the death process, yes," he replied. "When the stream of synthetic creation lapses, we find ourselves part of the inverse process, the blood of destructive creation. Aphrodite is born in the first spasm of universal dissolution. Then the snakes and swans and lotus, marsh flowers, and Gudrun and Gerald, born in the process of destructive creation." "And you and me?" she asked. "Probably," he replied. "In part, certainly. Whether we are that in toto, I don't yet know." "You mean we are flowers of dissolution? Fleurs du mal? I don't feel as if I were," she protested. He was silent for a time. "I don't feel as if we were, altogether," he replied. "Some people are pure flowers of dark corruption, lilies. But there ought to be some roses, warm and flamy. You know Heraclitus says a dry soul is best. I know so well what that means. Do you?" "I'm not sure," Ursula replied. "But what if people are all flowers of dissolution, when they're flowers at all? What difference does it make?" "No difference, and all the difference. Dissolution rolls on, just as production does," he said. "It is a progressive process, and it ends in universal nothing, the end of the world, if you like. But why isn't the end of the world as good as the beginning?" "I suppose it isn't," said Ursula, rather angry. "Oh yes, ultimately," he said. "It means a new cycle of creation after, but not for us. If it is the end, then we are of the end. Fleurs du mal, if you like. If we are fleurs du mal, we're not roses of happiness, and there you are." "But I think I am," said Ursula. "I think I am a rose of happiness."
"Ready-made?" he asked ironically.
"No, real," she said, hurt.
"If we are the end, we are not the beginning," he said.
"Yes, we are," she said. "The beginning comes out of the end."
"After it, not out of it. After us, not out of us."
"You are a devil, you know, really," she said. "You want to destroy our hope. You want us to be deathly." "No," he said. "I only want us to know what we are." "Ha!" she cried in anger. "You only want us to know death." "You're quite right," said the soft voice of Gerald, out of the dusk behind. End of the first part of chapter 14. Recording by Ruth Golding. The second part of chapter 14 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The second part of chapter 14. Water Party. Birkin rose. Gerald and Gudrun came up. They all began to smoke in the moments of silence. One after another Birkin lighted their cigarettes. The match flickered in the twilight, and they were all smoking peacefully by the waterside. The lake was dim, the light dying from off it in the midst of the dark land. The air all round was intangible, neither here nor there, and there was an unreal noise of banjos or such like music. As the golden swim of light overhead died out, the moon gained brightness, and seemed to begin to smile forth her ascendancy. The dark woods on the opposite shore melted into universal shadow. And amid this universal undershadow there was a scattered intrusion of lights. Far down the lake were fantastic pale strings of colour, like beads of wan fire, green and red and yellow. The music came out in a little puff, as the launch, all illuminated, veered into the great shadow, stirring her outlines of half-living lights, puffing out her music in little drifts. All were lighting up. Here and there, close against the faint water, and at the far end of the lake, where the water lay milky in the last whiteness of the sky, and there was no shadow, solitary frail flames of lanterns floated from the unseen boats. There was a sound of oars, and a boat passed from the pallor into the darkness under the wood, where her lanterns seemed to kindle into fire, hanging in ruddy, lovely globes. And again, in the lake, shadowy red gleams hovered in reflection about the boat. Everywhere were these noiseless, ruddy creatures of fire drifting near the surface of the water, caught at by the rarest, scarce visible reflections. Birkin brought the lanterns from the bigger boat, and the four shadowy white figures gathered round to light them. Ursula held up the first. Birkin lowered the light from the rosy, glowing cup of his hands into the depths of the lantern. It was kindled, and they all stood back to look at the great blue moon of light that hung from Ursula's hand, casting a strange gleam on her face. It flickered, and Birkin went bending over the well of light. His face shone out like an apparition, so unconscious, and again something demoniacal. Ursula was dim and veiled, looming over him. "That is all right," said his voice softly. She held up the lantern. It had a flight of stalks streaming through a turquoise sky of light over a dark earth. "This is beautiful," she said. "Lovely," echoed Gudrun, who wanted to hold one also, and lift it up, full of beauty. "Light one for me," she said. Gerald stood by her incapacitated. Birkin lit the lantern she held up. Her heart beat with anxiety to see how beautiful it would be. It was primrose yellow, with tall, straight flowers growing darkly from their dark leaves, lifting their heads into the primrose day, while butterflies hovered about them in the pure, clear light. Gudrun gave a little cry of excitement, as if pierced with delight. "Isn't it beautiful? Oh, isn't it beautiful?" Her soul was really pierced with beauty. She was translated beyond herself. Gerald leaned near to her, into her zone of light, as if to see. He came close to her, and stood touching her, looking with her at the primrose shining globe, and she turned her face to his, that was faintly bright in the light of the lantern, and they stood together in one luminous union, close together and ringed round with light, all the rest excluded. Birkin looked away, and went to light Ursula's second lantern. It had a pale ruddy sea bottom, with black crabs and seaweed moving sinuously under a transparent sea that passed into flamy ruddiness above. "You've got the heavens above and the waters under the earth," said Birkin to her. "Anything but the earth itself," she laughed, watching his live hands that hovered to attend to the light. "I'm dying to see what my second one is," cried Gudrun, in a vibrating, rather strident voice that seemed to repel the others from her. Birkin went and kindled it. It was of a lovely deep blue colour, with a red floor, and a great white cuttlefish flowing in white soft streams all over it. The cuttlefish had a face that stared straight from the heart of the light, very fixed and coldly intent. "How truly terrifying!" exclaimed Gudrun, in a voice of horror. Gerald at her side gave a low laugh. "But isn't it really fearful?" she cried in dismay. Again he laughed, and said, "Change it with Ursula for the crabs." Gudrun was silent for a moment. "Ursula," she said, "could you bear to have this fearful thing?" "I think the colouring is lovely," said Ursula. "So do I," said Gudrun. "But could you bear to have it swinging to your boat? Don't you want to destroy it at once?" "Oh no," said Ursula. "I don't want to destroy it." "Well, do you mind having it instead of the crabs? Are you sure you don't mind?" Gudrun came forward to exchange lanterns. "No," said Ursula, yielding up the crabs and receiving the cuttlefish. Yet she could not help feeling rather resentful at the way in which Gudrun and Gerald should assume a right over her, a precedence. "Come then," said Birkin. "I'll put them on the boats." He and Ursula were moving away to the big boat. "I suppose you'll row me back, Rupert," said Gerald, out of the pale shadow of the evening. "Won't you go with Gudrun in the canoe?" said Birkin. "It'll be more interesting." There was a moment's pause. Birkin and Ursula stood dimly, with their swinging lanterns, by the water's edge. The world was all elusive. "Is that all right?" said Gudrun to him. "It'll suit me very well," he said. "But what about you and the rowing? I don't see why you should pull me." "Why not?" she said. "I can pull you as well as I could pull Ursula." By her tone, he could tell she wanted to have him in the boat to herself, and that she was subtly gratified that she should have power over them both. He gave himself in a strange electric submission. She handed him the lanterns, whilst she went to fix the cane at the end of the canoe. He followed after her, and stood with the lanterns dangling against his white flannelled thighs, emphasising the shadow around. "Kiss me before we go," came his voice softly from out of the shadow above. She stopped her work in real momentary astonishment. "But why?" she exclaimed in pure surprise. "Why?" he echoed ironically. And she looked at him fixedly for some moments. Then she leaned forward and kissed him with a slow, luxurious kiss, lingering on the mouth. And then she took the lanterns from him, while he stood swooning with the perfect fire that burned in all his joints. They lifted the canoe into the water. Gudrun took her place, and Gerald pushed off. "Are you sure you don't hurt your hand doing that?" she asked, solicitous.
because I could have done it perfectly." "I don't hurt myself," he said in a low, soft voice that caressed her with inexpressible beauty. And she watched him as he sat near her, very near to her, in the stern of the canoe, his legs coming towards hers, his feet touching hers. And she paddled softly, lingeringly, longing for him to say something meaningful to her. But he remained silent. "You like this, do you?" she said in a gentle, solicitous voice. He laughed shortly. "There is a space between us," he said, in the same low, unconscious voice, as if something was speaking out of him. And she was as if magically aware of their being balanced in separation, in the boat. She swooned with acute comprehension and pleasure. "But I am very near," she said caressively, gaily. "Yet distant, distant," he said. Again she was silent with pleasure, before she answered, speaking with a reedy, thrilled voice.
"Yet we cannot very well change whilst we're on the water."
She caressed him subtly and strangely, having him completely at her mercy. A dozen or more boats on the lake swung their rosy and moon-like lanterns low on the water that reflected as from a fire. In the distance the steamer twanged and thrummed and washed with her faintly splashing paddles, trailing her strings of coloured lights, and occasionally lighting up the whole scene luridly with an effusion of fireworks, Roman candles, and sheafs of stars, and other simple effects, illuminating the surface of the water and showing the boats creeping round, low down. Then the lovely darkness fell again. The lanterns and the little threaded lights glimmered softly. There was a muffled knocking of oars and a waving of music. Gudrun paddled almost imperceptibly. Gerald could see, not far ahead, the rich blue and the rose globes of Ursula's lanterns, swaying softly cheek to cheek as Birkin rowed, and iridescent, evanescent gleams chasing in the wake. He was aware, too, of his own delicately coloured lights casting their softness behind him. Gudrun rested her paddle and looked round. The canoe lifted with the lightest ebbing of the water. Gerald's white knees were very near to her. "Isn't it beautiful?" she said softly, as if reverently. She looked at him as he leaned back against the faint crystal of the lantern light. She could see his face, although it was a pure shadow. But it was a piece of twilight, and her breast was keen with passion for him. He was so beautiful in his male stillness and mystery. It was a certain pure effluence of maleness, like an aroma from his softly, firmly moulded contours, a certain rich perfection of his presence that touched her with an ecstasy, a thrill of pure intoxication. She loved to look at him. For the present she did not want to touch him, to know the further satisfying substance of his living body. He was purely intangible, yet so near. Her hands lay on the paddle like slumber. She only wanted to see him like a crystal shadow, to feel his essential presence. "Yes," he said vaguely, "it is very beautiful." He was listening to the faint near sounds, the dropping of water drops from the oar blades, the slight drumming of the lanterns behind him as they rubbed against one another, the occasional rustling of Gudrun's full skirt, an alien land noise. His mind was almost submerged. He was almost transfused, lapsed out for the first time in his life into the things about him. For he always kept such a keen attentiveness, concentrated and unyielding in himself. Now he had let go. Imperceptibly, He was melting into oneness with the whole. It was like pure, perfect sleep. His first great sleep of life. He had been so insistent, so guarded all his life, but here was sleep and peace and perfect lapsing out. "Shall I row to the landing stage?" asked Gudrun wistfully. "Anywhere," he answered. "Let it drift." "Tell me then, if we're running into anything," she replied, in that very quiet, toneless voice of sheer intimacy. "The lights will show," he said. So they drifted almost motionless in silence. He wanted silence, pure and whole. But she was uneasy yet for some word, for some assurance. "Nobody will miss you?" she asked, anxious for some communication. "Miss me?" he echoed. "No, why?" "I wondered if anybody would be looking for you." "Why should they look for me?" And he remembered his manners. "But perhaps you want to get back," he said in a changed voice. "No, I don't want to get back," she replied. "No, I assure you." "You're quite sure it's all right for you?" "Perfectly all right." And again they were still. The launch twanged and hooted, somebody was singing. Then, as if the night smashed, suddenly there was a great shout, a confusion of shouting, warring on the water, then the horrid noise of paddles reversed and churned violently. Gerald sat up, and Gudrun looked at him in fear. "Somebody in the water," he said angrily and desperately, looking keenly across the dusk. "Can you row up?" "Where? To the launch?" asked Gudrun, in nervous panic. "Yes." "You'll tell me if I don't steer straight," she said, in nervous apprehension. "You keep pretty level," he said, and the canoe hastened forward. The shouting and the noise continued, sounding horrid through the dusk, over the surface of the water. "Wasn't this bound to happen?" said Gudrun with heavy, hateful irony. But he hardly heard, and she glanced over her shoulder to see her way. The half-dark waters were sprinkled with lovely bubbles of swaying lights. The launch did not look far off. She was rocking her lights in the early night. Gudrun rowed as hard as she could, but now that it was a serious matter, she seemed uncertain and clumsy in her stroke. It was difficult to paddle swiftly. She glanced at his face. He was looking fixedly into the darkness, very keen and alert and single in himself, instrumental. Her heart sank. She seemed to die a death. "Of course," she said to herself, "nobody will be drowned. Of course they won't. It would be too extravagant and sensational." But her heart was cold, because of his sharp, impersonal face. It was as if he belonged naturally to dread and catastrophe. As if he were himself again. Then there came a child's voice, a girl's high, piercing shriek.
"Die! Die! 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 Oh, die! Oh, die! Oh, die!"
The blood ran cold in Gudrun's veins.
"It's Diana, is it?"
muttered Gerald.
"The young monkey! She'd have to be up to some of her tricks."
And he glanced again at the paddle. The boat was not going quickly enough for him. It made Gudrun almost helpless at the rowing, this nervous stress. She kept up with all her might. Still the voices were calling and answering. "Where? Where? There you are, that's it. Which? No, no! Damn it all! Here, here!" Boats were hurrying from all directions to the scene. Coloured lanterns could be seen waving close to the surface of the lake, reflections swaying after them in uneven haste. The steamer hooted again for some unknown reason. Gudrun's boat was travelling quickly, the lanterns were swinging behind Gerald. And then again came the child's high, screaming voice, with a note of weeping and impatience in it now.
"Die! Oh, die! Oh, die! Oh, die!"
It was a terrible sound, coming through the obscure air of the evening.
"You'd be better if you were in bed, Winnie,"
Gerald muttered to himself. He was stooping, unlacing his shoes, pushing them off with the foot. Then he threw his soft hat into the bottom of the boat.
"You can't go into the water with your hurt hand,"
said Gudrun, panting, in a low voice of horror.
"What? It won't hurt."
He had struggled out of his jacket, and had dropped it between his feet. He sat bareheaded, all in white now. He felt the belt at his waist. They were nearing the launch, which stood still big above them, her myriad lamps making lovely darts and sinuous running tongues of ugly red and green and yellow light on the lustrous dark water under the shadow.
"Oh, get her out! Oh, darling! Oh, get her out! Oh, daddy!
Moaned the child's voice in distraction. Somebody was in the water with a lifebelt. 2 boats paddled near, their lanterns swinging ineffectually, the boats nosing round.
"Hi there! Rockley! Hi there!"
"Mr. Gerald!"
came the captain's terrified voice.
"Miss Diana's in the water!"
"Anybody gone in for her?"
came Gerald's sharp voice.
"Young Dr. Brindle, sir."
"Where?"
"Can't see no signs of them, sir. Everybody's looking, but there's nothing so far."
There was a moment's ominous pause.
"Where did she go in?"
"I think about where that boat is."
Came the uncertain answer.
"That one with red and green lights."
"Row there,"
said Gerald quietly to Gudrun.
"Get her out, Gerald! Oh, get her out!"
The child's voice was crying anxiously. He took no heed.
"Lean back that way,"
said Gerald to Gudrun, as he stood up in the frail boat.
"She won't upset."
In another moment he had dropped clean down, soft and plumb into the water. Gudrun was swaying violently in her boat. The agitated water shook with transient lights. She realised that it was faintly moonlight, and that he was gone. So it was possible to be gone. A terrible sense of fatality robbed her of all feeling and thought. She knew he was gone out of the world. There was merely the same world and absence, his absence. The night seemed large and vacuous. Lanterns swayed here and there. People were talking in an undertone on the launch and in the boats. She could hear Winifred moaning.
"Oh, do find her, Gerald! Do find her!"
And somebody trying to comfort the child. Gudrun paddled aimlessly here and there. The terrible, massive, cold, boundless surface of the water terrified her beyond words. Would he never come back? She felt she must jump into the water too, to know the horror also. She started, hearing someone say, "There he is!" She saw the movement of his swimming, like a water rat, and she rowed involuntarily to him. But he was near another boat, a bigger one. Still she rowed towards him. She must be very near. She saw him. He looked like a seal. He looked like a seal as he took hold of the side of the boat. His fair hair was washed down on his round head. His face seemed to glisten suavely. She could hear him panting. Then he clambered into the boat. Oh, and the beauty of the subjection of his loins, white and dimly luminous as he climbed over the side of the boat, made her want to die. To die. The beauty of his dim and luminous loins as he climbed into the boat, his back rounded and soft. Oh, this was too much for her, too final a vision. She knew it, and it was fatal. The terrible hopelessness of fate and of beauty, such beauty. He was not like a man to her. He was an incarnation, a great phase of life. She saw him press the water out of his face and look at the bandage on his hand, and she knew it was all no good, and that she would never go beyond him. He was the final approximation of life to her. "Put the lights out, we shall see better," came his voice, sudden and mechanical, and belonging to the world of man. She could scarcely believe there was a world of man. She leaned round and blew out her lanterns. They were difficult to blow out. Everywhere the lights were gone, save the coloured points on the sides of the launch. The bluey grey early night spread level around. The moon was overhead. There were shadows of boats here and there. Again there was a splash, and he was gone under. Gudrun sat, sick at heart, frightened of the great level surface of the water, so heavy and deadly. She was so alone, with the level, unliving field of the water stretching beneath her. It was not a good isolation. It was a terrible, cold separation of suspense. She was suspended upon the surface of the insidious reality, until such time as she also should disappear beneath it. Then she knew, by a stirring of voices, that he had climbed out again into a boat. She sat wanting connection with him. Strenuously she claimed her connection with him across the invisible space of the water, but round her heart was an isolation unbearable, through which nothing would penetrate. "Take the launch in. It's no use keeping her there. Get lines for the dragging," came the decisive instrumental voice that was full of the sound of the world. The launch began gradually to beat the waters. "Gerald! Gerald!" came the wild, crying voice of Winifred. He did not answer. Slowly the launch drifted round in a pathetic and clumsy circle, and slunk away to the land, retreating into the dimness. The wash of her paddles grew duller. Gudrun rocked in her light boat, and dipped the paddle automatically to steady herself. "Gudrun!" called Ursula's voice. "Ursula!" The boats of the two sisters pulled together. "Where is Gerald?" said Gudrun. "He's dived again," said Ursula plaintively. "And I know he ought not, with his hurt hand and everything." "I'll take him in home this time," said Birkin. The boats swayed again from the wash of steamer. Gudrun and Ursula kept a look-out for Gerald. "There he is!" cried Ursula, who had the sharpest eyes. He had not been long under. Birkin pulled towards him, Gudrun following. He swam slowly, and caught hold of the boat with his wounded hand. It slipped, and he sank back. "Why don't you help him?" cried Ursula sharply. He came again, and Birkin leaned to help him into the boat. Gudrun again watched Gerald climb out of the water. But this time slowly, heavily, with the blind clambering motions of an amphibious beast, clumsy. Again the moon shone with faint luminosity on his white, wet figure, on the stooping back and the rounded loins. But it looked defeated now, his body. It clambered and fell with slow clumsiness. He was breathing hoarsely too, like an animal that is suffering. He sat slack and motionless in the boat, his head blunt and blind like a seal's, his whole appearance inhuman, unknowing. Gudrun shuddered as she mechanically followed his boat. Birkin rowed without speaking to the landing stage. "Where are you going?" Gerald asked suddenly, as if just waking up. "Home," said Birkin. "Oh no," said Gerald imperiously. "We can't go home while they're in the water. Turn back again. I'm going to find them." The women were frightened. His voice was so imperative and dangerous, almost mad, not to be opposed. "No," said Birkin, "you can't." There was a strange fluid compulsion in his voice. Gerald was silent in a battle of wills. It was as if he would kill the other man. But Birkin rode evenly and unswerving, with an inhuman inevitability. "Why should you interfere?" said Gerald in hate. Birkin did not answer. He rode towards the land, and Gerald sat mute, like a dumb beast, panting, his teeth chattering, his arms inert, his head like a seal's head. They came to the landing stage. Wet and naked looking, Gerald climbed up the few steps. There stood his father in the night. "Father," he said. "Yes, my boy. Go home and get those things off." "We shan't save them, father," said Gerald. "There's hope yet, my boy." "I'm afraid not. There's no knowing where they are. You can't find them, and there's a current as cold as hell." "We'll let the water out," said the father. "Go home, you, and look to yourself. See that he's looked after, Rupert," he added in a neutral voice. "Well, father, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm afraid it's my fault. But it can't be helped. I've done what I could for the moment. I could go on diving, of course. Not much, though, and not much use." He moved away, barefoot, on the planks of the platform. Then he trod on something sharp. "Of course, you've got no shoes on," said Birkin. "His shoes are here," cried Gudrun from below. She was making fast her boat. Gerald waited for them to be brought to him. Gudrun came with them. He pulled them on his feet. "If you once die," he said, "then when it's over, it's finished. Why come to life again? There's room under that water there for thousands." "Two is enough," she said, murmuring. He dragged on his second shoe. He was shivering violently, and his jaw shook as he spoke. "That's true," he said. "Maybe. But it's curious how much room there seems. A whole universe under there, and as cold as hell. You're as helpless as if your head was cut off." He could scarcely speak, he shook so violently. "There's one thing about our family, you know," he continued. "Once anything goes wrong, it can never be put right again. Not with us. I've noticed it all my life. You can't put a thing right once it has gone wrong." They were walking across the high road to the house. "And you know, when you're down there, it's so cold, actually, and so endless, so different, really, from what it is on top. So endless. You wonder how it is so many are alive, why we're up here. Are you going? I shall see you again, shan't I? Good night, and thank you. Thank you very much." The two girls waited a while to see if there were any hope. The moon shone clearly overhead, with almost impertinent brightness. The small dark boats clustered on the water. There were voices and subdued shouts. But it was all to no purpose. Gudrun went home when Birkin returned. He was commissioned to open the sluice that let out the water from the lake, which was pierced at one end, near the high road, thus serving as a reservoir to supply with water the distant mines, in case of necessity. "Come with me," he said to Ursula, "and then I will walk home with you when I've done this." He called at the water-keeper's cottage, and took the key of the sluice. They went through a little gate from the high road to the head of the water, where was a great stone basin which received the overflow, and a flight of stone steps descended into the depths of the water itself. At the head of the steps was the lock of the sluice gate. The night was silver grey and perfect, save for the scattered, restless sound of voices. The grey sheen of the moonlight caught the stretch of water. Dark boats plashed and moved. But Ursula's mind ceased to be receptive. Everything was unimportant and unreal. Birkin fixed the iron handle of the sluice and turned it with a wrench. The cogs began slowly to rise. He turned and turned, like a slave. His white figure became distinct. Ursula looked away. She could not bear to see him winding heavily and laboriously, bending and rising mechanically like a slave, turning the handle. Then, a real shock to her, there came a loud splashing of water from out of the dark, tree-filled hollow beyond the road, a splashing that deepened rapidly to a harsh roar, and then became a heavy, booming noise of a great body of water falling solidly all the time. It occupied the whole of the night, this great, steady booming of water. Everything was drowned within it, drowned and lost. Ursula seemed to have to struggle for her life. She put her hands over her ears and looked at the high, bland moon.
"Can't we go now?"
she cried to Birkin, who was watching the water on the steps, to see if it would get any lower. It seemed to fascinate him. He looked at her and nodded. The little dark boats had moved nearer. People were crowding curiously along the hedge by the high road to see what was to be seen. Birkin and Ursula went to the cottage with the key, then turned their backs on the lake. She was in great haste. She could not bear the terrible, crushing boom of the escaping water.
"Do you think they're dead?"
she cried in a high voice, to make herself heard. "Yes," he replied.
"Isn't it horrible?"
He paid no heed. They walked up the hill, further and further away from the noise.
"Do you mind very much?" she asked him.
"I don't mind about the dead," he said, "once they are dead. The worst of it is, they cling on to the living, and won't let go." She pondered for a time.
"Yes," she said, "the fact of death doesn't really seem to matter much, does it?"
"No," he said. "What does it matter if Diana Crich is alive or dead?"
"Doesn't it?" she said, shocked.
"No. Why should it? Better she were dead. She'll be much more real. She'll be positive in death. In life she was a fretting, negated thing."
"You are rather horrible," murmured Ursula.
"No. I'd rather Diana Crich were dead. Her living, somehow, was all wrong. As for the young man, poor devil, he'll find his way out quickly instead of slowly. Death is all right, nothing better."
"Yet you don't want to die," she challenged him.
He was silent for a time. Then he said, in a voice that was frightening to her in its change, "I should like to be through with it. I should like to be through with the death process."
"And aren't you?"
asked Ursula nervously. They walked on for some way in silence under the trees. Then he said, slowly, as if afraid, "There is life which belongs to death, and there is life which isn't death. One is tired of the life that belongs to death, our kind of life. But whether it is finished, God knows. I want love that is like sleep, like being born again, vulnerable as a baby that just comes into the world." Ursula listened, half attentive, half avoiding what he said. She seemed to catch the drift of his statement, and then she drew away. She wanted to hear, but she did not want to be implicated. She was reluctant to yield there where he wanted her, to yield, as it were, her very identity. "Why should love be like sleep?" she asked sadly. "I don't know. So that it is like death. I do want to die from this life, and yet it is more than life itself. One is delivered over like a naked infant from the womb, all the old defences and the old body gone, and new air around one that has never been breathed before." She listened, making out what he said. She knew, as well as he knew, that words themselves do not convey meaning, that they are but a gesture we make, a dumb show, like any other. And she seemed to feel his gesture through her blood. And she drew back, even though her desire sent her forward. "But," she said gravely, "didn't you say you wanted something that was not love? Something beyond love?" He turned in confusion. There was always confusion in speech. Yet it must be spoken. Whichever way one moved, if one were to move forwards, one must break a way through. And to know, to give utterance, was to break a way through the walls of the prison, as the infant in labour strives through the walls of the womb. There is no new movement now, without the breaking through of the old body, deliberately, in knowledge, in the struggle to get out. "I don't want love," he said. "I don't want to know you. I want to be gone out of myself, and you to be lost to yourself, so we are found different." One shouldn't talk when one is tired and wretched. One Hamletises, and it seems a lie. Only believe me when I show you a bit of healthy pride and insouciance. I hate myself serious. "Why shouldn't you be serious?" she said. He thought for a minute. Then he said sulkily, "I don't know." Then they walked on in silence, at outs. He was vague and lost. "Isn't it strange," she said, suddenly putting her hand on his arm with a loving impulse, "how we always talk like this? I suppose we do love each other in some way." "Oh yes," he said, "too much." She laughed almost gaily. "You'd have to have it your own way, wouldn't you?" she teased. "You could never take it on trust." He changed, laughed softly, and turned and took her in his arms in the middle of the road. "Yes," he said softly. And he kissed her face and brow, slowly, gently, with a sort of delicate happiness which surprised her extremely, and to which she could not respond. They were soft, blind kisses, perfect in their stillness. Yet she held back from them. It was like strange moths, very soft and silent, settling on her from the darkness of her soul. She was uneasy. She drew away. "Isn't somebody coming?" she said. So they looked down the dark road, then set off again, walking towards Beldover. Then suddenly, to show him she was no shallow prude, she stopped and held him tight, hard against her, and covered his face with hard, fierce kisses of passion. In spite of his otherness, the old blood beat up in him. "Not this, not this," he whimpered to himself, as the first perfect mood of softness and sleep loveliness ebbed back away from the rushing of passion that came up to his limbs and over his face as she drew him. And soon he was a perfect hard flame of passionate desire for her. Yet in the small core of the flame was an unyielding anguish of another thing. But this also was lost. He only wanted her,
with an extreme desire that seemed inevitable as death, beyond question. Then, satisfied and shattered, fulfilled and destroyed, he went home away from her, drifting vaguely through the darkness, lapsed into the old fire of burning passion. Far away, there seemed to be a small lament in the darkness. But what did it matter? What did it matter? What did anything matter, save this ultimate and triumphant experience of physical passion that had blazed up anew like a new spell of life? I was becoming quite dead alive. Nothing but a word bag, he said in triumph, scorning his other self. Yet somewhere far off and small, the other hovered. The men were still dragging the lake when he got back. He stood on the bank and heard Gerald's voice. The water was still booming in the night. The moon was fair. The hills beyond were elusive. The lake was sinking. There came the raw smell of the banks in the night air. Up at Shortlands there were lights in the windows, as if nobody had gone to bed. On the landing stage was the old doctor, the father of the young man who was lost. He stood quite silent, waiting. Birkin also stood and watched. Gerald came up in a boat. "You still here, Rupert?" he said. "We can't get them. The bottom slopes, you know, very steep. The water lies between two very sharp slopes with little branch valleys, and God knows where the drift will take you. It isn't as if it was a level bottom. You never know where you are with the dragging." "Is there any need for you to be working?" said Birkin. "Wouldn't it be much better if you went to bed?" "To bed? Good God, do you think I should sleep? We'll find them before I go away from here." "But the men would find them just the same without you. Why should you insist?" Gerald looked up at him. Then he put his hand affectionately on Birkin's shoulder, saying, "Don't you bother about me, Rupert. If there's anybody's health to think about, it's yours, not mine. How do you feel yourself?" "Very well. But you spoil your own chance of life. You waste your best self." Gerald was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Waste it? What else is there to do with it?" "But leave this, won't you? You force yourself into horrors and put a millstone of beastly memories round your neck. Come away now." "A millstone of beastly memories," Gerald repeated. Then he put his hand again affectionately on Birkin's shoulder. "God, you've got such a telling way of putting things, Rupert, you have." Birkin's heart sank. He was irritated and weary of having a telling way of putting things. "Won't you leave it? Come over to my place," he urged, as one urges a drunken man. "No," said Gerald coaxingly, his arm across the other man's shoulder. "Thanks very much, Rupert. I shall be glad to come tomorrow, if that'll do. You understand, don't you? I want to see this job through, but I'll come tomorrow right enough. Oh, I'd rather come and have a chat with you than do anything else, I verily believe. Yes, I would. You mean a lot to me, Rupert, more than you know." "What do I mean, more than I know?" asked Birkin irritably. He was acutely aware of Gerald's hand on his shoulder, and he did not want this altercation. He wanted the other man to come out of the ugly misery. "I'll tell you another time," said Gerald coaxingly. "Come along with me now. I want you to come," said Birkin. There was a pause, intense and real. Birkin wondered why his own heart beat so heavily.
Then Gerald's fingers gripped hard and communicative into Birkin's shoulder as he said, "No, I'll see this job through, Rupert. Thank you. I know what you mean. We're all right, you know, you and me." "I may be all right, but I'm sure you're not, mucking about here," said Birkin. And he went away. The bodies of the dead were not recovered till towards dawn. Diana had her arms tight round the neck of the young man, choking him. "She killed him," said Gerald. The moon sloped down the sky and sank at last. The lake was sunk to quarter size. It had horrible raw banks of clay that smelled of raw, rottenish water. Dawn roused faintly behind the eastern hill. The water still boomed through the sluice. As the birds were whistling for the first morning, and the hills at the back of the desolate lake stood radiant with the new mists, there was a straggling procession up to Shortlands, men bearing the bodies on a stretcher, Gerald going beside them, the two grey-bearded fathers following in silence. Indoors, the family was all sitting up, waiting. Somebody must go to tell the mother in her room. The doctor in secret struggled to bring back his son, till he himself was exhausted. Over all the outlying district was a hush of dreadful excitement on that Sunday morning. The colliery people felt as if this catastrophe had happened directly to themselves. Indeed, they were more shocked and frightened than if their own men had been killed. Such a tragedy in Shortlands, the high home of the district. One of the young mistresses, persisting in dancing on the cabin roof of the launch, wilful young madam, drowned in the midst of the festival with the young doctor. Everywhere on the Sunday morning the colliers wandered about, discussing the calamity. At all the Sunday dinners of the people there seemed a strange presence. It was as if the angel of death were very near. There was a sense of the supernatural in the air. The men had excited, startled faces. The women looked solemn. Some of them had been crying. The children enjoyed the excitement at first. There was an intensity in the air, almost magical. Did all enjoy it? Did all enjoy the thrill? Gudrun had wild ideas of rushing to comfort Gerald. She was thinking all the time of the perfect, comforting, reassuring thing to say to him. She was shocked and frightened, but she put that away, thinking of how she should deport herself with Gerald, act her part. That was the real thrill. How she should act her part. Ursula was deeply and passionately in love with Birkin, and she was capable of nothing. She was perfectly callous about all the talk of the accident, but her estranged air looked like trouble. She merely sat by herself whenever she could, and longed to see him again. She wanted him to come to the house. She would not have it otherwise. He must come at once. She was waiting for him. She stayed indoors all day, waiting for him to knock at the door. Every minute she glanced automatically at the window. He would be there. End of chapter 14. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 15 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 15. Sunday evening. As the day wore on, the lifeblood seemed to ebb away from Ursula, and within the emptiness a heavy despair gathered. Her passion seemed to bleed to death, and there was nothing. She sat suspended in a state of complete nullity, harder to bear than death. "Unless something happens," she said to herself, in the perfect lucidity of final suffering, "I shall die. I am at the end of my line of life." She sat crushed and obliterated, in a darkness that was the border of death. She realised how all her life she had been drawing nearer and nearer to this brink where there was no beyond, from which one had to leap like Sappho into the unknown. The knowledge of the imminence of death was like a drug. Darkly, without thinking at all, she knew that she was near to death. She had travelled all her life along the line of fulfilment, and it was nearly concluded. She knew all she had to know. She had experienced all she had to experience. She was fulfilled in a kind of bitter ripeness. There remained only to fall from the tree into death. And one must fulfil one's development to the end, must carry the adventure to its conclusion. And the next step was over the border into death. So it was then. There was a certain peace in the knowledge. After all, when one was fulfilled, one was happiest in falling into death, as a bitter fruit plunges in its ripeness downwards. Death is a great consummation, a consummating experience. It is a development from life. That we know while we are yet living. What then need we think for further? One can never see beyond the consummation. It is enough that death is a great and conclusive experience. Why should we ask what comes after the experience, when the experience is still unknown to us? Let us die, since the great experience is the one that follows now upon all the rest, death, which is the next great crisis in front of which we have arrived. If we wait, if we balk the issue, we do but hang about the gates in undignified uneasiness. There it is, in front of us, as in front of Sappho, the illimitable space. Thereinto goes the journey. Have we not the courage to go on with our journey? Must we cry, "I daren't"? On ahead we will go, into death, and whatever death may mean. If a man can see the next step to be taken, why should he fear the next but one? Why ask about the next but one? Of the next step we are certain. It is the step into death. "I shall die. I shall quickly die," said Ursula to herself, clear, as if in a trance, clear, calm, and certain beyond human certainty. But somewhere behind, in the twilight, there was a bitter weeping and hopelessness. That must not be attended to. One must go where the unfaltering spirit goes. There must be no balking the issue because of fear. No balking the issue, no listening to the lesser voices, if the deepest desire be now to go on into the unknown of death. Shall one forfeit the deepest truth for one more shallow? "Then let it end," she said to herself. It was a decision. It was not a question of taking one's life. She would never kill herself. That was repulsive and violent. It was a question of knowing the next step. and the next step led into the space of death. Did it? Or was there... Her thoughts drifted into unconsciousness. She sat as if asleep beside the fire, and then the thought came back. The space of death. Could she give herself to it? Ah, yes. It was asleep. She had had enough. So long she had held out and resisted. Now was the time to relinquish, not to resist any more. In a kind of spiritual trance, she yielded. She gave way, and all was dark. She could feel within the darkness the terrible assertion of her body, the unutterable anguish of dissolution, the only anguish that is too much, the far-off, awful nausea of dissolution set in within the body. Does the body correspond so immediately with the spirit? She asked herself. And she knew, with the clarity of ultimate knowledge, that the body is only one of the manifestations of the spirit. The transmutation of the integral spirit is the transmutation of the physical body as well. Unless I set my will, unless I absolve myself from the rhythm of life, fix myself and remain static, cut off from living, absolved within my own will. But better die than live mechanically a life that is a repetition of repetitions. To die is to move on with the invisible. To die is also a joy of submitting to that which is greater than the known, namely the pure unknown. That is a joy. But to live mechanized and cut off within the motion of the will, to live as an entity absolved from the unknown, that is shameful and ignominious. There is no ignominy in death. There is complete ignominy in an unreplenished, mechanized life. Life indeed may be ignominious, shameful to the soul, but death is never a shame. Death itself, like the illimitable space, is beyond our sullying. Tomorrow was Monday. Monday, the beginning of another school week. Another shameful, barren school week, mere routine and mechanical activity. Was not the adventure of death infinitely preferable? Was not death infinitely more lovely and noble than such a life? A life of barren routine, without inner meaning, without any real significance. How sordid life was! How it was a terrible shame to the soul to live now! How much cleaner and more dignified to be dead! One could not bear any more of this shame of sordid routine and mechanical nullity. One might come to fruit in death. She had had enough. For where was life to be found? No flowers grow upon busy machinery. There is no sky to a routine. There is no space to a rotary motion. And all life was a rotary motion, mechanized, cut off from reality. There was nothing to look for from life. It was the same in all countries and all peoples. The only window was death. One could look out onto the great dark sky of death with elation, as one had looked out of the classroom window as a child and seen perfect freedom in the outside. Now one was not a child, and one knew that the soul was a prisoner within this sordid, vast edifice of life, and there was no escape save in death. But what a joy, what a gladness to think that whatever humanity did, it could not seize hold of the kingdom of death to nullify that. The sea they turned into a murderous alley and a soiled road of commerce, disputed like the dirty land of a city, every inch of it. The air they claimed too, shared it up, parcelled it out to certain owners. They trespassed in the air to fight for it. Everything was gone, walled in, with spikes on top of the walls, and one must ignominiously creep between the spiky walls through a labyrinth of life. But the great, dark, illimitable kingdom of death, there humanity was put to scorn. So much they could do upon earth, the multifarious little gods that they were, but the kingdom of death put them all to scorn. They dwindled into their true vulgar silliness in face of it. How beautiful, how grand and perfect death was, how good to look forward to. There one would wash off all the lies and ignominy and dirt that had been put upon one here. A perfect bath of cleanness and glad refreshment, and go unknown, unquestioned, unabased. After all, one was rich, if only in the promise of perfect death. It was a gladness above all that this remained to look forward to, the pure, inhuman otherness of death. Whatever life might be, it could not take away death, the inhuman, transcendent death. Oh, let us ask no question of it, what it is or is not. To know is human, and in death we do not know, we are not human. And the joy of this compensates for all the bitterness of knowledge and the sordidness of our humanity. In death we shall not be human, and we shall not know. The promise of this is our heritage. We look forward like heirs to their majority. Ursula sat quite still and quite forgotten, alone by the fire in the drawing-room. The children were playing in the kitchen, all the others were gone to church, and she was gone into the ultimate darkness of her own soul. She was startled by hearing the bell ring away in the kitchen. The children came scudding along the passage in delicious alarm.
"Ursula, there's somebody!"
"I know, don't be silly," she replied. She too was startled, almost frightened. She dared hardly go to the door. Birkin stood on the threshold, his raincoat turned up to his ears. He had come now she was gone far away. She was aware of the rainy night behind him.
"Oh, is it you?"
she said. "I'm glad you're at home," he said in a low voice, entering the house.
"They're all gone to church."
He took off his coat and hung it up. The children were peeping at him round the corner.
"Go and get undressed now, Billy and Dora," said Ursula. "Mother will be back soon, and she'll be disappointed if you're not in bed."
The children, in a sudden angelic mood, retired without a word. Birkin and Ursula went into the drawing-room. The fire burned low. He looked at her and wondered at the luminous delicacy of her beauty, and the wide shining of her eyes. He watched from a distance, with wonder in his heart. She seemed transfigured with light. "What have you been doing all day?" he asked her.
"Only sitting about," she said.
He looked at her. There was a change in her, but she was separate from him. She remained apart in a kind of brightness. They both sat silent in the soft light of the lamp. He felt he ought to go away again, he ought not to have come. Still, He did not gather enough resolution to move. But he was de trop. Her mood was absent and separate. Then there came the voices of the two children calling shyly outside the door, softly, with self-excited timidity.
"Ursula! Ursula!"
She rose and opened the door. On the threshold stood the two children in their long nightgowns, with wide-eyed, angelic faces. They were being very good for the moment, playing the role perfectly of two obedient children.
"Shall you take us to bed?"
said Billy in a loud whisper. "Why, you are angels tonight," she said softly. "Won't you come and say good night to Mr Birkin?" The children merged shyly into the room on bare feet. Billy's face was wide and grinning, but there was a great solemnity of being good in his round blue eyes. Dora, peeping from the floss of her fair hair, hung back like some tiny dryad that has no soul. "Will you say good night to me?" asked Birkin, in a voice that was strangely soft and smooth. Dora drifted away at once, like a leaf lifted on a breath of wind. But Billy went softly forward, slow and willing, lifting his pinched-up mouth implicitly to be kissed. Ursula watched the full-gathered lips of the man gently touch those of the boy, so gently. Then Birkin lifted his fingers and touched the boy's round, confiding cheek, with a faint touch of love. Neither spoke. Billy seemed angelic, like a cherub boy, or like an acolyte. Birkin was a tall, grave angel looking down to him. "Are you going to be kissed?" Ursula broke in, speaking to the little girl. But Dora edged away like a tiny dryad that will not be touched. "Won't you say good night to Mr Birkin? Go, he's waiting for you," said Ursula. But the girl child only made a little motion away from him. Silly Dora, said Ursula. Birkin felt some mistrust and antagonism in the small child. He could not understand it. "Come then," said Ursula. "Let us go before mother comes."
"Who'll hear us say our prayers?"
asked Billy anxiously.
"Whom you like." "Won't you?"
"Yes, I will."
"Ursula."
"Well, Billy?"
"Is it whom you like?"
"That's it."
"Well, what is whom?"
"It's the accusative of who." There was a moment's contemplative silence, then the confiding, "Is it?" Birkin smiled to himself as he sat by the fire. When Ursula came down, he sat motionless, with his arms on his knees. She saw him, how he was motionless and ageless, like some crouching idol, some image of a deathly religion. He looked round at her, and his face, very pale and unreal, seemed to gleam with a whiteness almost phosphorescent. "Don't you feel well?" she asked, in indefinable repulsion. "I hadn't thought about it." "But don't you know without thinking about it?" He looked at her, his eyes dark and swift, and he saw her revulsion. He did not answer her question. "Don't you know whether you are unwell or not, without thinking about it?" she persisted. "Not always," he said coldly. "But don't you think that's very wicked?" "Wicked?" "Yes, I think it's criminal to have so little connection with your own body that you don't even know when you are ill." He looked at her darkly. "Yes," he said. "Why don't you stay in bed when you are seedy? You look perfectly ghastly." "Offensively so?" he asked ironically. "Yes, quite offensive, quite repelling." "Ah, well, that's unfortunate." "And it's raining, and it's a horrible night.
Really, you shouldn't be forgiven for treating your body like it. You ought to suffer. A man who takes as little notice of his body as that."
"Takes as little notice of his body as that," he echoed mechanically. This cut her short, and there was silence. The others came in from church, and the two had the girls to face, then the mother and Gudrun, and then the father and the boy. "Good evening," said Brangwen, faintly surprised. "Came to see me, did you?" "No," said Birkin. "Not about anything in particular, that is. The day was dismal, and I thought you wouldn't mind if I called in." "It has been a depressing day," said Mrs. Brangwen sympathetically. At that moment the voices of the children were heard calling from upstairs.
"Mother! Mother!"
She lifted her face and answered mildly into the distance, "I shall come up to you in a minute, Doisy." Then to Birkin, "There is nothing fresh at Shortlands, I suppose?" "Ah," she sighed. "No, poor things, I should think not." "You've been over there today, I suppose?" asked the father. "Gerald came round to tea with me, and I walked back with him. The house is over-excited and unwholesome, I thought." "I should think they were people who hadn't much restraint," said Gudrun. "Or too much," Birkin answered. "Oh yes, I'm sure," said Gudrun, almost vindictively. "One or the other." "They all feel they ought to behave in some unnatural fashion," said Birkin. "When people are in grief, they would do better to cover their faces and keep in retirement, as in the old days." "Certainly," cried Gudrun, flushed and inflammable. "What can be worse than this public grief? What is more horrible, more false? If grief is not private and hidden, what is?" "Exactly," he said. "I felt ashamed when I was there, and they were all going about in a lugubrious, false way, feeling they must not be natural or ordinary." "Well," said Mrs. Brangwen, offended at this criticism, "it isn't so easy to bear a trouble like that." And she went upstairs to the children. He remained only a few minutes longer, then took his leave. When he was gone, Ursula felt such a poignant hatred of him that all her brain seemed turned into a sharp crystal of fine hatred. Her whole nature seemed sharpened and intensified into a pure dart of hate. She could not imagine what it was. It merely took hold of her, the most poignant and ultimate hatred, pure and clear and beyond thought. She could not think of it at all. She was translated beyond herself. It was like a possession. She felt she was possessed. And for several days she went about possessed by this exquisite force of hatred against him. It surpassed anything she had ever known before. It seemed to throw her out of the world into some terrible region where nothing of her old life held good. She was quite lost and dazed, really dead to her own life. It was so completely incomprehensible and irrational. She did not know why she hated him. Her hate was quite abstract. She had only realised with a shock that stunned her, that she was overcome by this pure transportation. He was the enemy, fine as a diamond, and as hard and jewel-like, the quintessence of all that was inimical. She thought of his face, white and purely wrought, and of his eyes that had such a dark, constant will of assertion. And she touched her own forehead to feel if she were mad, she was so transfigured in white flame of essential hate. It was not temporal, her hatred. She did not hate him for this or for that. She did not want to do anything to him, to have any connection with him. Her relation was ultimate and utterly beyond words. The hate was so pure and gem-like. It was as if he were a beam of essential enmity, a beam of light that did not only destroy her, but denied her altogether, revoked her whole world. She saw him as a clear stroke of uttermost contradiction, a strange gem-like being whose existence defined her own non-existence. When she heard he was ill again, her hatred only intensified itself a few degrees, if that were possible. It stunned her and annihilated her, but she could not escape it. She could not escape this transfiguration of hatred that had come upon her. End of chapter 15. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 16 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 16. Man to Man. He lay sick and unmoved, in pure opposition to everything. He knew how near to breaking was the vessel that held his life. He knew also how strong and durable it was, and he did not care. Better 1,000 times take one's chance with death than accept a life one did not want. But best of all to persist and persist and persist forever, till one was satisfied in life. He knew that Ursula was referred back to him. He knew his life rested with her. But he would rather not live than accept the love she proffered. The old way of love seemed a dreadful bondage, a sort of conscription. What it was in him he did not know, but the thought of love, marriage and children, and a life lived together in the horrible privacy of domestic and connubial satisfaction, was repulsive. He wanted something clearer, more open, cooler, as it were. The hot, narrow intimacy between man and wife was abhorrent. The way they shut their doors, these married people, and shut themselves into their own exclusive alliance with each other, even in love, disgusted him. It was a whole community of mistrustful couples, insulated in private houses or private rooms, always in couples, and no further life, no further immediate, no disinterested relationship admitted. A kaleidoscope of couples, disjoined, separatist, meaningless entities of married couples. True, he hated promiscuity even worse than marriage, and a liaison was only another kind of coupling, reactionary from the legal marriage. Reaction was a greater bore than action. On the whole, he hated sex. It was such a limitation. It was sex that turned a man into a broken half of a couple, the woman into the other broken half. And he wanted to be single in himself, the woman single in herself. He wanted sex to revert to the level of the other appetites, to be regarded as a functional process, not as a fulfilment. He believed in sex marriage, but beyond this he wanted a further conjunction, where man had being and woman had being, two pure beings, each constituting the freedom of the other, balancing each other like two poles of one force, like two angels or two demons. He wanted so much to be free, not under the compulsion of any need for unification, or tortured by unsatisfied desire. Desire and aspiration should find their object without all this torture, as now, in a world of plenty of water, simple thirst is inconsiderable, satisfied almost unconsciously. And he wanted to be with Ursula as free as with himself,
single and clear and cool, yet balanced, polarised with her. The merging, the clutching, the mingling of love was become madly abhorrent to him. But it seemed to him woman was always so horrible and clutching. She had such a lust for possession, a greed of self-importance in love. She wanted to have, to own, to control, to be dominant. Everything must be referred back to her, to woman, the great mother of everything, out of whom proceeded everything, and to whom everything must finally be rendered up. It filled him with almost insane fury, this calm assumption of the Magna Mater, that all was hers because she had borne it. Man was hers because she had borne him. A Mater Dolorosa, she had borne him. A Magna Mater, she now claimed him again, soul and body, sex, meaning and all. He had a horror of the Magna Mater. She was detestable. She was on a very high horse again, was woman, the great mother. Did he not know it in Hermione? Hermione the humble, the subservient. What was she all the while but the Mater Dolorosa in her subservience, claiming with horrible insidious arrogance and female tyranny her own again, claiming back the man she had borne in suffering. By her very suffering and humility she bound her son with chains, she held him her everlasting prisoner. And Ursula was the same, or the inverse. She too was the awful, arrogant queen of life, as if she were a queen bee on whom all the rest depended. He saw the yellow flare in her eyes. He knew the unthinkable, overweening assumption of primacy in her. She was unconscious of it herself. She was only too ready to knock her head on the ground before a man. But this was only when she was so certain of her man that she could worship him as a woman worships her own infant, with a worship of perfect possession. It was intolerable, this possession at the hands of woman. Always a man must be considered as the broken-off fragment of a woman, and the sex was the still aching scar of the laceration. Man must be added on to a woman before he had any real place or wholeness. And why? Why should we consider ourselves, men and women, as broken fragments of one whole? It is not true. We are not broken fragments of one whole. Rather, we are the singling away into purity and clear being of things that were mixed. Rather, the sex is that which remains in us of the mixed, the unresolved. And passion is the further separating of this mixture, that which is manly being taken into the being of the man, that which is womanly passing to the woman, till the two are clear and whole as angels. The admixture of sex in the highest sense are past, leaving two single beings constellated together, like two stars. In the old age, before sex was, we were mixed, each one a mixture. The process of singling into individuality resulted into the great polarisation of sex. The womanly drew to one side, the manly to the other. But the separation was imperfect even then. And so our world cycle passes. There is now to come the new day, when we are beings, each of us fulfilled in difference. The man is pure man, the woman pure woman. They are perfectly polarised. But there is no longer any of the horrible merging, mingling, self-abnegation of love. There is only the pure duality of polarisation,
each one free from any contamination of the other. In each the individual is primal. Sex is subordinate, but perfectly polarized. Each has a single, separate being with its own laws. The man has his pure freedom, the woman hers. Each acknowledges the perfection of the polarized sex circuit. Each admits the different nature in the other. So Birkin meditated whilst he was ill. He liked sometimes to be ill enough to take to his bed, for then he got better very quickly, and things came to him clear and sure. Whilst he was laid up, Gerald came to see him. The two men had a deep, uneasy feeling for each other. Gerald's eyes were quick and restless, his whole manner tense and impatient. He seemed strung up to some activity. According to conventionality, he wore black clothes. He looked formal, handsome, and comme il faut. His hair was fair almost to whiteness, sharp like splinters of light. His face was keen and ruddy. His body seemed full of northern energy. Gerald really loved Birkin, though he never quite believed in him. Birkin was too unreal, clever, whimsical, wonderful, but not practical enough. Gerald felt that his own understanding was much sounder and safer. Birkin was delightful, a wonderful spirit, but after all not to be taken seriously, not quite to be counted as a man among men.
"Why are you laid up again?"
he asked kindly, taking the sick man's hand. It was always Gerald who was protective, offering the warm shelter of his physical strength. "For my sins, I suppose," Birkin said, smiling a little ironically.
"For your sins? Yes, probably that is so. You should sin less and keep better in health."
"You'd better teach me." He looked at Gerald with ironic eyes. "How are things with you?" asked Birkin.
"With me?"
Gerald looked at Birkin, saw he was serious, and a warm light came into his eyes. "I don't know that they're any different. I don't see how they could be. There's nothing to change." "I suppose you're conducting the business as successfully as ever, and ignoring the demand of the soul."
"That's it," said Gerald. "At least as far as the business is concerned. I couldn't say about the soul, I'm sure."
"No."
"Surely you don't expect me to?" laughed Gerald.
"No. How are the rest of your affairs progressing, apart from the business?"
"The rest of my affairs? What are those? I couldn't say. I don't know what you refer to."
"Yes, you do," said Birkin. "Are you gloomy or cheerful? And what about Gudrun Brangwen?"
"What about her?"
A confused look came over Gerald.
"Well," he added, "I don't know. I can only tell you she gave me a hit over the face last time I saw her."
"A hit over the face? What for?"
"That I couldn't tell you either."
"Really? But when?"
"The night of the party, when Diana was drowned. She was driving the cattle up the hill, and I went after her. You remember?"
"Yes, I remember. But what made her do that? You didn't definitely ask her for it, I suppose?"
"I? No, not that I know of. I merely said to her that it was dangerous to drive those Highland bullocks, as it is. She turned in such a way and said, 'I suppose you think I'm afraid of you and your cattle, don't you?' So I asked her why. And for answer she flung me a backhander across the face."
Birkin laughed quickly, as if it pleased him. Gerald looked at him, wondering, and began to laugh as well, saying,
"I didn't laugh at the time, I assure you. I was never so taken aback in my life."
And weren't you furious?
Furious? I should think I was. I'd have murdered her for 2 pins.
ejaculated Birkin. Poor Gudrun! Wouldn't she suffer afterwards for having given herself away? He was hugely delighted.
Would she suffer?
asked Gerald, also amused now. Both men smiled in malice and amusement. Badly, I should think, seeing how self-conscious she is.
She is self-conscious, is she? Then what made her do it? For I certainly think it was quite uncalled for and quite unjustified.
I suppose it was a sudden impulse.
Yes, but how do you account for her having such an impulse? I'd done her no harm.
Birkin shook his head. The Amazon suddenly came up in her, I suppose, he said.
Well, replied Gerald, I'd rather it had been the Orinoco.
They both laughed at the poor joke. Gerald was thinking how Gudrun had said she would strike the last blow too, but some reserve made him keep this back from Birkin. "And you resent it?" Birkin asked.
"I don't resent it. I don't care a tinker's curse about it."
He was silent a moment. Then he added, laughing,
"No, I'll see it through, that's all. She seemed sorry afterwards."
"Did she? You've not met since that night?" Gerald's face clouded. "No," he said.
"We've been—you can imagine how it's been since the accident."
"Yes. Is it calming down?"
"I don't know. It's a shock, of course, but I don't believe mother minds. I really don't believe she takes any notice. And what's so funny, she used to be all for the children. Nothing mattered, nothing whatever mattered but the children. And now she doesn't take any more notice than if it was one of the servants."
"No? Did it upset you very much?"
"It's a shock. But I don't feel it very much, really. I don't feel any different. We've all got to die, and it doesn't seem to make any great difference anyhow, whether you die or not. I can't feel any grief, you know. It leaves me cold. I can't quite account for it."
"You don't care if you die or not?" asked Birkin. Gerald looked at him with eyes blue as the blue-fibred steel of a weapon. He felt awkward, but indifferent. As a matter of fact, he did care terribly, with a great fear.
"Oh," he said, "I don't want to die. Why should I? But I never trouble. The question doesn't seem to be on the carpet for me at all. It doesn't interest me, you know."
"Timor mortis conturbat me," quoted Birkin, adding, "No, death doesn't really seem the point any more. It curiously doesn't concern one. It's like an ordinary tomorrow." Gerald looked closely at his friend. The eyes of the two men met, and an unspoken understanding was exchanged. Gerald narrowed his eyes. His face was cool and unscrupulous as he looked at Birkin, impersonally, with a vision that ended in a point in space, strangely keen-eyed, and yet blind.
"If death isn't the point," he said in a strangely abstract, cold, fine voice, "what is?"
He sounded as if he had been found out. "What is?" re-echoed Birkin. And there was a mocking silence. "There's a long way to go after the point of intrinsic death, before we disappear," said Birkin.
"There is," said Gerald. "But what sort of way?"
He seemed to press the other man for knowledge which he himself knew far better than Birkin did. "Right down the slopes of degeneration," mystic, universal degeneration. There are many stages of pure degradation to go through, age-long. We live on long after our death, and progressively, in progressive devolution. Gerald listened with a faint, fine smile on his face all the time, as if somewhere he knew so much better than Birkin all about this. As if his own knowledge were direct and personal, whereas Birkin's was a matter of observation and inference, not quite hitting the nail on the head, though aiming near enough at it. But he was not going to give himself away. If Birkin could get at the secrets, let him. Gerald would never help him. Gerald would be a dark horse to the end. "Of course," he said, with a startling change of conversation, "it is father who really feels it. It will finish him. For him the world collapses. All his care now is for Winnie. He must save Winnie. He says she ought to be sent away to school, but she won't hear of it, and he'll never do it. Of course she is in rather a queer way. We're all of us curiously bad at living. We can do things, but we can't get on with life at all. It's curious, a family failing." "She oughtn't to be sent away to school," said Birkin, who was considering a new proposition. "She oughtn't? Why?" "She's a queer child, a special child, more special even than you, and in my opinion special children should never be sent away to school. Only moderately ordinary children should be sent to school, so it seems to me." "I'm inclined to think just the opposite. I think it would probably make her more normal if she went away and mixed with other children." "She wouldn't mix, you see. You never really mixed, did you? And she wouldn't be willing even to pretend to. She's proud and solitary and naturally apart. If she has a single nature, why do you want to make her gregarious?" "No, I don't want to make her anything. But I think school would be good for her." "Was it good for you?" Gerald's eyes narrowed uglily. School had been torture to him. Yet he had not questioned whether one should go through this torture. He seemed to believe in education through subjection and torment. "I hated it at the time, but I can see it was necessary," he said. "It brought me into line a bit. And you can't live unless you do come into line somewhere." "Well," said Birkin, "I begin to think that you can't live unless you keep entirely out of the line. It's no good trying to toe the line when your one impulse is to smash up the line. Winnie is a special nature, and for special natures you must give a special world." "Yes, but where's your special world?" said Gerald. "Make it. Instead of chopping yourself down to fit the world, chop the world down to fit yourself. As a matter of fact, two exceptional people make another world. You and I, we make another, separate world. You don't want a world same as your brothers-in-law. It's just a special quality you value. Do you want to be normal or ordinary? It's a lie. You want to be free and extraordinary, in an extraordinary world of liberty." Gerald looked at Birkin with subtle eyes of knowledge. But he would never openly admit what he felt. He knew more than Birkin in one direction, much more. And this gave him his gentle love for the other man, as if Birkin were in some way young, innocent, childlike, so amazingly clever, but incurably innocent. "Yet you are so banal as to consider me chiefly a freak," said Birkin pointedly. "A freak!" exclaimed Gerald, startled. And his face opened suddenly, as if lighted with simplicity, as when a flower opens out of the cunning bud.
"No, I never consider you a freak."
And he watched the other man with strange eyes that Birkin could not understand.
"I feel," Gerald continued, "that there is always an element of uncertainty about you. Perhaps you are uncertain about yourself. But I'm never sure of you. You can go away and change as easily as if you had no soul."
He looked at Birkin with penetrating eyes. Birkin was amazed. He thought he had all the soul in the world. He stared in amazement. And Gerald, watching, saw the amazing, attractive goodliness of his eyes, a young, spontaneous goodness that attracted the other man infinitely, yet filled him with bitter chagrin because he mistrusted it so much. He knew Birkin could do without him, could forget and not suffer. This was always present in Gerald's consciousness, filling him with bitter unbelief. This consciousness of the young, animal-like spontaneity of detachment. It seemed almost like hypocrisy and lying sometimes, oh, often, on Birkin's part, to talk so deeply and importantly. Quite other things were going through Birkin's mind. Suddenly he saw himself confronted with another problem, the problem of love and eternal conjunction between two men. Of course this was necessary. It had been a necessity inside himself all his life, to love a man purely and fully. Of course he had been loving Gerald all along, and all along denying it. He lay in the bed and wondered, whilst his friend sat beside him, lost in brooding. Each man was gone in his own thoughts. "You know how the old German knights used to swear a Blutbruderschaft?" he said to Gerald, with quite a new happy activity in his eyes. "Make a little wound in their arms and rub each other's blood into the cut," said Gerald. "Yes, and swear to be true to each other, of one blood, all their lives. That is what we ought to do. No wounds, that is obsolete. But we ought to swear to love each other, you and I, implicitly and perfectly, finally, without any possibility of going back on it." He looked at Gerald with clear, happy eyes of discovery. Gerald looked down at him, attracted, so deeply bondaged in fascinated attraction that he was mistrustful, resenting the bondage, hating the attraction. "We will swear to each other one day, shall we?" pleaded Birkin. "We will swear to stand by each other, be true to each other, ultimately, infallibly, given to each other, organically, without possibility of taking back." Birkin sought hard to express himself, but Gerald hardly listened. His face shone with a certain luminous pleasure. He was pleased. But he kept his reserve. He held himself back. "Shall we swear to each other one day?" said Birkin, putting out his hand towards Gerald. Gerald just touched the extended, fine, living hand, as if withheld and afraid. "We'll leave it till I understand it better," he said, in a voice of excuse. Birkin watched him. A little sharp disappointment, perhaps a touch of contempt, came into his heart. "Yes," he said, "you must tell me what you think, later. You know what I mean? Not sloppy emotionalism, an impersonal union that leaves one free." They lapsed both into silence. Birkin was looking at Gerald all the time. He seemed now to see, not the physical animal man, which he usually saw in Gerald, and which usually he liked so much, but the man himself, complete, and as if fated, doomed, limited. This strange sense of fatality in Gerald, as if he were limited to one form of existence, one knowledge, one activity, a sort of fatal halfness which to himself seemed wholeness, always overcame Birkin after their moments of passionate approach, and filled him with a sort of contempt or boredom. It was the insistence on the limitation which so bored Birkin in Gerald. Gerald could never fly away from himself in real indifferent gaiety. He had a clog, a sort of monomania. There was silence for a time. Then Birkin said, in a lighter tone, letting the stress of the contact pass: "Can't you get a good governess for Winifred? Somebody exceptional?"
Hermione Roddice suggested we should ask Gudrun to teach her to draw and to model in clay. You know Winnie is astonishingly clever with that plasticine stuff. Hermione declares she is an artist."
Gerald spoke in the usual animated, chatty manner, as if nothing unusual had passed. But Birkin's manner was full of reminder. "Really? I didn't know that. Oh, well then, if Gudrun would teach her, it would be perfect. Couldn't be anything better, if Winifred is an artist, because Gudrun somewhere is one, and every true artist is the salvation of every other."
"I thought they got on so badly as a rule."
"Perhaps. But only artists produce for each other the world that is fit to live in. If you can arrange that for Winifred, it is perfect."
"But you think she wouldn't come?"
"I don't know. Gudrun is rather self-opinionated. She won't go cheap anywhere, or if she does, she'll pretty soon take herself back. So whether she would condescend to do private teaching, particularly here in Beldover, I don't know. But it would be just the thing. Winifred has got a special nature, and if you can put into her way the means of being self-sufficient, that is the best thing possible. She'll never get on with the ordinary life. You find it difficult enough yourself, and she is several skins thinner than you are. It is awful to think what her life will be like unless she does find a means of expression, some way of fulfilment. You can see what mere leaving it to fate brings. You can see how much marriage is to be trusted to. Look at your own mother."
"Do you think mother is abnormal?"
"No. I think she only wanted something more, or other than the common run of life, and not getting it, she has gone wrong perhaps."
"After producing a brood of wrong children," said Gerald gloomily.
"No more wrong than any of the rest of us," Birkin replied. "The most normal people have the worst subterranean selves, take them one by one."
"Sometimes I think it is a curse to be alive,"
said Gerald with sudden impotent anger. "Well," said Birkin, "why not? Let it be a curse sometimes to be alive. At other times it is anything but a curse. You've got plenty of zest in it, really."
"Less than you'd think,"
said Gerald, revealing a strange poverty in his look at the other man. There was silence, each thinking his own thoughts.
"I don't see what she has to distinguish between teaching at the grammar school and coming to teach Win," said Gerald.
"The difference between a public servant and a private one. The only nobleman today, king and only aristocrat, is the public. The public. You're quite willing to serve the public, but to be a private tutor—"
"I don't want to serve either."
"No, and Gudrun will probably feel the same." Gerald thought for a few minutes. Then he said:
"At all events, father won't make her feel like a private servant. He will be fussy and grateful enough."
"So he ought, and so ought all of you. Do you think you can hire a woman like Gudrun Brangwen with money? She is your equal like anything, probably your superior."
"Is she?"
said Gerald. "Yes, and if you haven't the guts to know it, I hope she'll leave you to your own devices."
"Nevertheless," said Gerald, "if she is my equal, I wish she weren't a teacher, because I don't think teachers as a rule are my equal."
"Nor do I, damn them.
But am I a teacher because I teach, or a parson because I preach?" Gerald laughed. He was always uneasy on this score. He did not want to claim social superiority, yet he would not claim intrinsic personal superiority, because he would never base his standard of values on pure being, so he wobbled upon a tacit assumption of social standing. No, Birkin wanted him to accept the fact of intrinsic difference between human beings, which he did not intend to accept. It was against his social honour, his principle. He rose to go. "I've been neglecting my business all this while," he said, smiling. "I ought to have reminded you before," Birkin replied, laughing and mocking. "I knew you'd say something like that," laughed Gerald, rather uneasily. "Did you?" "Yes, Rupert. It wouldn't do for us all to be like you are. We should soon be in the cart. When I am above the world, I shall ignore all businesses." "Of course we're not in the cart now," said Birkin satirically. "Not as much as you make out. At any rate, we have enough to eat and drink." "And be satisfied," added Birkin. Gerald came near the bed and stood looking down at Birkin, whose throat was exposed, whose tossed hair fell attractively on the warm brow, above the eyes that were so unchallenged and still in the satirical face. Gerald, full-limbed and turgid with energy, stood unwilling to go. He was held by the presence of the other man. He had not the power to go away. "So," said Birkin, "good-bye." And he reached out his hand from under the bedclothes, smiling with a glimmering look. "Good-bye," said Gerald, taking the warm hand of his friend in a firm grasp. "I shall come again. I miss you down at the mill." "I'll be there in a few days," said Birkin. The eyes of the two men met again. Gerald's, that were keen as a hawk's, were suffused now with warm light and with unadmitted love. Birkin looked back as out of a darkness, unsounded and unknown, yet with a kind of warmth that seemed to flow over Gerald's brain like a fertile sleep. "Good-bye, then. There's nothing I can do for you?" "Nothing, thanks." Birkin watched the black-clothed form of the other man move out of the door. The bright head was gone. He turned over to sleep. End of chapter 16. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 17 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 17. The Industrial Magnate. In Beldover there was both for Ursula and for Gudrun an interval. It seemed to Ursula as if Birkin had gone out of her for the time. He had lost his significance. He scarcely mattered in her world. She had her own friends, her own activities, her own life. She turned back to the old ways with zest, away from him. And Gudrun, after feeling every moment in all her veins conscious of Gerald Crich, connected even physically with him, was now almost indifferent to the thought of him. She was nursing new schemes for going away and trying a new form of life. All the time there was something in her urging her to avoid the final establishing of a relationship with Gerald. She felt it would be wiser and better to have no more than a casual acquaintance with him. She had a scheme for going to St. Petersburg, where she had a friend who was a sculptor like herself, and who lived with a wealthy Russian whose hobby was jewel-making. The emotional, rather rootless life of the Russians appealed to her. She did not want to go to Paris,
Paris was dry and essentially boring. She would like to go to Rome, Munich, Vienna, or to St. Petersburg or Moscow. She had a friend in St. Petersburg and a friend in Munich. To each of these she wrote, asking about rooms. She had a certain amount of money. She had come home partly to save, and now she had sold several pieces of work, she had been praised in various shows. She knew she could become quite the go if she went to London. But she knew London. She wanted something else. She had £70, of which nobody knew anything. She would move soon as she heard from her friends. Her nature, in spite of her apparent placidity and calm, was profoundly restless. The sisters happened to call in a cottage in Willey Green to buy honey. Mrs. Kirk, a stout, pale, sharp-nosed woman, sly, honeyed, with something shrewish and cat-like beneath, asked the girls into her too cosy, too tidy kitchen. There was a cat-like comfort and cleanliness everywhere. "Yes, Miss Brangwen," she said in her slightly whining, insinuating voice.
"And how do you like being back in the old place, then?"
Gudrun, whom she addressed, hated her at once. "I don't care for it," she replied abruptly.
"You don't? Aye, well, I suppose you found a difference from London. You like life and big grand places. Some of us has to be content with Willey Green and Beldover. And what do you think of our grammar school, as there's so much talk about?"
"What do I think of it?" Gudrun looked round at her slowly. "Do you mean, do I think it's a good school?"
"Yes, what is your opinion of it?"
"I do think it's a good school." Gudrun was very cold and repelling. She knew the common people hated the school.
"Ah, you do then? I've heard so much one way and the other. It's nice to know what those that's in it feel. But opinions vary, don't they? Mr Crich up at High Close is all for it. Aye, poor man, I'm afraid he's not long for this world. He's very poorly."
"Is he worse?" asked Ursula.
Yes, since they lost Miss Diana, he's gone off to a shadow. Poor man, he's had a world of trouble."
"Has he?" asked Gudrun, faintly ironic.
"He has a world of trouble, and as nice and kind a gentleman as ever you could wish to meet. His children don't take after him."
"I suppose they take after their mother," said Ursula.
"In many ways."
Mrs. Kirk lowered her voice a little.
"She was a proud, haughty lady when she came into these parts. My word, she was that. She mustn't be looked at, and it was worth your life to speak to her."
The woman made a dry, sly face. "Did you know her when she was first married?"
"Yes, I knew her. I nursed 3 of her children, and proper little terrors they were, little fiends. That Gerald was a demon, if ever there was one, a proper demon. Aye, at 6 months old."
A curious, malicious, sly tone came into the woman's voice. "Really?" said Gudrun.
"That wilful, masterful, he'd mastered one nurse at 6 months. Kick and scream and struggle like a demon. Many's the time I've pinched his little bottom for him when he was a child in arms. Aye, and he'd have been better if he'd had it pinched oftener. But she wouldn't have 'em corrected. No, wouldn't hear of it. I can remember the row she had with Mr Crich, my word. When he got worked up, properly worked up, till he could stand no more, he'd lock the study door and whip them. But she paced up and down all the while like a tiger outside, like a tiger, with very murder in her face. She had a face that could look death. And when the door was opened, she'd go in with her hands lifted. 'What have you been doing to my children, you coward?' She was like one out of her mind. I believe he was frightened of her. He had to be driven mad before he'd lift a finger. Didn't the servants have a life of it? And didn't we used to be thankful when one of them caught it? They were the torment of your life." "Really?" said Gudrun. "In every possible way. If you wouldn't let 'em smash their pots on the table, if you wouldn't let 'em drag the kitten about with a string round its neck, if you wouldn't give 'em whatever they asked for, every mortal thing, then there was a shine on, and their mother coming in asking, 'What's the matter with him? What have you done to him? What is it, darling?' And then she'd turn on you as if she'd trample you under her feet. But she didn't trample on me. I was the only one that could do anything with her demons, for she wasn't going to be bothered with them herself. No, she took no trouble for them. But they must just have their way, they mustn't be spoken to. And Master Gerald was the beauty. I left when he was 1.5 years. I could stand no more. But I pinched his little bottom for him when he was in arms, I did. When there was no holding him, and I'm not sorry I did."
Gudrun went away in fury and loathing. The phrase, "I pinched his little bottom for him," sent her into a white, stony fury. She could not bear it. She wanted to have the woman taken out at once and strangled. And yet there the phrase was lodged in her mind for ever, beyond escape. She felt one day she would have to tell him, to see how he took it. And she loathed herself for the thought. But at Shortlands the lifelong struggle was coming to a close. The father was ill, and was going to die. He had bad internal pains which took away all his attentive life, and left him with only a vestige of his consciousness. More and more a silence came over him. He was less and less acutely aware of his surroundings. The pain seemed to absorb his activity. He knew it was there. He knew it would come again. It was like something lurking in the darkness within him. And he had not the power or the will to seek it out and to know it. There it remained in the darkness, the great pain tearing him at times and then being silent. And when it tore him he crouched in silent subjection under it. And when it left him alone again he refused to know of it. It was within the darkness, let it remain unknown. So he never admitted it, except in a secret corner of himself, where all his never revealed fears and secrets were accumulated. For the rest, he had a pain, it went away, it made no difference. It even stimulated him, excited him. But it gradually absorbed his life. Gradually it drew away all his potentiality, it bled him into the dark. It weaned him of life and drew him away into the darkness. And in this twilight of his life little remained visible to him. The business, his work, that was gone entirely. His public interests had disappeared as if they had never been. Even his family had become extraneous to him. He could only remember, in some slight, non-essential part of himself, that such and such were his children. But it was historical fact, not vital to him. He had to make an effort to know their relation to him. Even his wife barely existed. She indeed was like the darkness, like the pain within him. By some strange association, the darkness that contained the pain and the darkness that contained his wife were identical. All his thoughts and understandings became blurred and fused, and now his wife and the consuming pain were the same dark secret power against him that he never faced. He never drove the dread out of its lair within him. He only knew that there was a dark place, and something inhabiting this darkness, which issued from time to time and rent him. But he dared not penetrate and drive the beast into the open. He had rather ignore its existence. Only in his vague way, the dread was his wife, the destroyer. And it was the pain, the destruction. a darkness which was one and both. He very rarely saw his wife. She kept her room. Only occasionally she came forth, with her head stretched forward, and in her low, possessed voice she asked him how he was. And he answered her, in the habit of more than 30 years, "Well, I don't think I'm any the worse, dear." But he was frightened of her, underneath this safeguard of habit. Frightened almost to the verge of death. But all his life he had been so constant to his lights, he had never broken down. He would die even now without breaking down, without knowing what his feelings were towards her. All his life he had said, "Poor Christiana, she has such a strong temper." With unbroken will he had stood by this position with regard to her. He had substituted pity for all his hostility. Pity had been his shield and his safeguard, and his infallible weapon. And still, in his consciousness, he was sorry for her. Her nature was so violent and so impatient. But now his pity, with his life, was wearing thin, and the dread almost amounting to horror was rising into being. But before the armour of his pity really broke, he would die, as an insect when its shell is cracked. This was his final resource. Others would live on and know the living death, the ensuing process of hopeless chaos. He would not. He denied death its victory. He had been so constant to his lights, so constant to charity and to his love for his neighbour. Perhaps he had loved his neighbour even better than himself, which is going one further than the commandment. Always this flame had burned in his heart, sustaining him through everything, the welfare of the people. He was a large employer of labour, he was a great mine owner, and he had never lost this from his heart, that in Christ he was one with his workmen. Nay, he had felt inferior to them, as if they, through poverty and labour, were nearer to God than he. He had always the unacknowledged belief that it was his workmen, the miners, who held in their hands the means of salvation. To move nearer to God, he must move towards his miners, his life must gravitate towards theirs. They were, unconsciously, his idol, his God made manifest. In them he worshipped the highest, the great, sympathetic, mindless Godhead of humanity. And all the while his wife had opposed him, like one of the great demons of hell. Strange, like a bird of prey, with the fascinating beauty and abstraction of a hawk, she had beat against the bars of his philanthropy, and like a hawk in a cage, she had sunk into silence. By force of circumstance, because all the world combined to make the cage unbreakable, he had been too strong for her. He had kept her prisoner. And because she was his prisoner, his passion for her had always remained keen as death. He had always loved her with intensity. Within the cage she was denied nothing, she was given all licence. But she had gone almost mad. Of wild and overweening temper, she could not bear the humiliation of her husband's soft, half-appealing kindness to everybody. He was not deceived by the poor. He knew they came and sponged on him and whined to him, the worst sort. The majority, luckily for him, were much too proud to ask for anything, much too independent to come knocking at his door. But in Beldover, as everywhere else, there were the whining, parasitic, foul human beings who come crawling after charity, and feeding on the living body of the public like lice. A kind of fire would go over Christiana Cry's brain as she saw two more pale-faced, creeping women in objectionable black clothes cringing lugubriously up the drive to the door. She wanted to set the dogs on them. Hi, Rip! Hi, Ring! Ranger! Atom boys! Set 'em off! But Crowther, the butler, with all the rest of the servants, was Mr Cry's man. Nevertheless, when her husband was away, she would come down like a wolf on the crawling supplicants. "What do you people want? There is nothing for you here. You have no business on the drive at all. Simpson, drive them away, and let no more of them through the gate." The servants had to obey her, and she would stand watching with an eye like the eagle's, whilst the groom in clumsy confusion drove the lugubrious persons down the drive, as if they were rusty fowls scuttling before him. But they learned to know from the lodge-keeper when Mrs Cry was away, and they timed their visits. How many times in the first years would Crowther knock softly at the door? "Person to see you, sir." "What name?" "Grocock, sir." "What do they want?" The question was half impatient, half gratified. He liked hearing appeals to his charity. "About a child, sir." "Show them into the library, and tell them they shouldn't come after 11 o'clock in the morning." "Why do you get up from dinner? Send them off," his wife would say abruptly. "Oh, I can't do that. It's no trouble just to hear what they have to say." "How many more have been here today? Why don't you establish open house for them? They would soon oust me and the children." "You know, dear, it doesn't hurt me to hear what they have to say. And if they really are in trouble, well, it is my duty to help them out of it." "It's your duty to invite all the rats in the world to gnaw at your bones." "Come, Christiana, it isn't like that. Don't be uncharitable." But she suddenly swept out of the room and out to the study. There sat the meagre charity-seekers, looking as if they were at the doctor's. "Mr Cry can't see you. He can't see you at this hour. Do you think he is your property, that you can come whenever you like? You must go away. There is nothing for you here." The poor people rose in confusion, but Mr Cry, pale and black-bearded and deprecating, came behind her, saying, "Yes, I don't like you coming as late as this. I'll hear any of you in the morning part of the day, but I can't really do with you after. What's amiss then, Gittins? How is your missus?" "Oh, she's sunk very low, Mr Cry. She's almost gone. She's—" Sometimes it seemed to Mrs Cry as if her husband were some subtle funeral bird, feeding on the miseries of the people. It seemed to her he was never satisfied unless there was some sordid tale being poured out to him, which he drank in with a sort of mournful, sympathetic satisfaction. He would have no raison d'être if there were no lugubrious miseries in the world, as an undertaker would have no meaning if there were no funerals. Mrs Cry recoiled back upon herself. She recoiled away from this world of creeping democracy. A band of tight, baleful exclusion fastened round her heart. Her isolation was fierce and hard. Her antagonism was passive, but terribly pure, like that of a hawk in a cage. As the years went on, she lost more and more count of the world. She seemed wrapped in some glittering abstraction, almost purely unconscious. She would wander about the house and about the surrounding country, staring keenly and seeing nothing. She rarely spoke. She had no connection with the world. And she did not even think. She was consumed in a fierce tension of opposition, like the negative pole of a magnet. And she bore many children, for as time went on, she never opposed her husband in word or deed. She took no notice of him externally. She submitted to him let him take what he wanted and do as he wanted with her. She was like a hawk that sullenly submits to everything. The relation between her and her husband was wordless and unknown, but it was deep, awful, a relation of utter interdestruction. And he who triumphed in the world, he became more and more hollow in his vitality. The vitality was bled from within him, as by some haemorrhage. She was hulked like a hawk in a cage, but her heart was fierce and undiminished within her, though her mind was destroyed. So to the last he would go to her and hold her in his arms sometimes, before his strength was all gone. The terrible white destructive light that burned in her eyes only excited and roused him, till he was bled to death, and then he dreaded her more than anything. But he always said to himself how happy he had been, how he had loved her with a pure and consuming love ever since he had known her. And he thought of her as pure, chaste. The white flame which was known to him alone, the flame of her sex, was a white flower of snow to his mind. She was a wonderful white snow flower, which he had desired infinitely. And now he was dying, with all his ideas and interpretations intact. They would only collapse when the breath left his body. Till then they would be pure truths for him. Only death would show the perfect completeness of the lie. Till death she was his white snow flower. He had subdued her, and her subjugation was to him an infinite chastity in her, a virginity which he could never break, and which dominated him as by a spell. She had let go the outer world, but within herself she was unbroken and unimpaired. She only sat in her room like a moping, dishevelled hawk, motionless, mindless. Her children, for whom she had been so fierce in her youth, now meant scarcely anything to her. She had lost all that. She was quite by herself. Only Gerald, the gleaming, had some existence for her. But of late years, since he had become head of the business, he too was forgotten. Whereas the father, now he was dying, turned for compassion to Gerald. There had always been opposition between the two of them. Gerald had feared and despised his father, and to a great extent had avoided him all through boyhood and young manhood. And the father had felt very often a real dislike of his eldest son, which, never wanting to give way to, he had refused to acknowledge. He had ignored Gerald as much as possible, leaving him alone. Since, however, Gerald had come home and assumed responsibility in the firm, and had proved such a wonderful director, the father, tired and weary of all outside concerns, had put all his trust of these things in his son, implicitly, leaving everything to him, and assuming a rather touching dependence on the young enemy. This immediately roused a poignant pity and allegiance in Gerald's heart, always shadowed by contempt and by unadmitted enmity. For Gerald was in reaction against charity, and yet he was dominated by it. It assumed supremacy in the inner life, and he could not confute it. So he was partly subject to that which his father stood for, but he was in reaction against it. Now he could not save himself. A certain pity and grief and tenderness for his father overcame him, in spite of the deeper, more sullen hostility. The father won shelter from Gerald through compassion, but for love he had Winifred. She was his youngest child. She was the only one of his children whom he had ever closely loved. and her he loved with all the great, overweening, sheltering love of a dying man. He wanted to shelter her infinitely, infinitely, to wrap her in warmth and love and shelter perfectly. If he could save her, she should never know one pain, one grief, one hurt. He had been so right all his life, so constant in his kindness and his goodness, and this was his last passionate righteousness, his love for the child Winifred. Some things troubled him yet. The world had passed away from him as his strength ebbed. There were no more poor and injured and humble to protect and succour. These were all lost to him. There were no more sons and daughters to trouble him and to weigh on him as an unnatural responsibility. These too had faded out of reality. All these things had fallen out of his hands and left him free. There remained the covert fear and horror of his wife, as she sat mindless and strange in her room, or as she came forth with slow, prowling step, her head bent forward. But this he put away. Even his lifelong righteousness, however, would not quite deliver him from the inner horror. Still, he could keep it sufficiently at bay. It would never break forth openly. Death would come first. Then there was Winifred. If only he could be sure about her, if only he could be sure. Since the death of Diana and the development of his illness, his craving for surety with regard to Winifred amounted almost to obsession. It was as if, even dying, he must have some anxiety, some responsibility of love, of charity, upon his heart. She was an odd, sensitive, inflammable child, having her father's dark hair and quiet bearing, but being quite detached, momentaneous. She was like a changeling indeed, as if her feelings did not matter to her really. She often seemed to be talking and playing like the gayest and most childish of children. She was full of the warmest, most delightful affection for a few things, for her father, and for her animals in particular. But if she heard that her beloved kitten Leo had been run over by the motor car, she put her head on one side and replied, with a faint contraction like resentment on her face, "Has he?" Then she took no more notice. She only disliked the servant who would force bad news on her and wanted her to be sorry. She wished not to know, and that seemed her chief motive. She avoided her mother and most of the members of her family. She loved her daddy because he wanted her always to be happy, and because he seemed to become young again and irresponsible in her presence. She liked Gerald because he was so self-contained. She loved people who would make life a game for her. She had an amazing instinctive critical faculty, and was a pure anarchist, a pure aristocrat at once. For she accepted her equals wherever she found them, and she ignored with blithe indifference her inferiors, whether they were her brothers and sisters, or whether they were wealthy guests of the house, or whether they were the common people or the servants. She was quite single and by herself, deriving from nobody. It was as if she were cut off from all purpose or continuity, and existed simply moment by moment. The father, as by some strange final illusion, felt as if all his fate depended on his ensuring to Winifred her happiness. She, who could never suffer because she never formed vital connections, she, who could lose the dearest things of her life and be just the same the next day, the whole memory dropped out as if deliberately. She, whose will was so strangely and easily free, anarchistic, almost nihilistic, who, like a soulless bird, flits on its own will, without attachment or responsibility beyond the moment, who in her every motion snapped the threads of serious relationship with blithe, free hands, really nihilistic, because never troubled, she must be the object of her father's final passionate solicitude. When Mr Crich heard that Gudrun Brangwen might come to help Winifred with her drawing and modelling, he saw a road to salvation for his child. He believed that Winifred had talent. He had seen Gudrun. He knew that she was an exceptional person. He could give Winifred into her hands as into the hands of a right being. Here was a direction and a positive force to be lent to his child. He need not leave her directionless and defenceless. If he could but graft the girl onto some tree of utterance before he died, he would have fulfilled his responsibility. And here it could be done. He did not hesitate to appeal to Gudrun. End of the first part of chapter 17. Recording by Ruth Golding. The second part of chapter 17 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The second part of chapter 17, The Industrial Magnate. Meanwhile, as the father drifted more and more out of life, Gerald experienced more and more a sense of exposure. His father, after all, had stood for the living world to him. Whilst his father lived, Gerald was not responsible for the world. But now his father was passing away, Gerald found himself left exposed and unready before the storm of living, like the mutinous first mate of a ship that has lost his captain, and who sees only a terrible chaos in front of him. He did not inherit an established order and a living idea. The whole unifying idea of mankind seemed to be dying with his father. The centralising force that had held the whole together seemed to collapse with his father. The parts were ready to go asunder in terrible disintegration. Gerald was as if left on board of a ship that was going asunder beneath his feet. He was in charge of a vessel whose timbers were all coming apart. He knew that all his life he had been wrenching at the frame of life to break it apart. And now, with something of the terror of a destructive child, he saw himself on the point of inheriting his own destruction. And during the last months, under the influence of death, and of Birkin's talk, and of Gudrun's penetrating being, he had lost entirely that mechanical certainty that had been his triumph. Sometimes spasms of hatred came over him, against Birkin and Gudrun and that whole set. He wanted to go back to the dullest conservatism, to the most stupid of conventional people. He wanted to revert to the strictest Toryism. But the desire did not last long enough to carry him into action. During his childhood and his boyhood, he had wanted a sort of savagedom. The days of Homer were his ideal, when a man was chief of an army of heroes, or spent his years in wonderful Odyssey. He hated remorselessly the circumstances of his own life, so much that he never really saw Beldover and the Colliery Valley. He turned his face entirely away from the blackened mining region that stretched away on the right hand of Shortlands. He turned entirely to the country and the woods beyond Willey Water. It was true that the panting and rattling of the coal mines could always be heard at Shortlands. But from his earliest childhood, Gerald had paid no heed to this. He had ignored the whole of the industrial sea, which surged in coal-blackened tides against the grounds of the house. The world was really a wilderness, where one hunted and swam and rode. He rebelled against all authority. Life was a condition of savage freedom. Then he had been sent away to school, which was so much death to him. He refused to go to Oxford, choosing a German university. He had spent a certain time at Bonn, at Berlin, and at Frankfurt. There a curiosity had been aroused in his mind. He wanted to see and to know, in a curious objective fashion, as if it were an amusement to him. Then he must try war. Then he must travel into the savage regions that had so attracted him. The result was, he found humanity very much alike everywhere. And to a mind like his, curious and cold, the savage was duller, less exciting than the European. So he took hold of all kinds of sociological ideas and ideas of reform. But they never went more than skin deep. They were never more than a mental amusement. Their interest lay chiefly in the reaction against the positive order, the destructive reaction. He discovered at last a real adventure in the coal mines. His father asked him to help in the firm. Gerald had been educated in the science of mining, and it had never interested him. Now, suddenly, with a sort of exultation, he laid hold of the world. There was impressed photographically on his consciousness the great industry. Suddenly it was real. He was part of it. Down the valley ran the colliery railway, linking mine with mine. Down the railway ran the trains, short trains of heavily laden trucks, long trains of empty wagons, each one bearing in big white letters the initials C.B. and Co. These white letters on all the wagons he had seen since his first childhood, and it was as if he had never seen them, they were so familiar and so ignored. Now at last he saw his own name written on the wall. Now he had a vision of power. So many wagons bearing his initial running all over the country. He saw them as he entered London in the train. He saw them at Dover. So far his power ramified. He looked at Beldover, at Selby, at Whatmore, at Lethley Bank, the great colliery villages which depended entirely on his mines. They were hideous and sordid. During his childhood they had been sores in his consciousness. And now he saw them with pride. 4 raw new towns and many ugly industrial hamlets were crowded under his dependence. He saw the stream of miners flowing along the causeways from the mines at the end of the afternoon, thousands of blackened, slightly distorted human beings with red mouths, all moving subjugate to his will. He pushed slowly in his motor car through the little market top on Friday nights in Beldover, through a solid mass of human beings that were making their purchases and doing their weekly spending. They were all subordinate to him. They were ugly and uncouth, but they were his instruments. He was the god of the machine. They made way for his motor car automatically, slowly. He did not care whether they made way with alacrity or grudgingly. He did not care what they thought of him. His vision had suddenly crystallised. Suddenly he had conceived the pure instrumentality of mankind. There had been so much humanitarianism, so much talk of sufferings and feelings. It was ridiculous. The sufferings and feelings of individuals did not matter in the least. They were mere conditions, like the weather. What mattered was the pure instrumentality of the individual. As a man, as of a knife. Does it cut well? Nothing else mattered. Everything in the world has its function, and is good or not good in so far as it fulfils this function more or less perfectly. Was a miner a good miner? Then he was complete. Was a manager a good manager? That was enough. Gerald himself, who was responsible for all this industry, was he a good director? If he were, he had fulfilled his life. The rest was by-play. The mines were there, they were old, they were giving out. It did not pay to work the seams. There was talk of closing down 2 of them. It was at this point that Gerald arrived on the scene. He looked around. There lay the mines. They were old, obsolete. They were like old lions, no more good. He looked again. Pah! The mines were nothing but the clumsy efforts of impure minds. There they lay, abortions of a half-trained mind. Let the idea of them be swept away. He cleared his brain of them, and thought only of the coal in the under-earth. How much was there? There was plenty of coal. The old workings could not get at it, that was all. Then break the neck of the old workings. The coal lay there in its seams, even though the seams were thin. There it lay, inert matter, as it had always lain since the beginning of time, subject to the will of man. The will of man was the determining factor. Man was the arch-god of earth. His mind was obedient to serve his will. Man's will was the absolute, the only absolute. And it was his will to subjugate matter to his own ends. The subjugation itself was the point. The fight was the be-all. The fruits of victory were mere results. It was not for the sake of money that Gerald took over the mines. He did not care about money fundamentally. He was neither ostentatious nor luxurious. Neither did he care about social position, not finally. What he wanted was the pure fulfilment of his own will in the struggle with the natural conditions. His will was now to take the coal out of the earth profitably. The profit was merely the condition of victory, but the victory itself lay in the feat achieved. He vibrated with zest before the challenge. Every day he was in the mines, examining, testing. He consulted experts. He gradually gathered the whole situation into his mind, as a general grasps the plan of his campaign. Then there was need for a complete break. The mines were run on an old system, an obsolete idea. The initial idea had been to obtain as much money from the earth as would make the owners comfortably rich, would allow the workmen sufficient wages and good conditions, and would increase the wealth of the country altogether. Gerald's father, following in the second generation, having a sufficient fortune, had thought only of the men. The mines for him were primarily great fields to produce bread and plenty for all the hundreds of human beings gathered about them. He had lived and striven with his fellow owners to benefit the men every time, and the men had been benefited in their fashion. There were few poor and few needy. All was plenty, because the mines were good and easy to work. And the miners in those days, finding themselves richer than they might have expected, felt glad and triumphant. They thought themselves well off. They congratulated themselves on their good fortune. They remembered how their fathers had starved and suffered, and they felt that better times had come. They were grateful to those others, the pioneers, the new owners, who had opened out the pits and let forth this stream of plenty. But man is never satisfied, and so the miners, from gratitude to their owners, passed on to murmuring. Their sufficiency decreased with knowledge. They wanted more. Why should the master be so out of all proportion rich? There was a crisis when Gerald was a boy, when the Masters' Federation closed down the mines because the men would not accept a reduction. This lockout had forced home the new conditions to Thomas Crich. Belonging to the Federation, he had been compelled by his honour to close the pits against his men. He, the father, the patriarch, was forced to deny the means of life to his sons, his people. He, the rich man who would hardly enter heaven because of his possessions, must now turn upon the poor, upon those who were nearer Christ than himself, those who were humble and despised and closer to perfection, those who were manly and noble in their labours, and must say to them, "Ye shall neither labour nor eat bread." It was this recognition of the state of war which really broke his heart. He wanted his industry to be run on love. Oh, he wanted love to be the directing power even of the mines. And now, from under the cloak of love, the sword was cynically drawn, the sword of mechanical necessity. This really broke his heart. He must have the illusion, and now the illusion was destroyed. The men were not against him, but they were against the masters. It was war, and willy-nilly he found himself on the wrong side in his own conscience. Seething masses of miners met daily, carried away by a new religious impulse. The idea flew through them, all men are equal on earth, and they would carry the idea to its material fulfilment. After all, is it not the teaching of Christ? And what is an idea if not the germ of action in the material world? All men are equal in spirit, they are all sons of God. Whence then this obvious disquality? It was a religious creed pushed to its material conclusion. Thomas Crich at least had no answer. He could but admit, according to his sincere tenets, that the disquality was wrong. But he could not give up his goods, which were the stuff of disquality. So the men would fight for their rights. The last impulses of the last religious passion left on earth, the passion for equality, inspired them. Seething mobs of men marched about, their faces lighted up as for holy war, with a smoke of cupidity. How disentangle the passion for equality from the passion of cupidity, when begins the fight for equality of possessions? But the god was the machine. Each man claimed equality in the godhead of the great productive machine. Every man equally was part of this godhead. But somehow, somewhere, Thomas Crich knew this was false. When the machine is the godhead, and production or work is worship, then the most mechanical mind is purest and highest, the representative of God on earth, and the rest are subordinate, each according to his degree. Riots broke out. Whatmore Pithead was in flames. This was the pit furthest in the country, near the woods. Soldiers came. From the windows of Shortlands on that fatal day could be seen the flare of fire in the sky not far off. And now the little colliery train, with the workmen's carriages which were used to convey the miners to the distant Whatmore, was crossing the valley full of soldiers, full of redcoats. Then there was the far-off sound of firing. Then the later news that the mob was dispersed. One man was shot dead. The fire was put out. Gerald, who was a boy, was filled with the wildest excitement and delight. He longed to go with the soldiers to shoot the men. But he was not allowed to go out of the lodge gates. At the gates were stationed sentries with guns. Gerald stood near them in delight, whilst gangs of derisive miners strolled up and down the lanes, calling and jeering. "Now then, 3 ha'porth of coppers, let's see thee shoot thy gun." Insults were chalked on the walls and the fences. The servants left. And all this while Thomas Crich was breaking his heart, and giving away hundreds of pounds in charity. Everywhere there was free food, a surfeit of free food. Anybody could have bread for asking, and a loaf cost only 3 halfpence. Every day there was a free tea somewhere. The children had never had so many treats in their lives. On Friday afternoon great basketfuls of buns and cakes were taken into the schools, and great pitchers of milk. The school children had what they wanted. They were sick with eating too much cake and milk. And then it came to an end, and the men went back to work. But it was never the same as before. There was a new situation created, a new idea reigned. Even in the machine there should be equality. No part should be subordinate to any other part. All should be equal. The instinct for chaos had entered. Mystic equality lies in abstraction, not in having or in doing, which are processes. In function and process, one man, one part, must of necessity be subordinate to another. It is a condition of being. But the desire for chaos had risen, and the idea of mechanical equality was the weapon of disruption which should execute the will of man, the will for chaos. Gerald was a boy at the time of the strike, but he longed to be a man, to fight the colliers. The father, however, was trapped between 2 half-truths, and broken. He wanted to be a pure Christian, one and equal with all men. He even wanted to give away all he had to the poor. Yet he was a great promoter of industry, and he knew perfectly that he must keep his goods and keep his authority. This was as divine a necessity in him as the need to give away all he possessed, more divine even, since this was the necessity he acted upon. Yet, because he did not act on the other ideal, it dominated him. He was dying of chagrin because he must forfeit it. He wanted to be a father of loving kindness and sacrificial benevolence. The colliers shouted to him about his thousands a year. They would not be deceived. When Gerald grew up in the ways of the world, he shifted the position. He did not care about the equality. The whole Christian attitude of love and self-sacrifice was old hat. He knew that position and authority were the right thing in the world, and it was useless to cant about it. They were the right thing for the simple reason that they were functionally necessary. They were not the be-all and the end-all. It was like being part of a machine. He himself happened to be a controlling central part. The masses of men were the parts variously controlled. This was merely as it happened. As well get excited because a central hub drives 100 outer wheels, or because the whole universe wheels round the sun. After all, it would be mere silliness to say that the moon and the earth and Saturn and Jupiter and Venus have just as much right to be the centre of the universe, each of them separately, as the sun. Such an assertion is made merely in the desire of chaos. Without bothering to think to a conclusion, Gerald jumped to a conclusion. He abandoned the whole democratic equality problem as a problem of silliness. What mattered was the great social productive machine. Let that work perfectly. Let it produce a sufficiency of everything. Let every man be given a rational portion, greater or less, according to his functional degree or magnitude, and then, provision made, let the devil supervene. Let every man look after his own amusements and appetites, so long as he interfered with nobody. So Gerald set himself to work to put the great industry in order. In his travels and in his accompanying readings, he had come to the conclusion that the essential secret of life was harmony.
He did not define to himself at all clearly what harmony was. The word pleased him. He felt he had come to his own conclusions. And he proceeded to put his philosophy into practice by forcing order into the established world, translating the mystic word harmony into the practical word organisation. Immediately he saw the firm, he realised what he could do. He had a fight to fight with matter, with the earth and the coal it enclosed. This was the sole idea, to turn upon the inanimate matter of the underground and reduce it to his will. And for this fight with matter one must have perfect instruments in perfect organisation, a mechanism so subtle and harmonious in its workings that it represents the single mind of man, and by its relentless repetition of given movement will accomplish a purpose irresistibly, inhumanly. It was this inhuman principle in the mechanism he wanted to construct that inspired Gerald with an almost religious exaltation. He, the man, could interpose a perfect, changeless, godlike medium between himself and the matter he had to subjugate. There were two opposites, his will and the resistant matter of the earth. And between these he could establish the very expression of his will, the incarnation of his power, a great and perfect machine, a system, an activity of pure order, pure mechanical repetition, repetition ad infinitum, hence eternal and infinite. He found his eternal and his infinite in the pure machine principle of perfect coordination into one pure, complex, infinitely repeated motion, like the spinning of a wheel. But a productive spinning, as the revolving of the universe may be called a productive spinning, a productive repetition through eternity to infinity. And this is the God motion, this productive repetition ad infinitum. And Gerald was the god of the machine, Deus ex machina. And the whole productive will of man was the Godhead. He had his life work now, to extend over the earth a great and perfect system in which the will of man ran smooth and unthwarted, timeless, a Godhead in process. He had to begin with the minds. The terms were given. First the resistant matter of the underground, then the instruments of its subjugation, instruments human and metallic, and finally his own pure will, his own mind. It would need a marvellous adjustment of myriad instruments, human, animal, metallic, kinetic, dynamic, a marvellous casting of myriad tiny wholes into one great, perfect entirety. And then, in this case, there was perfection attained. The will of the highest was perfectly fulfilled. The will of mankind was perfectly enacted. For was not mankind mystically contradistinguished against inanimate matter? Was not the history of mankind just the history of the conquest of the one by the other? The miners were overreached. While they were still in the toils of divine equality of man, Gerald had passed on, granted essentially their case, and proceeded in his quality of human being to fulfil the will of mankind as a whole. He merely represented the miners in a higher sense when he perceived that the only way to fulfil perfectly the will of man was to establish the perfect inhuman machine. But he represented them very essentially. They were far behind, out of date, squabbling for their material equality. The desire had already transmuted into this new and greater desire for a perfect intervening mechanism between man and matter, the desire to translate the Godhead into pure mechanism. As soon as Gerald entered the firm, the convulsion of death ran through the old system. He had all his life been tortured by a furious and destructive demon, which possessed him sometimes like an insanity. This temper now entered like a virus into the firm, and there were cruel eruptions. Terrible and inhuman were his examinations into every detail. There was no privacy he would spare, no old sentiment but he would turn it over. The old grey managers, the old grey clerks, the doddering old pensioners, he looked at them and removed them as so much lumber. The whole concern seemed like a hospital of invalid employees. He had no emotional qualms. He arranged what pensions were necessary, he looked for efficient substitutes, and when these were found, he substituted them for the old hands. "I've a pitiful letter here from Letherington," his father would say, in a tone of deprecation and appeal. "Don't you think the poor fellow might keep on a little longer? I always fancied he did rather well." "I've got a man in his place now, father. He'll be happier out of it, believe me. You think his allowance is plenty, don't you?" "It is not the allowance that he wants, poor man. He feels it very much that he is superannuated. Says he thought he had 20 more years of work in him yet." "Not of this kind of work I want. He doesn't understand." The father sighed. He wanted not to know any more. He believed the pits would have to be overhauled if they were to go on working. And after all, it would be worst in the long run for everybody if they must close down. So he could make no answer to the appeals of his old and trusty servants. He could only repeat, "Gerald says." So the father drew more and more out of the light. The whole frame of the real life was broken for him. He had been right, according to his lights. And his lights had been those of the great religion. Yet they seemed to have become obsolete, to be superseded in the world. He could not understand. He only withdrew with his lights into an inner room, into the silence. The beautiful candles of belief that would not do to light the world any more. They would still burn sweetly and sufficiently in the inner room of his soul, and in the silence of his retirement. Gerald rushed into the reform of the firm, beginning with the office. It was needful to economise severely, to make possible the great alterations he must introduce. "What are these widows' coals?" he asked. "We have always allowed all widows of men who worked for the firm a load of coals every 3 months." "They must pay cost price henceforward. The firm is not a charity institution, as everybody seems to think." Widows, these stock figures of sentimental humanitarianism, he felt a dislike at the thought of them. They were almost repulsive. Why were they not immolated on the pyre of the husband like the sati in India? At any rate, let them pay the cost of their coals. In 1,000 ways he cut down the expenditure, in ways so fine as to be hardly noticeable to the men. The miners must pay for the cartage of their coals, heavy cartage too. They must pay for their tools, for the sharpening, for the care of lamps, for the many trifling things that made the bill of charges against every man mount up to 1 shilling or so in the week. It was not grasped very definitely by the miners, though they were sore enough, but it saved hundreds of pounds every week for the firm. Gradually Gerald got hold of everything, and then began the great reform. Expert engineers were introduced in every department. An enormous electric plant was installed, both for lighting and for haulage underground, and for power. The electricity was carried into every mine. New machinery was brought from America, such as the miners had never seen before. Great iron men, as the cutting machines were called, and unusual appliances.
The working of the pits was thoroughly changed, all the control was taken out of the hands of the miners, the butty system was abolished, everything was run on the most accurate and delicate scientific method, educated and expert men were in control everywhere, the miners were reduced to mere mechanical instruments. They had to work hard, much harder than before. The work was terrible and heart-breaking in its mechanicalness. But they submitted to it all. The joy went out of their lives. The hope seemed to perish as they became more and more mechanized. And yet they accepted the new conditions. They even got a further satisfaction out of them. At first they hated Gerald Crich. They swore to do something to him, to murder him. But as time went on, they accepted everything with some fatal satisfaction. Gerald was their high priest. He represented the religion they really felt. His father was forgotten already. There was a new world, a new order, strict, terrible, inhuman, but satisfying in its very destructiveness. The men were satisfied to belong to the great and wonderful machine, even whilst it destroyed them. It was what they wanted. It was the highest that man had produced, the most wonderful and superhuman. They were exalted by belonging to this great and superhuman system which was beyond feeling or reason, something really godlike. Their hearts died within them, but their souls were satisfied. It was what they wanted. Otherwise Gerald could never have done what he did. He was just ahead of them in giving them what they wanted. This participation in a great and perfect system that subjected life to pure mathematical principles. This was a sort of freedom, the sort they really wanted. It was the first great step in undoing, the first great phase of chaos, the substitution of the mechanical principle for the organic, the destruction of the organic purpose, the organic unity, and the subordination of every organic unit to the great mechanical purpose. It was pure organic disintegration and pure mechanical organisation. This is the first and finest state of chaos. Gerald was satisfied. He knew the colliers said they hated him, but he had long ceased to hate them. When they streamed past him at evening, their heavy boots slurring on the pavement wearily, their shoulders slightly distorted, they took no notice of him, they gave him no greeting whatever. They passed in a grey-black stream of unemotional acceptance. They were not important to him save as instruments, nor he to them, save as a supreme instrument of control. As miners they had their being, he had his being as director. He admired their qualities, but as men, personalities, they were just accidents, sporadic little unimportant phenomena. And tacitly the men agreed to this, for Gerald agreed to it in himself. He had succeeded. He had converted the industry into a new and terrible purity. There was a greater output of coal than ever. The wonderful and delicate system ran almost perfectly. He had a set of really clever engineers, both mining and electrical, and they did not cost much. A highly educated man cost very little more than a workman. His managers, who were all rare men, were no more expensive than the old bungling fools of his father's days, who were merely colliers promoted. His chief manager, who had 1,200 a year, saved the firm at least 5,000. The whole system was now so perfect that Gerald was hardly necessary any more. It was so perfect that sometimes a strange fear came over him, and he did not know what to do. He went on for some years in a sort of trance of activity. What he was doing seemed supreme. He was almost like a divinity. He was a pure and exalted activity. But now he had succeeded. He had finally succeeded. And once or twice lately, when he was alone in the evening and had nothing to do, he had suddenly stood up in terror, not knowing what he was. And he went to the mirror and looked long and closely at his own face, at his own eyes, seeking for something. He was afraid, in mortal, dry fear, but he knew not what of. He looked at his own face. There it was, shapely and healthy and the same as ever, yet somehow it was not real. It was a mask. He dared not touch it, for fear it should prove to be only a composition mask. His eyes were blue and keen as ever, and as firm in their sockets, yet he was not sure that they were not blue, false bubbles that would burst in a moment and leave clear annihilation. He could see the darkness in them, as if they were only bubbles of darkness. He was afraid that one day he would break down and be a purely meaningless babble lapping round a darkness. But his will yet held good. He was able to go away and read and think about things. He liked to read books about the primitive man, books of anthropology, and also works of speculative philosophy. His mind was very active, but it was like a bubble floating in the darkness. At any moment it might burst and leave him in chaos. He would not die. He knew that. He would go on living, but the meaning would have collapsed out of him. His divine reason would be gone. In a strangely indifferent, sterile way, he was frightened. But he could not react even to the fear. It was as if his centres of feeling were drying up. He remained calm, calculative and healthy, and quite freely deliberate, even whilst he felt, with faint, small but final sterile horror, that his mystic reason was breaking, giving way now, at this crisis. And it was a strain. He knew there was no equilibrium. He would have to go in some direction shortly to find relief. Only Birkin kept the fear definitely off him, saved him his quick sufficiency in life, by the odd mobility and changeableness which seemed to contain the quintessence of faith. But then Gerald must always come away from Birkin, as from a church service, back to the outside real world of work and life. There it was. It did not alter, and words were futilities. He had to keep himself in reckoning with the world of work and material life. And it became more and more difficult. Such a strange pressure was upon him, as if the very middle of him were a vacuum, and outside were an awful tension. He had found his most satisfactory relief in women. After a debauch with some desperate woman, he went on quite easy and forgetful. The devil of it was so hard to keep up his interest in women nowadays. He didn't care about them any more. A Pussum was all right in her way, but she was an exceptional case, and even she mattered extremely little. No, women in that sense were useless to him any more. He felt that his mind needed acute stimulation before he could be physically roused. End of chapter 17. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 18 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 18. Rabbit. Gudrun knew that it was a critical thing for her to go to Shortlands. She knew it was equivalent to accepting Gerald Crich as a lover. And though she hung back, disliking the condition, yet she knew she would go on. She equivocated. She said to herself, in torment recalling the blow and the kiss, "After all, what is it? What is a kiss? What even is a blow? It is an instant, vanished at once. I can go to Shortlands just for a time before I go away, if only to see what it is like." For she had an insatiable curiosity to see and to know everything. She also wanted to know what Winifred was really like. Having heard the child calling from the steamer in the night, she felt some mysterious connection with her. Gudrun talked with the father in the library. Then he sent for his daughter. She came accompanied by Mademoiselle. "Winnie, this is Miss Brangwen, who will be so kind as to help you with your drawing and making models of your animals," said the father. The child looked at Gudrun for a moment with interest before she came forward, and with face averted, offered her hand. There was a complete sang-froid and indifference under Winifred's childish reserve, a certain irresponsible callousness. "How do you do?" said the child, not lifting her face. "How do you do?" said Gudrun. Then Winifred stood aside, and Gudrun was introduced to Mademoiselle. "You have a fine day for your work," said Mademoiselle in a bright manner. "Quite fine," said Gudrun. Winifred was watching from her distance. She was as if amused, but rather unsure as yet what this new person was like. She saw so many new persons, and so few who became real to her. Mademoiselle was of no count whatever. The child merely put up with her calmly and easily, accepting her little authority with faint scorn, compliant out of childish arrogance of indifference. "Well, Winifred," said the father, "aren't you glad Miss Brangwen has come? She makes animals and birds in wood and in clay that the people in London write about in the papers, praising them to the skies." Winifred smiled slightly. "Who told you, Daddy?" she asked. "Who told me? Hermione told me, and Rupert Birkin." "Do you know them?" Winifred asked of Gudrun, turning to her with faint challenge. "Yes," said Gudrun. Winifred readjusted herself a little. She had been ready to accept Gudrun as a sort of servant. Now she saw it was on terms of friendship they were intended to meet. She was rather glad. She had so many half-inferiors, whom she tolerated with perfect good humour. Gudrun was very calm. She also did not take these things very seriously. A new occasion was mostly spectacular to her. However, Winifred was a detached, ironic child. She would never attach herself. Gudrun liked her, and was intrigued by her. The first meetings went off with a certain humiliating clumsiness. Neither Winifred nor her instructress had any social grace. Soon, however, they met in a kind of make-believe world. Winifred did not notice human beings unless they were like herself, playful and slightly mocking. She would accept nothing but the world of amusement. and the serious people of her life were the animals she had for pets. On those she lavished almost ironically her affection and her companionship. To the rest of the human scheme she submitted with a faint, bored indifference. She had a Pekingese dog called Lulu, which she loved. "Let us draw Lulu," said Gudrun, "and see if we can get his luliness, shall we?"
"Darling!"
cried Winifred, rushing to the dog, that sat with contemplative sadness on the hearth, and kissing its bulging brow.
"Darling one, will you be drawn? Shall its mummy draw its portrait?"
Then she chuckled gleefully, and turning to Gudrun said,
"Oh, let's!"
They proceeded to get pencils and paper, and were ready.
"Beautifulest!" cried Winifred, hugging the dog. "Sit still while its mummy draws its beautiful portrait."
The dog looked up at her with griever's resignation in its large prominent eyes. She kissed it fervently, and said,
"I wonder what mine will be like. It's sure to be awful."
As she sketched, she chuckled to herself, and cried out at times,
"Oh, darling, you're so beautiful."
and again chuckling, she rushed to embrace the dog in penitence, as if she were doing him some subtle injury. He sat all the time with the resignation and fretfulness of ages on his dark velvety face. She drew slowly, with a wicked concentration in her eyes, her head on one side, an intense stillness over her. She was as if working the spell of some enchantment. Suddenly she had finished. She looked at the dog, and then at her drawing, and then cried with real grief for the dog, and at the same time with a wicked exultation,
"My beautiful! Why did they?"
She took her paper to the dog and held it under his nose. He turned his head aside as in chagrin and mortification, and she impulsively kissed his velvety, bulging forehead.
"Sir Lulies, the little Lucy! Look at his portrait, darling, look at his portrait that his mother has done of him."
She looked at her paper and chuckled. Then, kissing the dog once more, she rose and came gravely to Gudrun, offering her the paper. It was a grotesque little diagram of a grotesque little animal, so wicked and so comical, a slow smile came over Gudrun's face, unconsciously. And at her side Winifred chuckled with glee, and said,
"It isn't like him, is it? He's much lovelier than that. He's so beautiful, Lulu, my sweet darling."
And she flew off to embrace the chagrined little dog. He looked up at her with reproachful, saturnine eyes, vanquished in his extreme agedness of being. Then she flew back to her drawing, and chuckled with satisfaction.
"It isn't like him, is it?"
she said to Gudrun. "Yes, it's very like him," Gudrun replied. The child treasured her drawing, carried it about with her, and showed it, with a silent embarrassment, to everybody.
"Look!"
she said, thrusting the paper into her father's hand. "Why, that's Lulu!" he exclaimed, and he looked down in surprise, hearing the almost inhuman chuckle of the child at his side. Gerald was away from home when Gudrun first came to Shortlands, but the first morning he came back he watched for her. It was a sunny, soft morning, and he lingered in the garden paths, looking at the flowers that had come out during his absence. He was clean and fit as ever, shaven, his fair hair scrupulously parted at the side, bright in the sunshine, his short, fair moustache closely clipped, his eyes with their humorous kind twinkle, which was so deceptive. He was dressed in black. His clothes sat well on his well-nourished body. Yet, as he lingered before the flower-beds in the morning sunshine, there was a certain isolation, a fear about him, as of something wanting. Gudrun came up quickly, unseen. She was dressed in blue, with woolen yellow stockings like the Blue Coat boys. He glanced up in surprise. Her stockings always disconcerted him, the pale yellow stockings and the heavy, heavy black shoes. Winifred, who had been playing about the garden with Mademoiselle and the dogs, came flitting towards Gudrun. The child wore a dress of black and white stripes. Her hair was rather short, cut round and hanging level in her neck.
"We're going to do Bismarck, aren't we?"
she said, linking her hand through Gudrun's arm. "Yes, we're going to do Bismarck. Do you want to?"
"Oh yes, oh I do. I want most awfully to do Bismarck. He looks so splendid this morning, so fierce. He's almost as big as a lion."
And the child chuckled sardonically at her own hyperbole.
"He's a real king, he really is." "Bonjour, Mademoiselle," said the little French governess, wavering up with a slight bow, a bow of the sort that Gudrun loathed. Insolent. "Winifred veut tant faire le portrait de Bismarck. Oh, mais toute la matinée, we will do Bismarck this morning. Bismarck, Bismarck, toujours Bismarck. C'est un lapin, n'est-ce pas, mademoiselle?" "Oui, c'est un grand lapin blanc et noir. Vous ne l'avez pas vu?" said Gudrun in her good but rather heavy French. "Non, mademoiselle, Winifred n'a jamais voulu me le faire voir. Tant de fois je le lui ai demandé, qu'est-ce donc que ce Bismarck, Winifred? Mais elle n'a pas voulu me le dire. Son Bismarck, c'était un mystère." "Oui, c'est un mystère, vraiment un mystère. Miss Brangwen, say that Bismarck is a mystery," cried Winifred. "Bismarck is a mystery. Bismarck, c'est un mystère. Der Bismarck, ist ein Wunder," said Gudrun in mocking incantation. "Ja, ist ein Wunder," repeated Winifred, with odd seriousness, under which lay a wicked chuckle. "Ist auch ein Wunder?" came the slightly insolent sneering of Mademoiselle. "Doch," said Winifred, briefly, indifferent. "Doch ist nicht ein König. Bismarck, he was not a king, Winifred, as you have said. He was only... il n'était que chancelier." "Qu'est-ce qu'un chancelier?" said Winifred, with slightly contemptuous indifference. "A chancelier is a chancellor, and a chancellor is, I believe, a sort of judge," said Gerald, coming up and shaking hands with Gudrun. "You'll have made a song of Bismarck soon," said he. Mademoiselle waited, and discreetly made her inclination and her greeting. "So they wouldn't let you see Bismarck, Mademoiselle?" he said. "Non, monsieur." "Ah, very mean of them. What are you going to do to him, Miss Brangwen? I want him sent to the kitchen and cooked." "Oh no!" cried Winifred. "We're going to draw him," said Gudrun. "Draw him and quarter him and dish him up," he said, being purposely fatuous. "Oh no!" cried Winifred with emphasis, chuckling. Gudrun detected the tang of mockery in him, and she looked up and smiled into his face. He felt his nerves caressed. Their eyes met in knowledge. "How do you like Shortlands?" he asked. "Oh, very much," she said with nonchalance. "Glad you do. Have you noticed these flowers?" He led her along the path. She followed intently. Winifred came, and the governess lingered in the rear. They stopped before some veined salpiglossis flowers. "Aren't they wonderful?" she cried, looking at them absorbedly. Strange how her reverential, almost ecstatic admiration of the flowers caressed his nerves. She stooped down and touched the trumpets with infinitely fine,
and delicate touching fingertips. It filled him with ease to see her. When she rose, her eyes, hot with the beauty of the flowers, looked into his. "What are they?" she asked. "Sort of petunia, I suppose," he answered. "I don't really know them." "They are quite strangers to me," she said. They stood together in a false intimacy, a nervous contact, and he was in love with her. She was aware of Mademoiselle standing near, like a little French beetle, observant and calculating. She moved away with Winifred, saying they would go to find Bismarck. Gerald watched them go, looking all the while at the soft, full, still body of Gudrun in its silky cashmere. How silky and rich and soft her body must be. An excess of appreciation came over his mind. She was the all-desirable, the all-beautiful. He wanted only to come to her, nothing more. He was only this being that should come to her and be given to her. At the same time, he was finely and acutely aware of Mademoiselle's neat, brittle finality of form. She was like some elegant beetle with thin ankles perched on her high heels, her glossy black dress perfectly correct, her dark hair done high and admirably. How repulsive her completeness and her finality was! He loathed her. Yet he did admire her. She was perfectly correct. And it did rather annoy him that Gudrun came dressed in startling colours, like a macaw, when the family was in mourning. Like a macaw she was. He watched the lingering way she took her feet from the ground, and her ankles were pale yellow and her dress a deep blue. Yet it pleased him. It pleased him very much. He felt the challenge in her very attire. She challenged the whole world, and he smiled as to the note of a trumpet. Gudrun and Winifred went through the house to the back, where were the stables and the outbuildings. Everywhere was still and deserted. Mr Crich had gone out for a short drive. The stableman had just led round Gerald's horse. The two girls went to the hutch that stood in a corner, and looked at the great black and white rabbit.
"Isn't he beautiful? Oh, do look at him listening. Doesn't he look silly?"
She laughed quickly, then added,
"Oh, let's do him listening. Do let us. He listens with so much of himself. Don't you, darling Bismarck?"
"Can we take him out?" said Gudrun.
"He's very strong. He really is extremely strong."
She looked at Gudrun, her head on one side, in odd, calculating mistrust. "But we'll try, shall we?"
"Yes, if you like, but he's a fearful kicker."
They took the key to unlock the door. The rabbit exploded in a wild rush round the hutch.
"He scratches most awfully sometimes," cried Winifred in excitement. "Oh, do look at him, isn't he wonderful?"
The rabbit tore round the hutch in a hurry.
"Bismarck!" cried the child in rousing excitement. "How dreadful you are! You're beastly!"
Winifred looked up at Gudrun with some misgiving in her wild excitement. Gudrun smiled sardonically with her mouth. Winifred made a strange crooning noise of unaccountable excitement.
"Now he's still,"
she cried, seeing the rabbit settled down in a far corner of the hutch.
"Shall we take him now?"
she whispered excitedly, mysteriously, looking up at Gudrun and edging very close.
"Shall we get him now?"
she chuckled wickedly to herself. They unlocked the door of the hutch. Gudrun thrust in her arm and seized the great lusty rabbit as it crouched still. She grasped its long ears. It set its 4 feet flat and thrust back. There was a long scraping sound as it was hauled forward, and in another instant it was in mid-air, lunging wildly, its body flying like a spring coiled and released, as it lashed out, suspended from the ears. Gudrun held the black and white tempest at arm's length, averting her face, but the rabbit was magically strong. It was all she could do to keep her grasp. She almost lost her presence of mind.
"Bismarck, Bismarck, you're behaving terribly,"
said Winifred in a rather frightened voice.
"Oh, do put him down, he's beastly."
Gudrun stood for a moment astounded by the thunderstorm that had sprung into being in her grip. Then her colour came up. A heavy rage came over her like a cloud. She stood shaken as a house in a storm, and utterly overcome. Her heart was arrested with fury at the mindlessness and the bestial stupidity of this struggle. Her wrists were badly scored by the claws of the beast. A heavy cruelty welled up in her. Gerald came round as she was trying to capture the flying rabbit under her arm. He saw, with subtle recognition, her sullen passion of cruelty.
"You should let one of the men do that for you," he said, hurrying up. "Oh, he's so horrid!" cried Winifred, almost frantic.
He held out his nervous, sinewy hand and took the rabbit by the ears from Gudrun.
"It's most fearfully strong,"
she cried in a high voice like the crying of a seagull, strange and vindictive. The rabbit made itself into a ball in the air and lashed out, flinging itself into a bow. It really seemed demoniacal. Gudrun saw Gerald's body tighten, saw a sharp blindness come into his eyes.
"I know these beggars of old," he said.
The long demon-like beast lashed out again, spread on the air as if it were flying, looking something like a dragon, then closing up again, inconceivably powerful and explosive. The man's body, strung to its efforts, vibrated strongly. Then a sudden, sharp, white-edged wrath came up in him. Swift as lightning he drew back and brought his free hand down like a hawk on the neck of the rabbit. Simultaneously there came the unearthly, abhorrent scream of a rabbit in the fear of death. It made one immense writhe, tore his wrists and his sleeves in a final convulsion. All its belly flashed white in a whirlwind of paws, and then he had it slung round and had it under his arm fast. It cowered and skulked. His face was gleaming with a smile.
"You wouldn't think there was all that force in a rabbit," he said, looking at Gudrun.
And he saw her eyes, black as night in her pallid face. She looked almost unearthly. The scream of the rabbit after the violent tussle seemed to have torn the veil of her consciousness. He looked at her, and the whitish electric gleam in his face intensified.
"I don't really like him,"
Winifred was crooning.
"I don't care for him as I do for Lucy. He's hateful, really."
A smile twisted Gudrun's face as she recovered. She knew she was revealed.
"Don't they make the most fearful noise when they scream?"
she cried, the high note in her voice like a seagull's cry.
"Abominable," he said.
"He shouldn't be so silly when he has to be taken out,"
Winifred was saying, putting out her hand and touching the rabbit tentatively as it skulked under his arm, motionless as if it were dead.
"He's not dead, is he, Gerald?" she asked.
"No, he ought to be," he said.
"Yes, he ought!"
cried the child with a sudden flush of amusement. And she touched the rabbit with more confidence.
"His heart is beating so fast. Isn't he funny? He really is."
"Where do you want him?" asked Gerald.
"In the little green court," she said.
Gudrun looked at Gerald with strange darkened eyes, strained with underworld knowledge, almost supplicating, like those of a creature which is at his mercy, yet which is his ultimate victor. He did not know what to say to her. He felt the mutual
hellish recognition, and he felt he ought to say something to cover it. He had the power of lightning in his nerves. She seemed like a soft recipient of his magical, hideous white fire. He was unconfident. He had qualms of fear.
"Did he hurt you?"
he asked. "No," she said.
"He's an insensible beast,"
he said, turning his face away. They came to the little court, which was shut in by old red walls, in whose crevices wallflowers were growing. The grass was soft and fine and old, a level floor carpeting the court. The sky was blue overhead. Gerald tossed the rabbit down. It crouched still, and would not move. Gudrun watched it with faint horror. "Why doesn't it move?" she cried.
"It's skulking," he said.
She looked up at him, and a slight sinister smile contracted her white face. "Isn't it a fool?" she cried. "Isn't it a sickening fool?" The vindictive mockery in her voice made his brain quiver. Glancing up at him, into his eyes, she revealed again the mocking, white, cruel recognition. There was a league between them, abhorrent to them both. They were implicated with each other in abhorrent mysteries.
"How many scratches have you?"
he asked, showing his hard forearm, white and hard and torn in red gashes.
"How really vile!"
she cried, flushing with a sinister vision.
"Mine is nothing."
She lifted her arm and showed a deep red score down the silken white flesh.
"What a devil!"
he exclaimed. But it was as if he had had knowledge of her, in the long red rent of her forearm, so silken and soft. He did not want to touch her. He would have to make himself touch her, deliberately. The long, shallow red rip seemed torn across his own brain, tearing the surface of his ultimate consciousness, letting through the forever unconscious, unthinkable red ether of the beyond, the obscene beyond. "It doesn't hurt you very much, does it?" he asked, solicitous. "Not at all," she cried. And suddenly the rabbit, which had been crouching as if it were a flower, so still and soft, suddenly burst into life. Round and round the court it went, as if shot from a gun, round and round like a furry meteorite, in a tense, hard circle that seemed to bind their brains. They all stood in amazement, smiling uncannily, as if the rabbit were obeying some unknown incantation. Round and round it flew on the grass under the old red walls, like a storm. And then, quite suddenly, it settled down, hobbled among the grass, and sat considering, its nose twitching like a bit of fluff in the wind. After having considered for a few minutes, a soft bunch with a black open eye, which perhaps was looking at them, perhaps was not, it hobbled calmly forward, and began to nibble the grass with that mean motion of a rabbit's quick eating. "It's mad," said Gudrun. "It is most decidedly mad." He laughed.
"The question is," he said, "what is madness? I don't suppose it is rabbit mad."
"Don't you think it is?" she asked.
"No, that's what it is to be a rabbit."
There was a queer, faint, obscene smile over his face. She looked at him and saw him, and knew that he was initiate, as she was initiate. This thwarted her and contravened her for the moment. "God be praised we aren't rabbits," she said, in a high, shrill voice. The smile intensified a little on his face.
"Not rabbits?"
he said, looking at her fixedly. Slowly her face relaxed into a smile of obscene recognition. "Ah, Gerald," she said, in a strong, slow, almost manlike way. "All that and more." Her eyes looked up at him with shocking nonchalance. He felt again as if she had torn him across the breast, dully, finally. He turned aside.
Eat, eat, my darling."
Winifred was softly conjuring the rabbit, and creeping forward to touch it. It hobbled away from her.
"Let its mother stroke its fur then, darling, because it is so mysterious."
End of chapter 18. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 19 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 19. Mooney. After his illness, Birkin went to the south of France for a time. He did not write, nobody heard anything of him. Ursula, left alone, felt as if everything were lapsing out. There seemed to be no hope in the world. One was a tiny little rock with the tide of nothingness rising higher and higher. She herself was real, and only herself, just like a rock in a wash of flood water. The rest was all nothingness. She was hard and indifferent, isolated in herself. There was nothing for it now but contemptuous, resistant indifference. All the world was lapsing into a grey wish-wash of nothingness. She had no contact and no connection anywhere. She despised and detested the whole show. From the bottom of her heart, from the bottom of her soul, she despised and detested people, adult people. She loved only children and animals. Children she loved passionately, but coldly. They made her want to hug them, to protect them, to give them life. But this very love based on pity and despair was only a bondage and a pain to her. She loved best of all the animals, that were single and unsocial as she herself was. She loved the horses and cows in the field. Each was single and to itself, magical. It was not referred away to some detestable social principle. It was incapable of soulfulness and tragedy, which she detested so profoundly. She could be very pleasant and flattering, almost subservient to people she met. But no one was taken in. Instinctively each felt her contemptuous mockery of the human being in himself or herself. She had a profound grudge against the human being. That which the word human stood for was despicable and repugnant to her. Mostly her heart was closed in this hidden, unconscious strain of contemptuous ridicule. She thought she loved. She thought she was full of love. This was her idea of herself. But the strange brightness of her presence, a marvellous radiance of intrinsic vitality, was a luminousness of supreme repudiation, nothing but repudiation. Yet at moments she yielded and softened. She wanted pure love, only pure love. This other, this state of constant unfailing repudiation was a strain, a suffering also. A terrible desire for pure love overcame her again. She went out one evening, numbed by this constant, essential suffering. Those who are timed for destruction must die now. The knowledge of this reached a finality, a finishing in her, and the finality released her. If fate would carry off in death or downfall all those who were timed to go, why need she trouble? Why repudiate any further? She was free of it all. She could seek a new union elsewhere. Ursula set off to Willey Green, towards the mill. She came to Willey Water. It was almost full again after its period of emptiness. Then she turned off through the woods. The night had fallen. It was dark. But she forgot to be afraid, she who had such great sources of fear. Among the trees, far from any human beings, there was a sort of magic peace. The more one could find a pure loneliness, with no taint of people, the better one felt. She was in reality terrified, horrified in her apprehension of people. She started, noticing something on her right hand between the tree trunks. It was like a great presence, watching her, dodging her. She started violently. It was only the moon, risen through the thin trees. But it seemed so mysterious with its white and deathly smile. And there was no avoiding it. Night or day, one could not escape the sinister face, triumphant and radiant like this moon, with a high smile. She hurried on, cowering from the white planet. She would just see the pond at the mill before she went home. Not wanting to go through the yard because of the dogs, she turned off along the hillside, to descend on the pond from above. The moon was transcendent over the bare open space. She suffered from being exposed to it. There was a glimmer of nightly rabbits across the ground. The night was as clear as crystal, and very still. She could hear a distant coughing of a sheep. So she swerved down to the steep tree-hidden bank above the pond, where the alders twisted their roots. She was glad to pass into the shade out of the moon. There she stood, at the top of the fallen-away bank, her hand on the rough trunk of a tree, looking at the water that was perfect in its stillness, floating the moon upon it. But for some reason she disliked it. It did not give her anything. She listened for the hoarse rustle of the sluice. And she wished for something else out of the night. She wanted another night, not this moon-brilliant hardness. She could feel her soul crying out in her, lamenting desolately. She saw a shadow moving by the water. It would be Birkin. He had come back then, unawares. She accepted it without remark. Nothing mattered to her. She sat down among the roots of the alder tree, dim and veiled, hearing the sound of the sluice like dew, distilling audibly into the night. The islands were dark and half revealed, the reeds were dark also, only some of them had a little frail fire of reflection. A fish leapt secretly, revealing the light in the pond. This fire of the chill night, breaking constantly onto the pure darkness, repelled her. She wished it were perfectly dark, perfectly, and noiseless and without motion. Birkin, small and dark also, his hair tinged with moonlight, wandered nearer. He was quite near, and yet he did not exist in her. He did not know she was there. Supposing he did something he would not wish to be seen doing, thinking he was quite private. But there, what did it matter? What did the small privacies matter? How could it matter what he did? How can there be any secrets? We're all the same organisms.
How can there be any secrecy when everything is known to all of us? He was touching unconsciously the dead husks of flowers as he passed by, and talking disconnectedly to himself. "You can't go away," he was saying. "There is no away. You can only withdraw upon yourself." He threw a dead flower husk onto the water. "An antiphony. They lie and you sing back to them. There wouldn't have to be any truth if there weren't any lies. Then one needn't assert anything." He stood still looking at the water, and throwing upon it the husks of the flowers. "Cybele, curse her! The accursed Syria Dea! Does one begrudge it her? What else is there?" Ursula wanted to laugh loudly and hysterically, hearing his isolated voice speaking out. It was so ridiculous. He stood staring at the water. Then he stooped and picked up a stone which he threw sharply at the pond. Ursula was aware of the bright moon leaping and swaying, all distorted in her eyes. It seemed to shoot out arms of fire like a cuttlefish, like a luminous polyp, palpitating strongly before her. And his shadow on the border of the pond was watching for a few moments. Then he stooped and groped on the ground. Then again there was a burst of sound and a burst of brilliant light. The moon had exploded on the water, and was flying asunder in flakes of white and dangerous fire. Rapidly, like white birds, the fires all broken rose across the pond, fleeing in clamorous confusion, battling with the flock of dark waves that were forcing their way in. The furthest waves of light fleeing out seemed to be clamouring against the shore for escape. The waves of darkness came in heavily, running under towards the centre. But at the centre, the heart of all, was still a vivid, incandescent quivering of a white moon not quite destroyed, a white body of fire, writhing and striving, and not even now broken open, not yet violated. It seemed to be drawing itself together with strange, violent pangs in blind effort. It was getting stronger. It was reasserting itself, the inviolable moon. And the rays were hastening in thin lines of light, to return to the strengthened moon that shook upon the water in triumphant reassumption. Birkin stood and watched, motionless, till the pond was almost calm, the moon was almost serene. Then, satisfied of so much, he looked for more stones. She felt his invisible tenacity. And in a moment again the broken light scattered in explosion over her face, dazzling her. And then almost immediately came the second shot. The moon leapt up white and burst through the air. Darts of bright light shot asunder. Darkness swept over the centre. There was no moon, only a battlefield of broken lights and shadows running close together. Shadows, dark and heavy, struck again and again across the place where the heart of the moon had been, obliterating it altogether. The white fragments pulsed up and down, and could not find where to go, apart and brilliant on the water, like the petals of a rose that a wind has blown far and wide. Yet again they were flickering their way to the centre, finding the path blindly, enviously. And again all was still, as Birkin and Ursula watched. The waters were loud on the shore. He saw the moon regathering itself insidiously, saw the heart of the rose intertwining vigorously and blindly, calling back the scattered fragments, winning home the fragments in a pulse and in effort of return.
And he was not satisfied. Like a madness, he must go on. He got large stones and threw them, one after the other, at the white burning centre of the moon, till there was nothing but a rocking of hollow noise, and a pond surged up, no moon any more, only a few broken flakes tangled and glittering broadcast in the darkness, without aim or meaning, a darkened confusion, like a black and white kaleidoscope tossed at random. The hollow night was rocking and crashing with noise, and from the sluice came sharp, regular flashes of sound. Flakes of light appeared here and there, glittering tormented among the shadows, far off in strange places, among the dripping shadow of the willow on the island. Birkin stood and listened and was satisfied. Ursula was dazed, her mind was all gone. She felt she had fallen to the ground and was spilled out like water on the earth. Motionless and spent she remained in the gloom. Though even now she was aware, unseeing, that in the darkness was a little tumult of ebbing flakes of light, a cluster dancing secretly in a round, twining and coming steadily together. They were gathering a heart again. They were coming once more into being. Gradually the fragments caught together, reunited, heaving, rocking, dancing, falling back as in panic, but working their way home again persistently, making semblance of fleeing away when they had advanced, but always flickering nearer, a little closer to the mark, the cluster growing mysteriously larger and brighter, as gleam after gleam fell in with the whole, until a ragged rose, a distorted, frayed moon, was shaking upon the waters again, reasserted, renewed, trying to recover from its convulsion, to get over the disfigurement and the agitation, to be whole and composed, at peace. Birkin lingered vaguely by the water. Ursula was afraid that he would stone the moon again. She slipped from her seat and went down to him, saying, "You won't throw stones at it any more, will you?" "How long have you been there?" "All the time. You won't throw any more stones, will you?" "I wanted to see if I could make it be quite gone off the pond," he said. "Yes. It was horrible, really. Why should you hate the moon? It hasn't done you any harm, has it?" "Was it hate?" he said. And they were silent for a few minutes. "When did you come back?" she said. "Today." "Why did you never write?" "I could find nothing to say." "Why was there nothing to say?" "I don't know. Why are there no daffodils now?" "No." Again there was a space of silence. Ursula looked at the moon. It had gathered itself together and was quivering slightly. "Was it good for you to be alone?" she asked. "Perhaps. Not that I know much. But I got over a good deal. Did you do anything important?" "No. I looked at England and thought I'd done with it." "Why England?" he asked in surprise. "I don't know. It came like that." "It isn't a question of nations," he said. "France is far worse." "Yes, I know. I felt I'd done with it all." They went and sat down on the roots of the trees in the shadow. And being silent, he remembered the beauty of her eyes, which were sometimes filled with light, like spring, suffused with wonderful promise. So he said to her, slowly, with difficulty, "There is a golden light in you, which I wish you would give me."
It was as if he had been thinking of this for some time. She was startled. She seemed to leap clear of him, yet also she was pleased. "What kind of a light?" she asked. But he was shy, and did not say any more, so the moment passed for this time, and gradually a feeling of sorrow came over her. "My life is unfulfilled," she said. "Yes," he answered briefly, not wanting to hear this. "And I feel as if nobody could ever really love me," she said. But he did not answer. "You think, don't you," she said slowly, "that I only want physical things? It isn't true. I want you to serve my spirit." "I know you do. I know you don't want physical things by themselves. But I want you to give me, to give your spirit to me, that golden light which is you, which you don't know. Give it to me." After a moment's silence, she replied, "But how can I? You don't love me. You only want your own ends. You don't want to serve me, and yet you want me to serve you. It is so one-sided." It was a great effort to him to maintain this conversation, and to press for the thing he wanted from her, the surrender of her spirit. "It is different," he said. "The two kinds of service are so different. I serve you in another way, not through yourself, somewhere else. But I want us to be together without bothering about ourselves, to be really together because we are together, as if it were a phenomenon, not a thing we have to maintain by our own effort." "No," she said, pondering. "You are just egocentric. You never have any enthusiasm. You never come out with any spark towards me. You want yourself really, and your own affairs. And you want me just to be there to serve you." But this only made him shut off from her. "Ah well," he said, "words make no matter anyway. The thing is between us, or it isn't." "You don't even love me," she cried. "I do," he said angrily. "But I want—" His mind saw again the lovely golden light of spring transfused through her eyes, as through some wonderful window. And he wanted her to be with him there, in this world of proud indifference. But what was the good of telling her he wanted this company in proud indifference? What was the good of talking anyway? It must happen beyond the sound of words. It was merely ruinous to try to work her by conviction. This was a paradisal bird that could never be netted. It must fly by itself to the heart. "I always think I'm going to be loved, and then I am let down. You don't love me, you know. You don't want to serve me. You only want yourself." A shiver of rage went over his veins at this repeated, "You don't want to serve me." All the paradisal disappeared from him. "No," he said, irritated, "I don't want to serve you, because there is nothing there to serve. What you want me to serve is nothing, mere nothing. It isn't even you. It is your mere female quality. And I wouldn't give a straw for your female ego. It's a rag doll." "Ha!" she laughed in mockery. "That's all you think of me, is it? And then you have the impudence to say you love me." She rose in anger to go home. "You want the paradisal unknowing," she said, turning round on him as he still sat half visible in the shadow. "I know what that means, thank you. You want me to be your thing, never to criticise you, or to have anything to say for myself. You want me to be a mere thing for you. No, thank you. If you want that,
There are plenty of women who will give it to you. There are plenty of women who will lie down for you to walk over them. Go to them then, if that's what you want. Go to them."
"No," he said, outspoken with anger. "I want you to drop your assertive will. Your frightened, apprehensive self-insistence. That is what I want. I want you to trust yourself so implicitly that you can let yourself go."
"Let myself go!"
she re-echoed in mockery.
"I can let myself go easily enough. It is you who can't let yourself go. It is you who hang on to yourself as if it were your only treasure. You are the Sunday school teacher. You preacher."
The amount of truth that was in this made him stiff and unheeding of her. "I don't mean let yourself go in the Dionysic, ecstatic way," he said. "I know you can do that. But I hate ecstasy, Dionysic or any other. It's like going round in a squirrel cage. I want you not to care about yourself, just to be there and not to care about yourself, not to insist. Be glad and sure and indifferent."
"Who insists?" she mocked. "Who is it that keeps on insisting? It isn't me."
There was a weary, mocking bitterness in her voice. He was silent for some time. "I know," he said. "While ever either of us insists to the other, we are all wrong. But there we are. The accord doesn't come." They sat in stillness under the shadow of the trees by the bank. The night was white around them. They were in the darkness, barely conscious. Gradually the stillness and peace came over them. She put her hand tentatively on his. Their hands clasped softly and silently, in peace.
"Do you really love me?"
she said. He laughed. "I call that your war cry," he replied, amused.
"Why?"
she cried, amused and really wondering. "Your insistence, your war cry. A Brangwyn, a Brangwyn, an old battle cry. Yours is, 'Do you love me? Yield, knave, or die.'"
"No," she said, pleading. "Not like that. Not like that. But I must know that you love me, mustn't I?"
"Well then, know it and have done with it."
"But do you?"
"Yes, I do. I love you. And I know it's final. It is final. So why say any more about it?" She was silent for some moments, in delight and doubt.
"Are you sure?"
she said, nestling happily near to him. "Quite sure. So now have done. Accept it, and have done." She was nestled quite close to him.
"Have done with what?"
she murmured happily. "With bothering," he said. She clung nearer to him. He held her close, and kissed her softly, gently. It was such peace and heavenly freedom, just to fold her and kiss her gently, and not to have any thoughts or any desires or any will, just to be still with her, to be perfectly still and together, in a peace that was not sleep, but content in bliss. To be content in bliss, without desire or insistence anywhere. This was heaven, to be together in happy stillness. For a long time she nestled to him, and he kissed her softly, her hair, her face, her ears,
gently, softly, like dew falling. But this warm breath on her ears disturbed her again, kindled the old destructive fires. She cleaved to him, and he could feel his blood changing like quicksilver. "But we'll be still, shall we?" he said. "Yes," she said, as if submissively. And she continued to nestle against him. But in a little while she drew away and looked at him. "I must be going home," she said. "Must you? How sad," he replied. She leaned forward and put up her mouth to be kissed. "Are you really sad?" she murmured, smiling. "Yes," he said. "I wish we could stay as we were, always." "Always, do you?" she murmured, as he kissed her. And then, out of a full throat, she crooned, "Kiss me, kiss me." And she cleaved close to him. He kissed her many times. But he too had his idea and his will. He wanted only gentle communion, no other, no passion now. So that soon she drew away, put on her hat, and went home. End of the first part of chapter 19. Recording by Ruth Golding. The second part of chapter 19 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 19, Mooney, the second part. The next day, however, he felt wistful and yearning. He thought he had been wrong, perhaps. Perhaps he had been wrong to go to her with an idea of what he wanted. Was it really only an idea? Or was it the interpretation of a profound yearning? If the latter, how was it he was always talking about sensual fulfilment? The two did not agree very well. Suddenly he found himself face to face with a situation. It was as simple as this, fatally simple. On the one hand, he knew he did not want a further sensual experience, something deeper, darker than ordinary life could give. He remembered the African fetishes he had seen at Halliday's so often. There came back to him one, a statuette about 2 feet high, a tall, slim, elegant figure from West Africa in dark wood, glossy and suave. It was a woman with hair dressed high like a melon-shaped dome. He remembered her vividly. She was one of his soul's intimates. Her body was long and elegant. Her face was crushed tiny like a beetle's. She had rows of round heavy collars like a column of quoits on her neck. He remembered her, her astonishing, cultured elegance, her diminished beetle face, the astounding long, elegant body on short, ugly legs, with such protuberant buttocks, so weighty and unexpected below her slim, long loins. She knew what he himself did not know. She had thousands of years of purely sensual, purely unspiritual knowledge behind her. It must have been thousands of years since her race had died, mystically. That is, since the relation between the senses and the outspoken mind had broken, leaving the experience all in one sort, mystically sensual. Thousands of years ago, that which was immanent in himself must have taken place in these Africans. The goodness, the holiness, the desire for creation and productive happiness must have lapsed, leaving the single impulse for knowledge in one sort. Mindless, progressive knowledge through the senses, knowledge arrested and ending in the senses, mystic knowledge in disintegration and dissolution, knowledge such as the beetles have, which live purely within the world of corruption and cold dissolution. This was why her faith looked like a beetle's. This was why the Egyptians worshipped the ball-rolling scarab, because of the principle of knowledge in dissolution and corruption. There is a long way we can travel after the death break, after that point when the soul in intense suffering breaks away from its organic hold like a leaf that falls. We fall from the connection with life and hope. We lapse from pure integral being, from creation and liberty, and we fall into the long, long African process of purely sensual understanding, knowledge in the mystery of dissolution. He realised now that this is a long process. Thousands of years it takes after the death of the creative spirit. He realised that there were great mysteries to be unsealed, sensual, mindless, dreadful mysteries, far beyond the phallic cult. How far, in their inverted culture, had these West Africans gone beyond phallic knowledge? Very, very far. Birkin recalled again the female figure, the elongated, long, long body, the curious, unexpected, heavy buttocks, the long, imprisoned neck, the face with tiny features like a beetle's. This was far beyond any phallic knowledge, sensual, subtle realities, far beyond the scope of phallic investigation. There remained this way, this awful African process, to be fulfilled. It would be done differently by the white races. The white races, having the Arctic North behind them, the vast abstraction of ice and snow, would fulfil a mystery of ice-destructive knowledge, snow-abstract annihilation. Whereas the West Africans, controlled by the burning death abstraction of the Sahara, had been fulfilled in sun destruction, the putrescent mystery of sun rays. Was this then all that remained? Was there left now nothing but to break off from the happy creative being? Was the time up? Is our day of creative life finished? Does there remain to us only the strange, awful afterwards of the knowledge in dissolution, the African knowledge, but different in us, who are blonde and blue-eyed from the north? Birkin thought of Gerald. He was one of these strange, white, wonderful demons from the north, fulfilled in the destructive frost mystery. And was he fated to pass away in this knowledge, this one process of frost knowledge, death by perfect cold? Was he a messenger, an omen of the universal dissolution into whiteness and snow? Birkin was frightened. He was tired too, when he had reached this length of speculation. Suddenly his strange, strained attention gave way. He could not attend to these mysteries any more. There was another way, the way of freedom. There was the paradisal entry into pure single being, the individual soul taking precedence over love and desire for union, stronger than any pangs of emotion. A lovely state of free, proud singleness, which accepted the obligation of the permanent connection with others, and with the other submits to the yoke and leash of love, but never forfeits its own proud individual singleness, even while it loves and yields. There was the other way, the remaining way, and he must run to follow it. He thought of Ursula, how sensitive and delicate she really was, her skin so over-fine, as if one's skin were wanting. She was really so marvellously gentle and sensitive. Why did he ever forget it? He must go to her at once. He must ask her to marry him. They must marry at once, and so make a definite pledge, enter into a definite communion. He must set out at once and ask her, this moment. There was no moment to spare. He drifted on swiftly to Beldover, half unconscious of his own movement. He saw the town on the slope of the hill, not straggling, but as if walled in with the straight final streets of miners' dwellings, making a great square, and it looked like Jerusalem to his fancy. The world was all strange and transcendent. Rosalind opened the door to him. She started slightly as a young girl will, and said, "Oh, I'll tell father," with which she disappeared, leaving Birkin in the hall, looking at some reproductions from Picasso, lately introduced by Gudrun. He was admiring the almost wizard, sensuous apprehension of the earth, when Will Brangwen appeared, rolling down his shirt-sleeves. "Well," said Brangwen, "I'll get a coat." And he too disappeared for a moment. Then he returned and opened the door of the drawing-room, saying, "You must excuse me, I was just doing a bit of work in the shed. Come inside, will you?" Birkin entered and sat down. He looked at the bright reddish face of the other man, at the narrow brow and the very bright eyes, and at the rather sensual lips that unrolled wide and expansive under the black cropped moustache. How curious it was that this was a human being. What Brangwen thought himself to be, how meaningless it was, confronted with the reality of him. Birkin could see only a strange, inexplicable, almost patternless collection of passions and desires and suppressions and traditions and mechanical ideas, all cast unfused and disunited into this slender, bright-faced man of nearly 50, who was as unresolved now as he was at 20, and as uncreated. How could he be the parent of Ursula, when he was not created himself? He was not a parent. A slip of living flesh had been transmitted through him, but the spirit had not come from him. The spirit had not come from any ancestor. It had come out of the unknown. A child is the child of the mystery, or it is uncreated. "The weather's not so bad as it has been," said Brangwen, after waiting a moment. There was no connection between the two men. "No," said Birkin. "It was full moon 2 days ago." "Oh, you believe in the moon then, affecting the weather?" "No, I don't think I do. I don't really know enough about it." "You know what they say, the moon and the weather may change together, but the change of the moon won't change the weather." "Is that it?" said Birkin. "I hadn't heard it." There was a pause. Then Birkin said, "Am I hindering you? I called to see Ursula, really. Is she at home?" "I don't believe she is. I believe she's gone to the library. I'll just see." Birkin could hear him inquiring in the dining-room. "No," he said, coming back. "But she won't be long. You wanted to speak to her?" Birkin looked across at the other man, with curious, calm, clear eyes. "As a matter of fact," he said, "I wanted to ask her to marry me." A point of light came on the golden brown eyes of the elder man. "Oh," he said, looking at Birkin, then dropping his eyes before the calm, steadily watching look of the other. Was she expecting you, then? No, said Birkin. No? I didn't know anything of this sort was on foot. Brangwen smiled awkwardly. Birkin looked back at him and said to himself, I wonder why it should be on foot. Aloud he said, No, it's perhaps rather sudden. At which, thinking of his relationship with Ursula, he added, But I don't know.
Quite sudden, is it? Oh,
said Brangwen, rather baffled and annoyed. In one way, replied Birkin, not in another. There was a moment's pause, after which Brangwen said, Well, she pleases herself. Oh yes, said Birkin calmly. A vibration came into Brangwen's strong voice as he replied, Though I shouldn't want her to be in too big a hurry either. It's no good looking round afterwards when it's too late. Oh, it need never be too late, said Birkin, as far as that goes. How do you mean? Asked the father. If one repents being married, the marriage is at an end, said Birkin. You think so? Yes. Aye, well, that may be your way of looking at it. Birkin, in silence, thought to himself, So it may. As for your way of looking at it, William Brangwen, it needs a little explaining. I suppose, said Brangwen, you know what sort of people we are? What sort of a bringing up she's had? She, thought Birkin to himself, remembering his childhood's corrections, is the cat's mother. Do I know what sort of a bringing up she's had? He said aloud. He seemed to annoy Brangwen intentionally. Well, he said, she's had everything that's right for a girl to have, as far as possible, as far as we could give it her. I'm sure she has, said Birkin, which caused a perilous full stop. The father was becoming exasperated. There was something naturally irritant to him in Birkin's mere presence. And I don't want to see her going back on it all, he said, in a clanging voice. Why? Said Birkin. This monosyllable exploded in Brangwen's brain like a shot. Why? I don't believe in your new-fangled ways and new-fangled ideas, in and out like a frog in a gallipot. It would never do for me. Birkin watched him with steady, emotionless eyes. The radical antagonism in the two men was rousing. Yes, but are my ways and ideas new-fangled? Asked Birkin. Are they? Brangwen caught himself up. I'm not speaking of you in particular, he said. What I mean is that my children have been brought up to think and do according to the religion that I was brought up in myself, and I don't want to see them going away from that. There was a dangerous pause. And beyond that? Asked Birkin. The father hesitated. He was in a nasty position. Eh? What do you mean? All I want to say is that my daughter... He tailed off into silence, overcome by futility. He knew that in some way he was off the track. Of course, said Birkin, I don't want to hurt anybody or influence anybody. Ursula does exactly as she pleases. There was a complete silence because of the utter failure in mutual understanding. Birkin felt bored. Her father was not a coherent human being. He was a roomful of old echoes. The eyes of the younger man rested on the face of the elder. Brangwen looked up and saw Birkin looking at him. His face was covered with inarticulate anger and humiliation, and sense of inferiority in strength. And as for beliefs, that's one thing, he said. But I'd rather see my daughters dead tomorrow than that they should be at the beck and call of the first man that likes to come and whistle for them. A queer, painful light came into Birkin's eyes. "As to that," he said, "I only know that it's much more likely that it's I who am at the beck and call of the woman than she at mine." Again there was a pause. The father was somewhat bewildered. "I know," he said. "She'll please herself, she always has done. I've done my best for them, but that doesn't matter. They've got themselves to please, and if they can help it, they'll please nobody but themselves. But she's a right to consider her mother, and me as well." Brangwen was thinking his own thoughts. "And I tell you this much, I would rather bury them than seeing them getting into a lot of loose ways, such as you see everywhere nowadays. I'd rather bury them." "Yes, but you see," said Birkin slowly, rather wearily, bored again by this new turn, "they won't give either you or me the chance to bury them, because they're not to be buried." Brangwen looked at him in a sudden flare of impotent anger.
"Now, Mr Birkin," he said, "I don't know what you've come here for, and I don't know what you're asking for. But my daughters are my daughters, and it's my business to look after them while I can."
Birkin's brows knitted suddenly, his eyes concentrated in mockery. But he remained perfectly stiff and still. There was a pause.
"I've nothing against your marrying Ursula," Brangwen began at length. "It's got nothing to do with me. She'll do as she likes, me or no me."
Birkin turned away, looking out of the window and letting go his consciousness. After all, what good was this? It was hopeless to keep it up. He would sit on till Ursula came home, then speak to her, then go away. He would not accept trouble at the hands of her father. It was all unnecessary, and he himself need not have provoked it. The two men sat in complete silence, Birkin almost unconscious of his own whereabouts. He had come to ask her to marry him. Well then, he would wait on and ask her. As for what she said, whether she accepted or not, he did not think about it. He would say what he had come to say, and that was all he was conscious of. He accepted the complete insignificance of this household for him. But everything now was as if fated. He could see one thing ahead and no more. From the rest he was absolved entirely from the time being. It had to be left to fate and chance to resolve the issues. At length they heard the gate. They saw her coming up the steps with a bundle of books under her arm. Her face was bright and abstracted as usual, with the abstraction, that look of being not quite there, not quite present to the facts of reality that galled her father so much. She had a maddening faculty of assuming a light of her own, which excluded the reality, and within which she looked radiant, as if in sunshine. They heard her go into the dining room and drop her armful of books on the table.
"Did you bring me that girl's own?"
cried Rosalind. "Yes, I brought it, but I forgot which one it was you wanted."
"You would!"
cried Rosalind angrily.
"It's right, for a wonder."
Then they heard her say something in a lowered tone.
"Where?"
cried Ursula. Again her sister's voice was muffled. Brangwen opened the door and called in his strong, brazen voice, "Ursula!" She appeared in a moment, wearing her hat.
"Oh, how do you do?"
she cried, seeing Birkin, and all dazzled as if taken by surprise. He wondered at her, knowing she was aware of his presence. She had her queer, radiant, breathless manner, as if confused by the actual world, unreal to it, having a complete, bright world of herself alone.
"Have I interrupted a conversation?" she asked.
"No, only a complete silence," said Birkin.
"Oh,"
said Ursula, vaguely, absent. Their presence was not vital to her. She was withheld, she did not take them in. It was a subtle insult that never failed to exasperate her father.
"Mr Birkin came to speak to you, not to me," said her father.
"Oh, did he?"
she exclaimed vaguely, as if it did not concern her. Then, recollecting herself, she turned to him rather radiantly, but still quite superficially, and said,
"Was it anything special?"
"I hope so," he said ironically. "To propose to you, according to all accounts," said her father.
"Oh," said Ursula.
"Oh," mocked her father, imitating her. "Have you nothing more to say?"
She winced as if violated.
"Did you really come to propose to me?"
she asked of Birkin, as if it were a joke. "Yes," he said. "I suppose I came to propose." He seemed to fight shy of the last word.
"Did you?"
she cried, with her vague radiance. He might have been saying anything whatsoever. She seemed pleased. "Yes," he answered. I wanted you to agree to marry me." She looked at him. His eyes were flickering with mixed lights, wanting something of her, yet not wanting it. She shrank a little, as if she were exposed to his eyes, and as if it were a pain to her. She darkened. Her soul clouded over. She turned aside. She had been driven out of her own radiant single world. And she dreaded contact. It was almost unnatural to her at these times. "Yes," she said vaguely, in a doubting, absent voice. Birkin's heart contracted swiftly, in a sudden fire of bitterness. It all meant nothing to her. He had been mistaken again. She was in some self-satisfied world of her own. He and his hopes were accidentals, violations to her. It drove her father to a pitch of mad exasperation. He had had to put up with this all his life from her.
"Well, what do you say?"
he cried. She winced. Then she glanced down at her father, half frightened, and she said,
"I didn't speak, did I?"
as if she were afraid she might have committed herself.
"No," said her father, exasperated. "But you needn't look like an idiot. You've got your wits, haven't you?"
She ebbed away in silent hostility.
"I've got my wits, what does that mean?"
she repeated in a sullen voice of antagonism.
"You heard what was asked you, didn't you?"
cried her father in anger.
"Of course I heard."
"Well then, can't you answer?"
thundered her father.
"Why should I?"
At the impertinence of this retort he went stiff, but he said nothing. "No," said Birkin, to help out the occasion. "There's no need to answer at once. You can say when you like." Her eyes flashed with a powerful light.
"Why should I say anything?" she cried. "You do this off your own bat. It has nothing to do with me. Why do you both want to bully me?"
"Bully you! Bully you!" cried her father in bitter, rancorous anger. "Bully you! Why, it's a pity you can't be bullied into some sense and decency. Bully you! You'll see to that, you self-willed creature."
She stood suspended in the middle of the room, her face glimmering and dangerous. She was set in satisfied defiance. Birkin looked up at her. He too was angry. "But none is bullying you," he said, in a very soft, dangerous voice also.
"Oh yes!" she cried. "You both want to force me into something."
"That is an illusion of yours," he said ironically.
"Illusion!" cried her father. "A self-opinionated fool, that's what she is."
Birkin rose, saying, "However, we'll leave it for the time being." And without another word he walked out of the house.
"You fool! You fool!"
her father cried to her with extreme bitterness. She left the room and went upstairs, singing to herself. But she was terribly fluttered, as after some dreadful fight. From her window she could see Birkin going up the road. He went in such a blithe drift of rage that her mind wondered over him. He was ridiculous, but she was afraid of him. She was as if escaped from some danger. Her father sat below, powerless in humiliation and chagrin. It was as if he were possessed with all the devils after one of these unaccountable conflicts with Ursula. He hated her as if his only reality were in hating her to the last degree. He had all hell in his heart. But he went away to escape himself. He knew he must despair, yield, give in to despair, and have done. Ursula's face closed. She completed herself against them all. Recoiling upon herself, she became hard and self-completed, like a jewel. She was bright and invulnerable, quite free and happy, perfectly liberated in her self-possession. Her father had to learn not to see her blithe obliviousness, or it would have sent him mad. She was so radiant with all things, in her possession of perfect hostility. She would go on now for days like this, in this bright, frank state of seemingly pure spontaneity, so essentially oblivious of the existence of anything but herself, but so ready and facile in her interest. Ah, it was a bitter thing for a man to be near her, and her father cursed his fatherhood. But he must learn not to see her, not to know. She was perfectly stable in resistance when she was in this state, so bright and radiant and attractive in her pure opposition, so very pure, and yet mistrusted by everybody, disliked on every hand. It was her voice, curiously clear and repellent, that gave her away. Only Gudrun was in accord with her. It was at these times that the intimacy between the two sisters was most complete, as if their intelligence were one. They felt a strong, bright bond of understanding between them, surpassing everything else. And during all these days of blind, bright abstraction and intimacy of his two daughters, the father seemed to breathe an air of death, as if he were destroyed in his very being. He was irritable to madness, he could not rest. His daughters seemed to be destroying him. But he was inarticulate and helpless against them. He was forced to breathe the air of his own death. He cursed them in his soul, and only wanted that they should be removed from him. They continued radiant in their easy female transcendency, beautiful to look at. They exchanged confidences. They were intimate in their revelations to the last degree, giving each other at last every secret. They withheld nothing. They told everything, till they were over the border of evil. And they armed each other with knowledge. They extracted the subtlest flavours from the apple of knowledge. It was curious how their knowledge was complementary, that of each to that of the other. Ursula saw her men as sons, pitied their yearning, and admired their courage, and wondered over them, as a mother wonders over her child, with a certain delight in their novelty. But to Gudrun they were the opposite camp. She feared them and despised them, and respected their activities even overmuch. "Of course," she said easily, "there is a quality of life in Birkin which is quite remarkable. There is an extraordinary rich spring of life in him, really amazing, the way he can give himself to things. But there are so many things in life that he simply doesn't know. Either he is not aware of their existence at all, or he dismisses them as merely negligible, things which are vital to the other person. In a way, he is not clever enough, he is too intense in spots.
Yes, cried Ursula, too much of a preacher. He is really a priest.
Exactly. He can't hear what anybody else has to say. He simply cannot hear. His own voice is so loud.
Yes, he cries you down.
He cries you down, repeated Gudrun, and by mere force of violence. And of course it is hopeless. Nobody is convinced by violence. It makes talking to him impossible. And living with him, I should think, would be more than impossible.
You don't think one could live with him? Asked Ursula.
I think it would be too wearing, too exhausting. One would be shouted down every time, and rushed into his way without any choice. He would want to control you entirely. He cannot allow that there is any other mind than his own. And then, the real clumsiness of his mind is its lack of self-criticism. No, I think it would be perfectly intolerable.
Yes,
assented Ursula vaguely. She only half agreed with Gudrun.
The nuisance is, she said, that one would find almost any man intolerable after a fortnight.
It's perfectly dreadful, said Gudrun. But Birkin, he is too positive. He couldn't bear it if you called your soul your own. Of him that is strictly true.
Yes, said Ursula. You must have his soul.
Exactly. And what can you conceive more deadly? This was all so true that Ursula felt jarred to the bottom of her soul with ugly distaste. She went on, with the discord jarring and jolting through her, in the most barren of misery. Then there started a revulsion from Gudrun. She finished life off so thoroughly. She made things so ugly and so final. As a matter of fact, even if it were as Gudrun said about Birkin, other things were true as well. But Gudrun would draw 2 lines under him and cross him out, like an account that is settled. There he was, summed up, paid for, settled, done with. And it was such a lie. This finality of Gudrun's, this dispatching of people and things in a sentence, it was all such a lie. Ursula began to revolt from her sister. One day, as they were walking along the lane, they saw a robin sitting on the top twig of a bush, singing shrilly. The sisters stood to look at him. An ironical smile flickered on Gudrun's face. "Doesn't he feel important?" smiled Gudrun.
Doesn't he?
exclaimed Ursula, with a little ironical grimace.
Isn't he a little Lloyd George of the air?
"Isn't he? Little Lloyd George of the air, that's just what they are," cried Gudrun in delight. Then for days Ursula saw the persistent, obtrusive birds as stout, short politicians lifting up their voices from the platform, little men who must make themselves heard at any cost. But even from this there came the revulsion. Some yellowhammers suddenly shot along the road in front of her. And they looked to her so uncanny and inhuman, like flaring yellow barbs shooting through the air on some weird living errand, that she said to herself, "After all, it is impudence to call them little Lloyd Georges. They are really unknown to us. They are the unknown forces. It is impudence to look at them as if they were the same as human beings. They are of another world. How stupid anthropomorphism is. Gudrun is really impudent, insolent.
making herself the measure of everything, making everything come down to human standards. Rupert is quite right. Human beings are boring, painting the universe with their own image. The universe is non-human, thank God. It seemed to her irreverence, destructive of all true life, to make little Lloyd Georges of the birds. It was such a lie towards the robins, and such a defamation. Yet she had done it herself. But under Gudrun's influence, so she exonerated herself. So she withdrew again from Gudrun, and from that which she stood for. She turned in spirit towards Birkin again. She had not seen him since the fiasco of his proposal. She did not want to, because she did not want the question of her acceptance thrust upon her. She knew what Birkin meant when he asked her to marry him. Vaguely, without putting it into speech, she knew. She knew what kind of love, what kind of surrender he wanted. And she was not at all sure that this was the kind of love that she herself wanted. She was not at all sure that it was this mutual unison in separateness that she wanted. She wanted unspeakable intimacies. She wanted to have him utterly, finally, to have him as her own. Oh, so unspeakably, in intimacy. To drink him down, ah, like a life draught. She made great professions to herself of her willingness to warm his foot soles between her breasts, after the fashion of the nauseous Meredith poem. But only on condition that he, her lover, loved her absolutely, with complete self-abandon. And subtly enough, she knew he would never abandon himself finally to her. He did not believe in final self-abandonment. He said it openly. It was his challenge. She was prepared to fight him for it, for she believed in an absolute surrender to love. She believed that love far surpassed the individual. He said the individual was more than love, or than any relationship. For him, the bright, single soul accepted love as one of its conditions, a condition of its own equilibrium. She believed that love was everything. Man must render himself up to her. He must be quaffed to the dregs by her. Let him be her man utterly, and she in return would be his humble slave, whether she wanted it or not. End of chapter 19. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 20 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 20. Gladiatorial. After the fiasco of the proposal, Birkin had hurried blindly away from Beldover, in a whirl of fury. He felt he had been a complete fool, that the whole scene had been a farce of the first water. But that did not trouble him at all. He was deeply, mockingly angry that Ursula persisted always in this old cry, "Why do you want to bully me?" and in her bright, insolent abstraction.
He went straight to Shortlands. There he found Gerald standing with his back to the fire in the library, as motionless as a man is who is completely and emptily restless, utterly hollow. He had done all the work he wanted to do, and now there was nothing. He could go out in the car, he could run to town, but he did not want to go out in the car, he did not want to run to town, he did not want to call on the Thirlbys. He was suspended motionless, in an agony of inertia, like a machine that is without power. This was very bitter to Gerald, who had never known what boredom was, who had gone from activity to activity, never at a loss. Now, gradually, everything seemed to be stopping in him. He did not want any more to do the things that offered. Something dead within him just refused to respond to any suggestion. He cast over in his mind what it would be possible to do to save himself from this misery of nothingness, relieve the stress of this hollowness. And there were only 3 things left that would rouse him, make him live. One was to drink or smoke hashish, the other was to be soothed by Birkin, and the third was women. And there was no one for the moment to drink with, nor was there a woman, and he knew Birkin was out. So there was nothing to do but to bear the stress of his own emptiness. When he saw Birkin, his face lit up in a sudden wonderful smile.
"By God, Rupert," he said, "I'd just come to the conclusion that nothing in the world mattered except somebody to take the edge off one's being alone. The right somebody."
The smile in his eyes was very astonishing as he looked at the other man. It was the pure gleam of relief. His face was pallid and even haggard. "The right woman, I suppose you mean?" said Birkin spitefully.
"Of course, for choice. Failing that, an amusing man."
He laughed as he said it. Birkin sat down near the fire. "What were you doing?" he asked.
"I? Nothing. I'm in a bad way just now. Everything's on edge, and I can neither work nor play. I don't know whether it's a sign of old age, I'm sure."
"You mean you're bored?"
"Bored? I don't know. I can't apply myself. And I feel the devil is either very present inside me, or dead."
Birkin glanced up and looked in his eyes. "You should try hitting something," he said. Gerald smiled.
"Perhaps," he said, "so long as it was something worth hitting."
"Quite," said Birkin in his soft voice. There was a long pause, during which each could feel the presence of the other. "One has to wait," said Birkin.
"Ah, God, waiting! What are we waiting for?"
"Some old Johnny says there are 3 cures for ennui. Sleep, drink and travel," said Birkin.
"All cold eggs," said Gerald. "In sleep you dream, in drink you curse, and in travel you yell at a porter. No, work and love are the 2. When you're not at work, you should be in love."
"Be it then," said Birkin.
"Give me the object," said Gerald. "The possibilities of love exhaust themselves."
"Do they? And then what?"
"Then you die," said Gerald.
"So you ought," said Birkin.
"I don't see it," replied Gerald.
He took his hands out of his trousers pockets and reached for a cigarette. He was tense and nervous. He lit the cigarette over a lamp, reaching forward and drawing steadily. He was dressed for dinner, as usual in the evening, although he was alone.
There's a third one, even to your two, said Birkin. Work, love, and fighting. You forget the fight.
I suppose I do, said Gerald. Did you ever do any boxing?
No, I don't think I did, said Birkin.
Aye.
Gerald lifted his head and blew the smoke slowly into the air. Why? Said Birkin.
Nothing. I thought we might have a round. It is perhaps true that I want something to hit. It's a suggestion.
So you think you might as well hit me, said Birkin.
You? Well, perhaps. In a friendly kind of way, of course.
Quite, said Birkin, bitingly. Gerald stood leaning back against the mantelpiece. He looked down at Birkin, and his eyes flashed with a sort of terror, like the eyes of a stallion that are bloodshot and overwrought, turned glancing backwards in a stiff terror.
I feel that if I don't watch myself, I shall find myself doing something silly, he said.
Why not do it? Said Birkin coldly. Gerald listened with quick impatience. He kept glancing down at Birkin, as if looking for something from the other man. I used to do some Japanese wrestling, said Birkin. A Jap lived in the same house with me in Heidelberg, and he taught me a little. But I was never much good at it.
You did? Exclaimed Gerald. That's one of the things I've never ever seen done. You mean jiu-jitsu, I suppose?
Yes, but I am no good at those things. They don't interest me.
They don't? They do me. What's the start?
I'll show you what I can, if you like, said Birkin.
You will?
A queer, smiling look tightened Gerald's face for a moment, as he said,
Well, I'd like it very much.
Then we'll try jiu-jitsu. Only you can't do much in a starched shirt.
Then let us strip and do it properly. Hold a minute.
He rang the bell and waited for the butler.
Bring a couple of sandwiches and a siphon, he said to the man. And then don't trouble me any more tonight, or let anybody else.
The man went. Gerald turned to Birkin with his eyes lighted.
And you used to wrestle with a Jap, he said. Did you strip?
Sometimes.
You did? What was he like then, as a wrestler?
Good, I believe. I am no judge. He was very quick and slippery and full of electric fire. It is a remarkable thing, what a curious sort of fluid force they seem to have in them, those people. Not like a human grip, like a polyp. Gerald nodded.
I should imagine so, he said, to look at them. They repel me rather.
Repel and attract both. They are very repulsive when they are cold and they look grey. But when they are hot and roused, there is a definite attraction. A curious kind of full electric fluid, like eels.
Well, yes, probably.
The man brought in the tray and set it down.
Don't come in any more, said Gerald.
The door closed.
Well then, said Gerald, shall we strip and begin? Will you have a drink first?
No, I don't want one.
Neither do I.
Gerald fastened the door and pushed the furniture aside. The room was large, there was plenty of space. It was thickly carpeted. Then he quickly threw off his clothes and waited for Birkin. The latter, white and thin, came over to him. Birkin was more a presence than a visible object. Gerald was aware of him completely, but not really visually. Whereas Gerald himself was concrete and noticeable. a piece of pure, final substance. "Now," said Birkin, "I will show you what I learned, and what I remember. You let me take you so," and his hands closed on the naked body of the other man. In another moment he had Gerald swung over lightly and balanced against his knee, head downwards. Relaxed, Gerald sprang to his feet, with eyes glittering. "That's smart," he said. "Now try again." So the two men began to struggle together. They were very dissimilar. Birkin was tall and narrow, his bones were very thin and fine. Gerald was much heavier and more plastic. His bones were strong and round, his limbs were rounded. All his contours were beautifully and fully moulded. He seemed to stand with a proper rich weight on the face of the earth, whilst Birkin seemed to have the centre of gravitation in his own middle. And Gerald had a rich, frictional kind of strength, rather mechanical, but sudden and invincible, whereas Birkin was abstract as to be almost intangible. He impinged invisibly upon the other man, scarcely seeming to touch him, like a garment, and then suddenly piercing in a tense, fine grip that seemed to penetrate into the very quick of Gerald's being. They stopped, they discussed methods, they practised grips and throws, they became accustomed to each other's rhythm, they got a kind of mutual physical understanding. And then, again, they had a real struggle. They seemed to drive their white flesh deeper and deeper against each other, as if they would break into a oneness. Birkin had a great subtle energy that would press upon the other man with an uncanny force, weigh him like a spell put upon him. Then it would pass, and Gerald would heave free, with white, heaving, dazzling movements. So the two men entwined and wrestled with each other, working nearer and nearer. Both were white and clear, but Gerald flushed smart red where he was touched, and Birkin remained white and tense. He seemed to penetrate into Gerald's more solid, more diffuse bulk, to interfuse his body through the body of the other, as if to bring it subtly into subjection, always seizing with some rapid, necromantic foreknowledge every motion of the other flesh, converting and counteracting it, playing upon the limbs and trunk of Gerald like some hard wind. It was as if Birkin's whole physical intelligence interpenetrated into Gerald's body, as if his fine, sublimated energy entered into the flesh of the fuller man, like some potency, casting a fine net, a prison, through the muscles into the very depths of Gerald's physical being. So they wrestled swiftly, rapturously, intent and mindless at last, two essential white figures working into a tighter, closer oneness of struggle, with a strange octopus-like knotting and flashing of limbs in the subdued light of the room. A tense white knot of flesh, gripped in silence between the walls of old brown books. Now and again came a sharp gasp of breath, or a sound like a sigh, then the rapid thudding of movement on the thickly carpeted floor, then the strange sound of flesh escaping under flesh. Often, in the white interlaced knot of violent living being that swayed silently, there was no head to be seen, only the swift tight limbs, the solid white backs, the physical junction of two bodies clinched into oneness. Then would appear the gleaming, ruffled head of Gerald as the struggle changed. Then, for a moment, the dun-coloured, shadow-like head of the other man would lift up from the conflict, the eyes wide and dreadful and sightless. At length Gerald lay back inert on the carpet, his breast rising in great slow panting, whilst Birkin kneeled over him almost unconscious. Birkin was much more exhausted. He caught little short breaths, he could scarcely breathe any more. The earth seemed to tilt and sway, and a complete darkness was coming over his mind. He did not know what happened. He slid forward, quite unconscious, over Gerald, and Gerald did not notice. Then he was half conscious again, aware only of the strange tilting and sliding of the world. The world was sliding. Everything was sliding off into the darkness, and he was sliding endlessly, endlessly away. He came to consciousness again, hearing an immense knocking outside. What could be happening? What was it? The great hammer stroke resounding through the house. He did not know. And then it came to him that it was his own heart beating. But that seemed impossible. The noise was outside. No, it was inside himself. It was his own heart. And the beating was painful, so strained, surcharged. He wondered if Gerald heard it. He did not know whether he was standing or lying or falling. When he realised that he had fallen prostrate upon Gerald's body, he wondered, he was surprised. But he sat up, steadying himself with his hand, and waiting for his heart to become stiller and less painful. It hurt very much and took away his consciousness. Gerald, however, was still less conscious than Birkin. They waited dimly, in a sort of not being, for many uncounted, unknown minutes.
"Of course," panted Gerald, "I didn't have to be rough with you. I had to keep back my force."
Birkin heard the sound as if his own spirit stood behind him, outside him, and listened to it. His body was in a trance of exhaustion, his spirit heard thinly, his body could not answer. Only he knew his heart was getting quieter. He was divided entirely between his spirit, which stood outside and knew, and his body, that was a plunging, unconscious stroke of blood.
"I could have thrown you, using violence," panted Gerald. "But you beat me right enough."
"Yes," said Birkin, hardening his throat and producing the words in the tension there. "You're much stronger than I. You could beat me easily." Then he relaxed again to the terrible plunging of his heart and his blood.
"It surprised me," panted Gerald, "what strength you've got. Almost supernatural."
"For a moment," said Birkin. He still heard as if it were his own disembodied spirit hearing, standing at some distance behind him. It drew nearer, however, his spirit, and the violent striking of blood in his chest was sinking quieter, allowing his mind to come back. He realised that he was leaning with all his weight on the soft body of the other man. It startled him, because he thought he had withdrawn. He recovered himself and sat up. But he was still vague and unestablished. He put out his hand to steady himself. It touched the hand of Gerald, that was lying out on the floor, and Gerald's hand closed warm and sudden over Birkin's. They remained exhausted and breathless, the one hand clasped closely over the other. It was Birkin whose hand, in swift response, had closed in a strong, warm clasp over the hand of the other. Gerald's clasp had been sudden and momentaneous. The normal consciousness, however, was returning, ebbing back. Birkin could breathe almost naturally again. Gerald's hand slowly withdrew. Birkin slowly, dazedly rose to his feet and went towards the table. He poured out a whisky and soda. Gerald also came for a drink. "It was a real set too, wasn't it?" said Birkin, looking at Gerald with darkened eyes.
"God, yes,"
said Gerald. He looked at the delicate body of the other man, and added,
"It wasn't too much for you, was it?"
"No. One ought to wrestle and strive and be physically close. It makes one sane."
"You do think so?"
"I do. Don't you?"
"Yes,"
said Gerald. There were long spaces of silence between their words. The wrestling had some deep meaning to them, an unfinished meaning. We are mentally, spiritually intimate, therefore we should be more or less physically intimate too. It is more whole.
"Certainly it is," said Gerald. Then he laughed pleasantly, adding, "It's rather wonderful to me."
He stretched out his arms handsomely. "Yes," said Birkin. "I don't know why one should have to justify oneself."
"No."
The two men began to dress. "I also think that you are beautiful," said Birkin to Gerald. "And that is enjoyable too. One should enjoy what is given."
"You think I'm beautiful? How do you mean? Physically?"
asked Gerald, his eyes glistening. "Yes. You have a northern kind of beauty, like light refracted from snow, and a beautiful plastic form. Yes, that is there to enjoy as well. We should enjoy everything." Gerald laughed in his throat and said,
"That's certainly one way of looking at it. I can say this much, I feel better. It has certainly helped me. Is this the Bruderschaft you wanted?"
"Perhaps. Do you think this pledges anything?"
"I don't know,"
laughed Gerald. "At any rate, one feels freer and more open now, and that is what we want."
"Certainly,"
said Gerald. They drew to the fire, with the decanters and the glasses and the food.
"I always eat a little before I go to bed," said Gerald. "I sleep better."
"I should not sleep so well," said Birkin.
"No? There you are, we're not alike. I'll put a dressing gown on."
Birkin remained alone, looking at the fire. His mind had reverted to Ursula. She seemed to return again into his consciousness. Gerald came down wearing a gown of broad barred, thick black and green silk, brilliant and striking. "You are very fine," said Birkin, looking at the full robe.
"It was a kaftan in Bokhara," said Gerald. "I like it."
"I like it too." Birkin was silent, thinking how scrupulous Gerald was in his attire, how expensive too. He wore silk socks, and studs of fine workmanship, and silk underclothing, and silk braces. Curious. This was another of the differences between them. Birkin was careless and unimaginative about his own appearance.
"Of course you,"
said Gerald, as if he had been thinking,
"there's something curious about you. You're curiously strong. One doesn't expect it. It's rather surprising."
Birkin laughed. He was looking at the handsome figure of the other man, blond and comely in the rich robe. and he was half thinking of the difference between it and himself, so different, as far perhaps apart as man from woman, yet in another direction. But really it was Ursula, it was the woman who was gaining ascendance over Birkin's being at this moment. Gerald was becoming dim again, lapsing out of him. "Do you know," he said suddenly, "I went and proposed to Ursula Brangwen tonight that she should marry me." He saw the blank, shining wonder come over Gerald's face.
"You did?"
Yes. Almost formally, speaking first to her father, as it should be in the world, though that was accident or mischief. Gerald only stared in wonder, as if he did not grasp.
"You don't mean to say that you seriously went and asked her father to let you marry her?"
"Yes," said Birkin, "I did."
"What, had you spoken to her before about it then?"
"No, not a word. I suddenly thought I would go there and ask her, and her father happened to come instead of her, so I asked him first."
"If you could have her," concluded Gerald.
"Yes, that."
"And you didn't speak to her?"
"Yes, she came in afterwards, so it was put to her as well."
"It was? And what did she say then? You're an engaged man?"
"No, she only said she didn't want to be bullied into answering."
"She what?"
"Said she didn't want to be bullied into answering."
"Said she didn't want to be bullied into answering? Why? What did she mean by that?"
Birkin raised his shoulders. "Can't say," he answered. "Didn't want to be bothered just then, I suppose."
"But is this really so? And what did you do then?"
"I walked out of the house and came here."
"You came straight here?"
"Yes." Gerald stared in amazement and amusement. He could not take it in.
"But is this really true, as you say it now?"
"Word for word."
"It is?"
He leaned back in his chair, filled with delight and amusement.
"Well, that's good," he said. "And so you came here to wrestle with your good angel, did you?"
"Did I?" said Birkin.
"Well, it looks like it. Isn't that what you did?"
Now Birkin could not follow Gerald's meaning.
"And what's going to happen?" said Gerald. "You're going to keep open the proposition, so to speak?"
"I suppose so. I vowed to myself I would see them all to the devil. But I suppose I shall ask her again, in a little while." Gerald watched him steadily.
"So you're fond of her then?"
he asked. "I think I love her," said Birkin, his face going very still and fixed. Gerald glistened for a moment with pleasure, as if it were something done specially to please him. Then his face assumed a fitting gravity, and he nodded his head slowly.
"You know," he said, "I always believed in love, true love. But where does one find it nowadays?"
"I don't know," said Birkin.
"Very rarely," said Gerald.
Then after a pause,
"I've never felt it myself, not what I should call love. I've gone after women and been keen enough over some of them, but I've never felt love. I don't believe I've ever felt as much love for a woman as I have for you. Not love. You understand what I mean?"
"Yes, I'm sure you've never loved a woman."
"You feel that, do you? And do you think I ever shall? You understand what I mean?"
He put his hand to his breast, closing his fist there, as if he would draw something out.
I mean that I can't express what it is, but I know it.
What is it, then? Asked Birkin.
You see, I can't put it into words. I mean, at any rate, something abiding, something that can't change.
His eyes were bright and puzzled.
Now, do you think I shall ever feel that for a woman?
He said anxiously. Birkin looked at him and shook his head. I don't know, he said. I could not say. Gerald had been on the qui-vive, as awaiting his fate. Now he drew back in his chair.
No, he said, and neither do I. And neither do I.
We are different, you and I, said Birkin. I can't tell your life.
No, said Gerald, no more can I. But I'll tell you, I begin to doubt it.
That you will ever love a woman?
Well, yes. What you would truly call love.
You doubt it?
Well, I begin to.
There was a long pause. Life has all kinds of things, said Birkin. There isn't only one road.
Yes, I believe that too. I believe it. And mind you, I don't care how it is with me. I don't care how it is. So long as I don't feel...
He paused, and a blank, barren look passed over his face, to express his feeling.
So long as I feel I've lived somehow. And I don't care how it is, but I want to feel that.
Fulfilled, said Birkin.
Well, perhaps it is fulfilled. I don't use the same words as you.
It is the same. End of chapter 20. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 21 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 21. Threshold. Gudrun was away in London, having a little show of her work with a friend, and looking round, preparing for flight from Beldover. Come what might, she would be on the wing in a very short time. She received a letter from Winifred Crich, ornamented with drawings.
Father also has been to London to be examined by the doctors. It made him very tired. They say he must rest a very great deal, so he is mostly in bed. He brought me a lovely tropical parrot in faience of Dresden ware, also a man ploughing, and 2 mice climbing up a stalk, also in faience. The mice were Copenhagen ware. They are the best, but mice don't shine so much, otherwise they are very good. Their tails are slim and long. They all shine nearly like glass. Of course it is the glaze, but I don't like it. Gerald likes the man ploughing the best. His trousers are torn. He is ploughing with an ox, being, I suppose, a German peasant. It is all grey and white shirt and grey trousers, but very shiny and clean. Mr. Birkin likes the girl best, under the hawthorn blossom, with a lamb, and with daffodils painted on her skirts, in the drawing-room, but that is silly, because the lamb is not a real lamb, and she is silly too. Dear Miss Brangwen, are you coming back soon? You are very much missed here. I enclose a drawing of father sitting up in bed. He says he hopes you are not going to forsake us. Oh dear Miss Brangwen, I am sure you won't. Do come back and draw the ferrets. They are the most lovely noble darlings in the world. We might carve them in holly wood, playing against a background of green leaves. Oh, do let us, for they are most beautiful. Father says we might have a studio. Gerald says we could easily have a beautiful one over the stables. It would only need windows to be put in the slant of the roof, which is a simple matter. Then you could stay here all day and work, and we could live in the studio like two real artists, like the man in the picture in the hall with the frying pan and the walls all covered with drawings. I long to be free, to live the free life of an artist. Even Gerald told father that only an artist is free because he lives in a creative world of his own.
Gudrun caught the drift of the family intentions in this letter. Gerald wanted her to be attached to the household at Shortlands. He was using Winifred as his stalking horse. The father thought only of his child. He saw a rock of salvation in Gudrun. And Gudrun admired him for his perspicacity. The child, moreover, was really exceptional. Gudrun was quite content. She was quite willing, given a studio, to spend her days at Shortlands. She disliked the grammar school already thoroughly. She wanted to be free. If a studio were provided, she would be free to go on with her work. She would await the turn of events with complete serenity. And she was really interested in Winifred. She would be quite glad to understand the girl. So there was quite a little festivity on Winifred's account the day Gudrun returned to Shortlands.
"You should make a bunch of flowers to give to Miss Brangwen when she arrives,"